What is the most what the fuck thing you've experienced/seen during a flight? It made me remember a quote from bash.org, so I'll share it here. Now, I'm sure many of you have encountered little sheets in supermarkets. Little kids running about and knocking things over, being rude, walking all over their parents. You know the kind. But the worst are the biters. Yes, those little cunts that feel it is okay to bite you whenever they feel like it. Okay, here's the best part. A biter got me today when I was grocery shopping. He broke the faking skin too. This was when the gears started turning, the moment I saw a tiny sprinkle of blood on the little sheet's teeth as he was grinning at me like the little cunt he is. I made my eyes get wide and started screaming sheet, sheet. Now, my good friend, Tom we'll call him, was there too, and he instantly picked up on it. He started shouting fuck. Maybe he didn't get it. Fuck. By now, the kid is scared shitless and starts crying, and instantly, Ms. Mom appears out of nowhere and starts getting pissy at us for yelling at her kid. Here's the kicker. I look her straight in the eye and say, "Ma'am, get your son tested as soon as possible. He just bit me and I'm faking HIV positive." And now there is silence. Not a peep in the entire store. The brat knows he just faked up big time because his mom isn't defending his ass. She just stares at me wide-eyed. I walk away from them, buy my sheet from the wide-eyed cashier, all the while blood is dripping from my calf, making a nice little trail on the floor. And, just as we leave, we start to hear the mother sobbing. Sobbing like the cunt she is. I have never felt any more satisfaction than the moment I heard that sob. Pilot screaming into McDenver, "We are in serious trouble up here. I need, pilot. Forgot to turn off main cabin speakers after warning crew to take seats during monster 40,000 foot hailstorm. We dropped out of the sky when hitting huge air pockets. Bags and people flying everywhere. But the scariest thing was hearing the pilot's panicked voice scream that announcement. We all thought we were doomed. Details as requested. Here are the details and you tell me it's not a freaking air pocket. We are flying from SF to Cincy. In the middle of the flight, the pilot announces to fasten belts because they are expecting a bumpy ride. Apparently there is a very tall weather disturbance that has been reported. Just prior he casually announced that we were at 40,000 feet, expected time, etc. I believe 40,000 was the number, but it may have been a bit less. After the announcement we hear pop, 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 tons of them, and we're all like what the fuck? Really bumpy. Turns out it was giant hail hitting the plane. Really bumpy. Pilot again announces more sternly for all crew to take seats and no one gets up. Really bumpy. Then wham. We freaking fell out of the sky. There is no other way to describe it. It was like you were just sitting in a chair suspended from a rope at the top of a cherry picker and someone cut the rope. Drop, 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 then wham. It's like the plane landed in an enormous vat of cream filling. Sorry, that's what it was like, kind of soft, but still a big jolt, but more on one wing than the other. So the plane landed askance, and all sorts of sheet went flying out of the right bins to the left, nailing people in the heads. Some people not completely, or at all buckled, idiots, flew up and hit the ceiling then back into their seats. Screaming everywhere. Absolute chaos. Then, FML, the pilot screams over the intercom, "Denver, we are in serious trouble up here, I need," and a few other words we could not understand. Freaked everyone out. He forgot to turn off the cabin speakers from the earlier announcement. Rough, then drop again. Same thing but a much harder landing. I mean we dropped for what seemed like minutes, but was probably 10 to 15 seconds. Wham, a much harder landing. Sheet flying everywhere. People crying, praying, and screaming. Nuts. We cruised through that, and it became smooth again. Pilot later announced that he was sorry about the mistaken overhead announcement, etc. He also said that the current altitude was something like 18,000 feet. Whatever the exact numbers were, we had friggin' dropped about 10,000 feet, 2 miles. It was the worst of my 500,000 plus air miles. You never heard so many people clapping upon landing. A guy died next to me once. On a flight from Morley to Dallas, I was half asleep in the second to last row of the plane. While I was listening to music and dozing, I suddenly heard a really loud, hard thud next to me. I look over, and there's a man lying on the ground, completely still. I thought maybe he tripped, but the flight attendant came running, and he was unresponsive. She frantically ran up and down the aisles asking for doctors. Luckily for him, the flight was full of vacationing doctors and nurses, all of them in ridiculous clothes. Two of the doctors who came back were in Hawaiian shirts and golf attire, and the female nurse who came back was wearing a very strappy, revealing blue Hawaiian print dress. The doctors tried to wake the man up, but he was gone. I was surprised to find out just how much medical equipment they have on commercial flights. The docs whipped out a portable defibrillator and shocked the guy, then set up an fourth drip for him. I never heard a word out of him or saw him move. Not sure if he actually woke up or not. Our flight was diverted to LA, and when we landed, half a dozen EMT personnel ran on the plane to pull the guy out on a gurney. Unfortunately for me, this whole scenario set off a panic attack, and I had to go find a nice spot in the aisle to lay down, so that I didn't pass out and cause more problems for the crew and doctors. It was embarrassing. Last year I moved from London to New York. All of my possessions had been packed and delivered, and would be shipped over, and the last thing I had to do was fly over myself with the cat. I did my research, and found out that there were two ways of doing it. Either the cat would go in a pressurized part of the hold, or, if I got a cat carrier in the correct dimension, I could take him on as hand luggage. I chose the latter, but it was just about the most distressing 12 hours of my life. We had a trial run of the cat carrier when I took him to the vets a few days before the flight for his vaccines and to get documents certifying him as healthy to fly. He didn't like this at all. He made pitiful crying mews all the way there and back. This continued on the way to the airport, a good couple of hours drive away from home. Before I could board the plane, I had to go through security, where they had to check the cat carrier by hand. I got the cat out, and he seemed dazed and confused and pretty upset, but more worryingly he was so amazingly hot. I had cut a small corner off his favorite blanket and put it in the carrier with him, hoping the smell would be reassuring and that it would help him stay comfortable. After we boarded the plane, he finally stopped crying about 2 hours into the flight. I hadn't slept in days. I was sweating, stressed, crammed into a tiny seat on a busy transatlantic Greyhound bus, and I was utterly convinced that the cat was dead. I knew it was a bad idea to open the carrier, and in any case I don't think I could have done it once everyone was on board. It was so busy. I sat there for another 6 hours until the plane landed, believing the cat was dead from either stress or heat exhaustion, and it was all my fault for putting that blanket in with him. When we finally landed, I checked and saw that not only was he fine, he was actually pretty chilled out. He had accepted his position and was making the best of it. When I read the ops story, it hit me like a punch to the gut. I know exactly how that poor woman must have felt, and if the same had happened to me, I would have been inconsolable. In grade 12, I was on a band trip to New York, and of course we flew there as it's a long ass drive from Vancouver. We were seated alphabetically, and the school band took up a good 10 rows of the plane. This also resulted in me and two of my friends sitting close together. Towards the very end of the flight, they turned to me and say that on the count of 3 we are going to throw our in-flight pillows at another mutual friend some 4 or 5 rows back. Pillows not being so aerodynamic led to only one hitting its intended target, and the other 2 hitting 2 other people. All 3 hit grabbed their pillows in addition to the ones we just threw, and chucked them back at us. Again, only some made it all the way back to us, with others being hit and caught up in it. Eventually it spiraled so out of control that there was, for a good 5 or 10 minutes, about 9 pillows in the air at all times. The crew eventually made an announcement to ask passengers to please refrain from throwing loose items at each other. The teachers were pissed, but fact that TLDR started a pillow fight on an airplane. Sydney to Lax. 14.5 hours full flight. Middle seat. Colicky baby to my left. Severely autistic teenage girl with a fear of flying to my right. Flight attendant assesses the situation, looks at me, and asks with a whisper dripping in sympathy, "Can I get you something, sir?" Double Jack Daniels. Winking. "Be right back." A minute later, she returns, a grave expression on her face. "We are out of bourbon." It. Yes, she should have said whiskey, and I should have known better. Of course, had I said actually, because it's charcoal filtered, Jack Daniels is technically not bourbon, but rather a Tennessee whiskey, she probably would have said, "Hey, thanks for the info, Mr. Wizard. Have a nice faking flight." Instead, I just acknowledged her reply and thanked her for trying. She then brought me extra pillows and a blanket and gave me free vodka tonics for the rest of the flight. There's a lesson in there somewhere. Not really during a flight, but close. Whelps. I was a former aircraft cleaner. We cleaned when the passengers got off the flight and had to finish before the next round of passengers got on. Usually a turn time of 5 to 8 minutes to clean a 717 or 737. Anywho, as you can imagine, I've not only had nightmares, I was the guy who had to confront them. Yes, I remember it well. A flight had just landed, and I waited in the jet bridge for the passengers to exit the plane. As soon as the last passenger got off, I went on to do my thing. Suddenly, a flight attendant comes running down the aisle screaming at me that someone obliterated one of the back bathrooms. At first I was a bit cautious. After all, the flight attendant's definition of mess varies greatly with what us cleaners would consider a mess. So I went into the bathroom, and my god, someone took a liquidy mashed potatoes and gravy, without the mashed potatoes, dump in the trash can. Now, I'm not sure if you know the size of a trash can opening on a 717, but it's barely enough to fit your hand in it. It also has a push open door. Yay. Checking my watch, I only had 6 minutes to clean the bathroom and the entire cabin, equipped with 2 bags, 2 pairs of disposable gloves and a small bottle of air freshener game. Time. I told the civilians to stand back. The entire crew stared at me, including the front deck and gate agents. I slapped my gloves on, flared my bag out, and gave them the look. Then I stepped inside the small bathroom and shut the door behind me. I wish I could tell you that I fought the good fight and the bathroom let me be. I wish I could tell you that, but aircraft cleaning is no fairy tale world. Needless to say, the task had been completed with half a minute or so to spare, with the passengers getting ready to board. There were no thank yous. I expect none. It is my job after all, and none of the passengers suspected a thing. I got off the flight just as they were coming down the jet bridge, saving them the hassle of a ground delay which would have caused a domino effect. Indeed, these things we do so that others may fly. TLDR, I cleaned planes and had to clean up a liquid pup in a trash can to save the lives of hundreds, if not thousands of people. I'm great. So, first off, I'm not very fond of traveling, but my friend was going, so I really had no choice in the matter anyway. The day starts out with the normal airport panic and running to catch our flight. When we got there, it was a full plane, and we were crammed into the plane like sardines in a can, and holy hell, there must have been something wrong with the AC, because it was hot. Imagine sitting in a leather covered sweet lodge wearing a fur coat. Yeah, it was something like that. My friend strokes my hair and reassures me, and then we take off, suffering silently with the heat ever building. 20 minutes of boiling haze later, my vision is starting to blur, my tongue is hanging out of my mouth, and I'm panting up a storm, feeling dizzy. My friend tries a few things to cool me off, but that just causes a commotion and leads to having the whole plane staring at me. Not the best thing for you. If you are already in distress, then comes the what the fuck part. You probably won't believe this, but I shit you not, maybe it was the heat, maybe too many drinks, but my best and trusted friend flips out and tries to stuff my whole head into the airplane vent overhead. Well, I'm ashamed to say I just lost it. Wouldn't you? I was clawing at everything just trying to get away. I tried climbing into the seat in front, jumping around and begging for help, you name it. 5 minutes into my panic attack, I felt this pain in my chest, and I passed out. The next thing I know, I'm looking down at this chaos from above. My friend is sitting there weeping and sobbing, cradling my head. Crazy, right? To top it off, Summer's Hole a few rows back thinks this is the funniest thing in the world and takes a picture. I wasn't there for it, but this happened to my cousin. He was flying in South America, and about halfway through the flight he realizes he really needs to take a piss. The plane he is in is a tiny prop plane made for tiny people. He is 6'5". He awkwardly climbs over his ace and stumbles/shuffles to the back of the plane. As he is closing the door, the captain comes on the loudspeaker and warns of upcoming turbulence. He thinks, fuck it. I really need to piss. He crams himself into this tiny bathroom, manages to whip it out, and right as he starts to pee they hit a huge bit of turbulence that knocks him off his feet, backwards, through the bathroom door, and flat on his back, in the aisle still peeing straight up in the air. He was completely mortified and managed to get back up, pick up the door and work himself back into the bathroom. He waited for like 20 minutes hoping no one would have seen it / forgotten about it by then, but when he went back out to take his seat he got a standing ovation from every single person on the plane. Ouch. The craziest thing that ever happened to me pales in comparison to a dead cat, but here goes. I was flying from Calgary to Houston, which is about a 4-hour direct flight. We were just about 2 hours into the flight, or coincidentally just about to Denver, when the pilot announced we would have to turn around back to Calgary. So around we went, and landed in about an hour 15. He really cranked it. We touched down, and taxi over to the mechanics. They opened the cargo door, and shut it again. And in 15 more minutes we were fueled up, and in the air, and off to Houston. This time it was about a 3-hour flight, full thrust the whole way. Luckily there was an industry guy behind me, and I overheard him speculating the reason. His idea was that, since the airline had paid mechanics in Calgary, and probably not in Denver, it would be cheaper for them to turn around all the way to Calgary, than pay all the costs associated with landing in Denver. Luckily it was just a little glitch, and not a true problem, but it was anyone's guess. The true issue. I have a friend that is very familiar with the inner workings of the plane, and he said that anytime they open the cargo door and unplug a certain cable during maintenance, some switch has to be flipped to reset that alarm system for that door. He said it's an extremely common mistake for that switch not to be flipped after work has been done, and it results in false alarms, or that cost, likely in the tens of thousands, because one guy forgot to flip a switch. Date: September 11th, 2001. Location: on a plane 2 hours from landing in JFK, New York City Airport when the towers were hit. What scared the shit out of me was this flight attendant's face as she walked past me. This was before the pilot told us over speaker that we had to turn around back to Greece. I was just playing my Gamma Boy, wasting time, when I looked up and saw the flight attendants run past me with a face that looked scared to death. This worried the shit out of me, because flight attendants are always calmer than Hindu cows. So in my head I'm thinking, fuck, something might be happening, and just imagining the plane was going to drop any second. It freaked me the fuck out. But then the pilot got on speaker and said the towers were hit by kamikazes and we had to turn back. The entire flight back, the only image I had in my head were World War II style planes with Japanese kamikazes flying into the towers, and I was just wondering why the fuck Japan would attack us. I was on a flight home from South Africa after a family vacation. My dad is a diabetic, but he usually keeps his blood sugar levels pretty regulated, so I never worried before. Mid-flight, I wake up from a nap and see him slumped over the side of his seat. He was taken to the back of the plane, where 3 doctors were examining him. They said his heartbeat went up to 220 or something, which I think means he was an inch from death. All I remember is seeing my mom and brother break down. I began having flashes of life without my father, and it overwhelmed me. I felt sick to my stomach, imagining what life would be like when all of a sudden his heart rate stabilized. The doctors on board said it was a miracle, and I felt so much relief. The plane had to stop in Senegal, where my dad was transferred to a hospital. He wanted me to keep going, since the semester was starting soon. That flight home alone was terrible. I felt the other passengers watching me the entire time. He is alright now, but every time I get on a plane I always remember that feeling of leaving the whole world behind. On a flight a few weeks ago, the flight attendant started to make preparations for landing, telling people to put their trays up and whatnot. I noticed the flight attendant loudly speaking to a man in his late 20s or early 30s sitting 2 rows in front of me. "Sir, you need to put your seat back up. Sir, sir." The guy starts spitting blood and convulsing. It sounded like he was choking on the blood with each gasp of air. Flight attendant starts screaming for help, and they make an announcement over the PA for a doctor. 4 passengers and all flight attendants leap into action. Turns out the lady in the row between me and the sick man is a nurse. Together they get him laid out on the row with his head in the aisle. He's not responding to their questions and he's fading in and out of consciousness. We made an emergency landing, 20 minutes ahead of schedule. As we are taxiing he regains consciousness and tells the flight attendant holding his head that he's sorry for the trouble. We land, paramedics meet the plane and carry him off. He seemed to be stable, but I hope everything worked out for the guy. TLDR, guy sitting 2 rows ahead of me probably had a seizure and started choking on his blood. Flight attendants and a nurse in the seat behind him saved his life. Emergency landing and everyone made their connecting flights. I'm on an evening flight from Phoenix to Oakland, flying Southwest, like everyone should, so we get to pick our seats. I always go for a window, so I'm walking up the aisle of the fairly empty plane, and there's one available window. The whole row is empty. Actually, as I walk up to sit, there is a huge, gangster tough guy looking black dude sitting directly behind my seat. He's bald, probably 250 pounds, with several tattoos on his head. There is a tiny Latina girl sitting next to him / entwined with him, who is clearly his girlfriend. So I head to the row, and he's mugging me something serious, giving me the stink eye sneer, really putting on the full tough guy display point. So we take off, and as soon as we're actually in the air, some pretty crazy turbulence starts. I love turbulence. I've never felt afraid while flying. It's like a roller coaster to me. So I'm having a sweet time, and the pilots announce that shitty weather means we'll probably have continuous turbulence for a good portion of the flight. I put on some Daft Punk and grin. This is gonna be a sweet ride. 15 minutes of bobbing around later, I hear some strange noises behind me. Turn around to find the huge black dude throwing his guts up, his whole body convulsing with the force of his puke, while the tiny Latina girlfriend holds the airsick bag for him. I had a seriously difficult time not bursting into laughter. I continue to enjoy the next half hour of turbulence, while he continues to attempt to eject his entire digestive system. When we get off the plane, if it is possible for a black man to look green, he did. His tiny girlfriend supported him as he gobbled down the aisle off the plane. Awesome. It wasn't really a what the fuck moment for me, but for the guy next to me flying home from Amsterdam. I was pregnant and had the window seat, and the only open seat on the plane was next to me. Well, some drunk asshole was in front of me and a young Dutch guy next to him. The drunk had already fought with the flight attendants to serve him more drinks when he was clearly drunk, but to be more of an asshole continuously got up and down out of his seat to get into the overhead compartments, trampling the Dutch guy each time. Then he drenched the guy in beer and soaked his seat too. I offered to let the guy sit next to me, warning him I was pregnant. Poor thing. I spent the next 8 hours crying at random and throwing up into bath bags. He had to keep getting up and stealing other people's bags too. He was sweet and sympathetic, but when it finally seemed to stop, the flight attendant didn't come to get the full bag right away, and I dropped it on the floor. It exploded all over both of us and our stuff. Needless to say, I was sorry and felt bad, but we spent the last 2 hours in a transfer flight covered in bath. It was his first trip to the States. Welcome to America. Okay, this is definitely the most what the fuck experience I have had on a flight. So, I was flying Delta. I was probably 16 or 17 at the time, flying with my family back home from Rhode Island after visiting my brother at school. It was a short connection, so the seats were unassigned. Being one of the first on the flight, I took the middle seat of the very first row on the right, in between a lawyer and a pregnant lady. After about 15 to 20 minutes of waiting on the tarmac, I decided I would continue watching Pineapple Express on my portable DVD player before the flight took off. I was about 5 minutes in when a flight attendant walked by, noticed me and asked for me to turn off my player. I promptly did, but the stewardess stayed there, staring at me blankly. I asked what was the matter, and she told me to turn off my noise-cancelling headphones that I still had on to block the airplane noise everyone hates. A little confused but still compliant, I turned off the headphones. She's still there. She then asked me to take my headphones off because they could still restrict my hearing even when turned off. Getting a little frustrated, I reluctantly put my headphones around my neck. She is still standing there. I asked her again if there was a problem. She looked at me as if I had just twisted her nipple and said, "Sir, I don't know if you think this is some sort of a game, but those headphones around me neck could still restrict your hearing, which could be a serious problem in the event of a disaster." I replied saying, "How could these headphones possibly restrict my hearing in any way? They're around my neck." She replied by saying it was regulations and she didn't want to have to call security. I was completely stunned. I couldn't believe she just threatened to kick me off the flight over this headphone thing. So, I told myself to just go with it and don't do anything stupid. I then wrapped up my headphones and put them on top of the DVD player in my lap. By this time, 3 male stewards had come over because there was obviously a problem. One of the males, who I will call Bald Guy, told me to stow my player and headphones rather than keep them on my lap. I seriously couldn't believe it. I asked how my player and headphones could possibly be a problem on my lap during liftoff. He repeated the other stewardess's words by saying it was regulations. So, once again I reluctantly put my DVD player and headphones on the ground in front of me. They were all still there. I asked if there was still a problem. By now, the entire plane was just watching the stewards harass me. They began to tell me that my player and headphones on the ground in front of me against the wall could obstruct the path of the pregnant lady if there were to be a disaster. This was when I could not take it any longer. I looked at the bald guy in the eye and said, "So, what are you guys supposed to be? The comfort Nazis?" Immediately after the words left my mouth, the bald guy flipped out, yelling that I had just called him a Nazi, comparing him to murderers. You know the deal. He began yelling for security. I was like, what the fuck? I'm about to get kicked off this faking flight and hold up my entire family, embarrass myself. Amazingly, the entire flight began to boo the stewards, openly mocking them, telling them to stop harassing a kid. The lawyer to my right began to actually represent me right then and there, telling them they had no right to do what they were doing, saying that there was nothing politically incorrect with what I said and that it was just taken out of context. By this time, security had arrived. The plane was still booing and telling them to stop wasting their time. The original stewardess surprisingly came to my aid, telling security that it was just a misunderstanding and the bald guy was just overreacting. Security was called off, and the bald guy was told to work in the back of the flight. To this day, I can't believe how ridiculous the situation was. TLDR, I reluctantly put away my electronics on a flight, leading to calling the flight attendant a comfort Nazi, and almost got kicked off the flight. This was 11 years ago, so I don't really remember where I was traveling to, but it was in the US. I was sitting at the gate waiting to get on a flight and saw this couple walk up to the gate agent. Old guy, bald, maybe late 50s, and a woman in her late 20s, at best, who looked like she was maybe Peruvian. They were holding on to each other the whole time, so I assumed they were an item. Didn't think anything of it other than that she was too young for him. I find my seat on the plane and notice both of them are in the seats in front of me. Flight takes off without a hitch, but about 45 minutes into the flight we hit some turbulence. Then we hit some more. Then the captain gets on the overhead and tells everyone to sit down and buckle up because they apparently asked the tower to move out of their flight course, but were denied. The turbulence gets increasingly rough. I had to hold on to the armrests a couple of times. Did you ever ride in the back of a bus when you were a kid and the driver gunned it over a hill and you flew up? That's what it was like. There was a clearance under my butt a couple several times. Then it gets really rough. The plane dropped several times intermittently, and it felt like we were on a roller coaster. I was getting the same sensation in my stomach anyway. I'm in the aisle seat, about halfway back in the cabin. The guy in the window seat in my row looks at me and says, "Look at the wing." I look out his window and the wing looks like it is waving at us. That is how much the plane was dropping in the turbulence. My father was an instructor pilot in the Air Force when I was a kid, and he has been a commercial airline pilot for the past 22 years. As a child, I remember seeing a wing do the same thing on a flight he and I were on. He noticed that I was a little unnerved by the situation, so he leaned over and explained that if the wing didn't move up and down like that with some room to give, that it would snap right off. It calmed me, and the rest of the flight was uneventful. So I look at the guy in the window seat next to me and tell him the same thing. Boom. We hit a huge pocket of turbulence and half the cabin screams, and we land at the bottom of the pocket really hard, the hardest of the flight, and 2 of the overhead compartments come flying open. Coats falling out, people yelling. One of the compartments is in the row behind me, on the opposite side, so at like 8 o'clock, all I could envision at that point was luggage flying everywhere and hitting people in the face. Right as I start to unbuckle my belt to close it, the guy sitting under it gets up and closes it. I was just hoping that we didn't hit any turbulence while he was up, or he would have gone flying into the ceiling. I turn my head back to the front of the plane and focus in the foreground and see that the older gentleman in front of me is drenched in sweat. Beads are just rolling down. His wife or whoever she was started freaking out. She didn't know a lick of English. It didn't sound like Spanish, so she wasn't Peruvian. In any event, she knows enough to hit the flight attendant signal, which was hilarious because again, I have the aisle seat, so I can see everything, and the flight attendant just peeks her head out into the aisle from her seat against the cockpit, like, are you faking serious? What, you want a bag of nuts right now? Priceless look on her face. I will never forget it. She ducks her head back in and gets on the overhead and reminds everyone that the seatbelt sign is on and that everyone needs to stay seated. I look back at the woman in front of me and she is terrified, looking at her husband. Then I see his head just roll to the side. I immediately hit my call button and about 3 other passengers hit theirs as well. The flight attendant makes her way up the aisle with Harris playing bumper cars with everyone's seats. I felt bad that she had to get up during the turbulence, but this guy was obviously in trouble. She comes up to the woman and asks what's wrong, but she can't break through the language barrier to tell the flight attendant what is wrong. She just starts crying. The guy is out cold at this point. The turbulence must have given him a heart attack or a stroke, or he just passed out. All of this happening right in front of me. Now, flight attendants are trained in CPR and some minor first aid, but this looked really serious. The flight attendant, let's call her Sally, gets on the overhead and asks if there were any doctors or nurses on the plane, and within about a 10-seat radius, 5 people raise their hands. I was shocked that many people with medical training were on a flight. It was a lifesaver though. A female nurse comes over and starts taking his pulse and undoing his shirt to give him some air. She is doing all of this while we are hitting turbulence, mind you. So another flight attendant comes over and kind of grounds her by holding on to her hips while the nurse attends to the man. Pretty cool idea. A third flight attendant comes over with the crashed cart and first aid kit. They sat the defibrillator on my lap. Sally and the nurse concluded that he wasn't breathing, so they shot him up with something. I don't know what it was. But that nurse, she faking stuck him with a needle, like a boss, on a flight with the worst turbulence I have ever experienced. It was pretty impressive. Then they pull out the defibrillator and rub the paddles together and say clear badass. These flight attendants and nurses were awesome. I was half hoping the whole scene was going to turn into a sucker punch scene and a B Cornish was going to drop down with an M4 and wink at me. But that didn't happen. So they stabilize him and he moans a little bit, and that was a great sign. Everyone in the surrounding area started clapping. Everyone goes back to their seats, but Sally stays with him the whole flight back. We were already too close to our destination to make an emergency landing somewhere else, so the captain said we were just going to land as normally scheduled. We land and we get the faking VIP treatment. I have never taxied so fast in my life. I don't even think the pilot ever throttled down from the landing just right up to the gate. Probably took 30 seconds from touchdown. An ambulance was waiting. The plane stops and some peckerwood stands up in first class to get his bags to get off the plane. Sally was like, "Sir, sit down." Reminds me of Pacino in Heat, where he tells Ralph to sit down. Couldn't believe this guy thought he was more important than getting this old man off the plane. That was it. Pretty crazy. I shook both the pilot's hands and thanked Sally on my way out. I think it was a Delta or Northwest flight. Pretty impressive all the way around. High school. I'm flying with my dad from Lexington, Kentucky out to San Francisco via Atlanta. We get into Atlanta smoothly and board the 3-hour flight to California. I'm sitting there scoping out people coming down the aisle, and by people I mean females, seeing who is going to be sitting around us for the flight. This lady gets on with a baby in one arm, dragging a 3 to 4 year old along with the other. Oh god. Oh yes. She sits behind my pops and I. The little kid behind me proceeds to constantly kick my chair and complain the entire 3 hours, completely ignoring his mother's commands to stop. The infant, who is in the lady's lap for the flight, decides to play the drums on the tray table the entire flight. We got off what was the second most annoying flight of my life. But that's not the story point. A week later we board the plane to fly back to Kentucky. I'm sitting there scoping out people coming down the aisle, and by people I mean females, seeing who is going to be sitting around us for the flight. Fuck. Oh that's right, this lady gets on the flight. There is no way God hates me this much, no possible way. Oh but he does. The lady sits behind us again, for another 3 hours. Another humorous short story. Plane takes off out of Houston, and I'm listening to the control tower / plane chatter on the radio as they used to let you do. The conversation pretty much went like this. Don't remember the official pilot lingo. Control. Flight 123 ascend to 30,000 feet bearing 183 degrees. My flight 123 cockpit. Roger that. Point. About 5 minutes later. Control. Flight 123. Where are you going? Cockpit. Climbing to 30,000 feet at 138 degrees. Control. You're supposed to be at 183 degrees, not 138. Cockpit. Oh sorry about that. I'm a little dyslexic sometimes. Plane proceeds to bank sideways to correct heading. No one sitting around me understood why I was cracking up. I used to travel internationally a lot when I was younger and worked for a telecom company designing new infrastructure. On one of the trips as we were heading to China, I looked out the window. We were above Alaska and the Bering Strait somewhere, and the horizon had a huge slice of black, like some weird wedge-shaped cloud that encompassed half the horizon. It was a bright day on the ground or sea below us. The ice was very bright and white, but there was this giant dark wedge encompassing and seeming to take over the earth as you looked out to the horizon. I had the guys next to me look out and take a look. They were confused at first too. I was really confused for a few minutes. Then I realized what I was looking at in profile and what that engulfing black wedge really was. It was night. We were flying in such a manner that we were surfing the edge of daytime and nighttime at 35,000 plus feet. And at that moment, if you looked out over the horizon you saw daytime fading into night. I only saw that once. It was being in the right place at the right time. I have a picture somewhere I may be able to dig up. Aside from bad in-flight movies, that would be my most what the fuck experience. Completely true story from my father, a pilot. He was flying somewhere down south. I couldn't tell you where right now. He was flying with a bunch of his buddies and this was years ago. But they look out the window and they see a light going to the right a bit, stopping, then going back to the left, and stopping, and repeating this same motion for a few minutes. Suddenly, air traffic control comes on and goes, "Hey, do you guys see that light coming from the direction of the light?" Of course, they all reply, "Yeah, why?" The air traffic controller goes, "What's it doing?" And they explain, "Going to the right, stopping, left, stopping." Air traffic control comes back on and goes, "Yeah, according to us, it's making a perfect square on our radar. Pretty much impossible for a plane to do." They watch it for a few more minutes, and then air traffic control comes back on and goes, "Hey, did that thing crash?" My father replies, "Nope, it shot straight up." I really hope this gets out of the rough of 4,000 comments. Once, I was on a flight to Chicago. I'd taken it on a whim, and it was pretty ill-advised. I'd broken up with my girlfriend at the time and I wanted to spend some more time with her, even though she didn't seem interested in me at all. Back then I had a pretty severe drinking problem due to my time in the Air Force. I was feeling really quite sentimental about my girlfriend's situation after struggling with my drinking on the flight, and was talking to an elderly woman next to me about it. It really helped me think it through, but looking back on it, she must have been bored to death listening to me yammer on. We'd just finished dinner, which was one of those horrible in-flight meals that never tastes right, but even so I was sure there was something wrong with it. Later in the flight, it turned out that somehow, Contaminated fish had made up part of the meals we were served, and even though there happened to be a doctor on board, half the people on the flight were taken ill and he couldn't deal with all of them, although he helped the best he could. Unfortunately, both the pilot and co-pilot had eaten the same meal, and due to my time as a pilot in the war I had to take over despite struggling with the autopilot, a model I hadn't come across before, and the confusing radio instructions for a commercial jet. I was able to land safely with the help of the team on the ground, despite near constant interruptions from the doctor I mentioned. He only added to the stress factor by making it clear how important it was that I was able to land the plane with the lives of everyone on the plane in my hands. Thankfully, when I landed the plane, everyone was able to be treated, and my girlfriend was so impressed that we ended up together again. This didn't last very long, unfortunately. We went into space together a few years later, but that's not important right now. Baby, please don't go. I boarded a plane going from San Francisco to Philadelphia, and remember seeing a pregnant woman take her seat only a few aisles behind mine. I got settled, and before the plane took off, the woman was breathing very heavily and looked extremely nervous. She was traveling alone, which made me a bit concerned, but people get nervous all the time before plane rides. I shrugged it off, and not long after I finished my cup of tea, I fell into a deep sleep. About 3 hours into the 5.5-hour flight, I got woken up by a strong urge to urinate, likely from the diuretic properties of the tea I had consumed only hours prior. I quietly made my way to the lavatory at the very rear of the plane, carefully dodging rogue appendages and nearly tripping over someone's runaway foot, like I was in some gladiator's gauntlet, faking. Sprawlers. I remember thinking to myself, finally making it to salvation. I quickly slide open the lavatory door in anticipation. All I remember after this was being overcome by the sensation of sheer horror. The few things I can recall, blood was everywhere. By everywhere, I mean the floor, the toilet seat, the sink, the mirror, everywhere. It looked like someone had carried out an exorcism. The stench was just god awful. Imagine throwing poo, bus, and blood into a blender, blending it, and splattering it all over your room. That's what it smelled like. The dead baby, no big deal, all good. Wait, what? A faking dead baby? I immediately notified the stewardesses, who were just as mortified as I was upon seeing the grisly scene. After further inspection, it became clear that the lady I mentioned previously had a silent miscarriage in the lavatory and somehow managed to hide it from everyone on the plane. Irresponsible, but impressive. After the pilots were notified, they made an emergency landing in Cleveland. Oh, where men in biohazard bunny suits stormed the plane and disposed of the dead baby. The lady was escorted off the plane and whisked to the nearest hospital. Of all the people on that flight, why me? Fact. To this day, all dead baby jokes play out in my head, as if they took place on an airplane. TLDR, woman had miscarriage on my flight, causing us to emergency land in a plane to get decontaminated by men in intel bunny suits. So I recently flew across the country to surprise some friends. That was fun, a great weekend. The magnitude of awesomeness experienced with those folks was matched only by the degree of awful experience on the flight home with a different group of ladies. I drew first blood in this whole affair, and for that I'm deeply remorseful. I was late boarding the plane and noticed that they were checking bags at the door of the plane to save overhead storage space. I had my laptop and duffel bags, and I didn't want to check either because I had to catch a connecting flight with a super short layover. So as I approached the stewardess, I positioned the duffel bag on the side opposite her and slightly behind me so she wouldn't see it as I passed. This worked perfectly initially, but after I got a few feet past her, she spotted it. She said, "Excuse me sir, but I'm going to have to ask you to check that, and you can pick it up when we land." But again, super short layover, so I just kept my head down and kept walking. By this time there were a few people between her and I, so she just huffed and turned back to continue fleecing everyone else as they boarded the plane. My bad. If I could take it back now, I would point. The next set of interactions was when the 4-year-old twins from The Shining sat down behind me and immediately commenced random staccato shiatsu with what I presume were authentic Dutch wooden clogs. Nothing too out of the ordinary there, just run-of-the-mill annoying. I was resigned to a few hours of this treatment as my lot in life when in walked Amber. She looked like she had just come from a Drudge Report crackhead fashion shoot, a stained Jane jacket over her rumpled tracksuit, greasy hair askew, tripping over her red high heels. Gotta love the pairing of high heels and a tracksuit. I watched her loudly slur "It's my first time flying" at anyone foolish enough to make eye contact with her on her way down the aisle. I kept tabs on her out of the corner of my eye, silently praying for her to glide by like the angel of death at Passover. No such luck. She fell into the seat next to me, smelling like Nick Nolte. She ordered 3 Sky vodkas before we started to taxi. Sky, because it's my first time flying in the sky. The server at the bar, where she spent the 5 hours preceding our departure, had informed her, much to her surprise, that they do not provide mixed drinks on airline flights, and had graciously sold her 5 cans of Red Bull so she could mix her own. So she went from just being loud and annoying to being loud and annoying at breakneck speed. I no longer wonder what Hunter Thompson's twin sister would have been like. Essentially, I'm sitting next to the human incarnation of Callie. I quickly lose track of how many drinks she has knocked back. Apparently the person at the check-in counter had a sick sense of humor and had handed her a few dozen free drink coupons, and she was determined to use all of them. Convinced that I'm her new best friend, she shared that it's my birthday, and of course her go-to catchphrase, "It's my first time flying." Over the next 10 minutes I learned all of the most pertinent information regarding her existence. She works at the most kickers hair salon. It's totally chill, but totally professional too. She likes to party. Her favorite episode of Maury is the one where the lady finds out the 15th guy also isn't her baby daddy. This also happens to be my favorite episode of Maury, but I declined to mention this out of the fear that it would convince her we are soulmates. Undeterred by my monosyllabic responses, she continued raining down verbal diarrhea. I realized my only way out of this was to feign sleep. I asked the stewardess as she walked by if she could bring me a pillow and a blanket. I saw her eyes flit between me and loud drunk Amber, and she kept walking with no other sign she had heard me. Well played, stewardess. Once I realized that the stewardess wasn't coming back and that Amber was showing no signs of stopping, I squeezed past her and hunted down a pillow. I also saw that the plane was completely booked, so there was no chance of finding another seat elsewhere. I slid back into my seat and set up shop, faking sleep before the plane began to take off. For a few minutes, while we waited for clearance, I was successful, but once the engines revved up for takeoff, Amber started drunkenly sobbing and babbling incoherently. I imagine this is what the last scene in Say Anything would have looked like if it had been cast with Janis Joplin instead of Iron Sky. I just tried to look like I was sleeping even harder, but I could feel her hot velociraptor breath as she craned her neck to look past me out the window. Somehow it didn't occur to Amber that it would be completely impossible to sleep with the plane taking off and the twins still playing rock, paper, and seizures behind us, and for this I was grateful for the next half hour. Then we hit turbulence. Amber started growling like a dog around a vacuum cleaner. Every dip resulted in her clutching my arm with her good whiskey grabbing claw. She attempted to shout the storm, "It's my birthday," perhaps as Jonah might have done. The twins started crying because of the turbulence, or Amber, I'm not sure, so someone gave them a DVD player with Looney Tunes on it to try to distract them. This only had the effect of focusing their scrambling footwork, the explosions of the coyote and foghorn leghorn serving as a primitive tribal drum beat, guiding them into a delirious rain dance upon the back of my chair with the exquisite synchronicity that only twins can achieve. The parents apparently forgot to bring headphones, but in the extreme turbulence no one complained. At the end of every cartoon I would be taunted that the powerful trance-like cadence would end soon by the promise, "That's all folks." But it never was. Once the turbulence had died down, Amber's consumption of countless alcoholic beverages reached a breaking point. I have to piss. I have to piss," she shouted to no one in particular. As you may have heard, it was her first time flying, and she had watched the safety instructions with rapt attention. I didn't think she would have remembered any of it, but she surprised me by yelling in frustration, "You must remain in your seat when the seatbelt sign is on." That is a somber promise that no man shall break. The screaming, along with a few dozen presses of the call button, was enough to get the attention of the stewardess. Amber calmly and patiently shouted her plight at full volume. After noticing me, the stewardess replied, "I'm sorry, but we are still experiencing some residual turbulence at this time, so you must remain seated." This was a good 10 minutes after the turbulence had ended. It was so smooth. A guy in the row ahead of me was performing a circumcision, and a guy in the row ahead of him was carving a nice sculpture of the circumcision. It was still, so I had to sit with Amber as she whined for the next half hour until we landed. I never actually saw a wet spot, not that I was staring intently at her crotch, but RO definitely started to smell a bit musky by the end of the flight. My next flight was twice as long and 2 hours late, but it was still better than that first one with Amber, her pre-adolescent, pre-crystal meth doppelgangers, and the vindictive stewardess. It sucks knowing that I could have checked my bag no problem with my extra 2 hours of layover and avoided that last half hour of pungent fragrance. TLDR, by request, I pissed off a stewardess who, in turn, used a nightmare co-passenger to exact her revenge. On a United flight from LA to DC. The flight was a continuing flight from Mexico City, but with a new flight crew. Drink cart came out, and an overly blonde flight attendant asked what we wanted. We ordered, and she moved past us a bit and asked the people behind us what they wanted. The woman answered in Spanish, and before her adult son next to her could translate, the FA snapped, "English. This is America, we speak English. I won't give you anything unless you ask for it in English." Everyone went thun, except my husband, who pulled his headphones off and said loudly to me, "What the fuck, did she just tell that woman to speak in English because it's America? That's faking ridiculous. Did that really just happen?" He continued on for a bit, and the FAs went mute and tried to get the cart down to the back as quickly as they could. They didn't give RO the time of day for the rest of the flight. And yes, as we got off he made a big deal about getting her name and he called United. I went to Vegas with my wife. First, let me say it was an early flight. We got there extra early for check-in, put our bags to the side so as not to get in anyone's way. This 300 plus lb greaseball wearing a Hawaiian shirt and shorts comes waddling in with one carry-on bag. Remember this, it's important, and knocks over my neatly stacked out of the way baggage. It's also 15 degrees outside, freezing, and 5:14 AM. I'm like, whatever, no big deal. Later we get on the plane. My wife has the window, I'm in the middle, and here comes too fat for the seat Hawaiian guy with his little bag to sit next to me. Let me tell you something, this guy smelled like a dead animal covered in throw up and sheet. I literally dry heaved when he sat down next to me. The guy had a carry-on bag that he was clutching like it contained something of utmost importance, obviously not deodorant, and he was sweating through his thin red flowered shirt while everyone else was bundled in heavy winter jackets. We had not even taken off yet and I was becoming violently ill smelling this guy. I had to stuff my face in my sweater and throw my head in my wife's lap to try and escape the smell. That's right, I was inhaling my wife's vagina odor over this guy as a source of oxygen. After an hour the guy became increasingly fidgety and paranoid. This made him sweat more. I can't figure out how a guy who sweated so much was so fat. He was like a walking sauna of used banana hammocks. Finally the guy got up to use the bathroom, and as soon as he closed the bathroom door people began ripping cologne and perfume ads out of magazines and rubbing them on his sweat-soaked chair. I shit you not, people were offering their apologies to me for having to sit next to him, and then the stewardess comes over and says, "I'm sorry, the flight is booked, there's nowhere else to put him," and I'm staring at her like, what? I never even said anything to anyone about it. That's when I realized this guy was such a faking disgusting mess. People were actually rallying around me to try and help me. It was the weirdest moment of my life. For the next 5 hours he made about 20 more trips to the bathroom and each time different rows would come over to rub his seat down with cologne. And you know what was in the bag? Born piles of born. He took a new magazine to the bathroom with him each time. I have not been on a plane since. TLDR. The world's most disgusting fact sat next to me on a 6-hour plane trip and people rubbed cologne and perfume ads on his seat. When he went to the bathroom his smell was so bad he masturbated to a bag of born he brought with him. The entire airplane wanted to help me. I once took one of those sheety little prop planes from St. Louis to New York. I don't remember what airline it was, I just wasn't pleased. Point, it's winter time. We hit a storm we can't go around, so we decide to go through it. Plane was, thankfully, not full as it was shortly after 9/11 and nobody wanted to fly. Point. So we entered the clouds. Sheet gets dark fast. Plane starts to shudder from turbulent winds. I'm having a faking ball because I have no fear of flying despite the fact everyone else is terrified sheetless. And then we hit the real storm. The plane drops, not sure how much, since we are directly in the clouds and the pilots are pretty clearly trying to find an empty spot. I guess our plane couldn't go above the clouds, not powerful enough or something. So we drop again. Point and again. Point, and every faking overhead bin pops open. People start screaming. The stewardesses won't leave their seats. Luggage is doing the Humpty in the aisle. And this little kid who is about 8 or 9 is doing the wave every time the plane dips. I do the wave with him. Point, plane survives trip. I give him a high five on the way out. Me and my friend being the only Americans on a Ryanair flight otherwise filled with Italians from Paris to Rome. Point, holy faking sheet. I knew Italians had a lot of let's say culture, but this was pure insanity. Point, so getting on the plane everyone is pushing and shoving. There is no semblance of a line, but more of writhing blob pushing and shoving to get on the plane. So we are on the plane and everyone is pretty loud. Up to this point nothing weird. So we start to take off and everyone around me is holding on to dear life, praying, hugging the seat in front of them. Still loud as hell though. So, we get up in the air, and as soon as the fasten seatbelt sign turns off, the plane turns into what I can only describe as a flying Mexican flea market. I mean, everyone is up, and walking around, and talking and yelling. Towards the end of the flight we had some turbulence. Everyone sat down, and started screaming, and the girls started crying. Then when we go to land, the same theatrics as we had taken off, except when we land everyone starts clapping and cheering. To top it all off, when I got off the plane no one was at customs or security. I mean no one. So we walked right through. Point, TLDR. Italians are insane. Never fly with them. We were on our way back from a vacation in Hawaii, on a red eye, somewhere over Cali. The airline screwed up our seats and my dad, and I ended up in first class, while my mom and C's were in coach. The co-pilots had come out a few times to chat with us, and this was long before 9/11, so I had gotten to see the cockpit. Everyone else on the plane was asleep, except the crew. I was glued to the window, watching the massive cityscapes pass by below me. Then shit gets interesting. Out of nowhere, the sky starts to light up. I elbow my dad, as I'm already panicking. He looks out the window, and is now worried. We both watch as it gets brighter and brighter. It's bright as day now, and we can't see fuck all. Then, it shows itself. A meteor was passing the plane, ever so slowly. It was close, less than a mile off. I'm horrible with distances, as I have binocular vision, as I could see detailed fractures on the meteor, and bits break off, and evaporate in the atmosphere. I inhale to scream, thinking we are going to die, and my dad clamps his hand over my mouth until the thing passes completely, and the sky goes dark again. I had calmed down at that point. Then the pilots came out of the cockpit and asked us if we saw it, both trying to keep quiet but unable to contain their excitement. Best flight ever, TLDR. Watched a meteor enter the atmosphere and narrowly miss our red-eye flight. On a red day from SLC, a young mother sits in the aisle seat with her infant in the row I'm in. She's chunky and hippie-ish and pleasant enough. The seat between us was then filled by another mother, this one easily in her 80s, who was traveling with a dozen of her children/grandchildren/great-grandchildren, Mormons. Of course everyone within sight of an infant immediately feels anxiety at the prospect of an overnighter with a child, who is sure to wail non-stop. So we take off, and the young mother proceeds to envelope her baby, holding the child close in against her ample bosom, and curling over her/him, and cooing and talking softly. This goes on for at least 4 hours, and the baby barely makes a peep. Maybe once it starts to get upset and the mother redoubles her efforts and the baby settles down again. At the end of the flight, the mother receives accolades for her baby handling skills from nearly every passenger around her. TLDR, I took a 4-hour day with an infant in my row, and said infant never cried or otherwise disturbed another passenger for the flight's duration. I served in the Norwegian Air Force for my conscription, and as a result I had quite a few what the fuck moments, or as we call them, pucker moments, the little amount of time after a scare that causes your anus to clench into a black hole. My favorite one was when a helicopter took me along for a joyride on a combat exercise. I was really new in the armed forces, still wet behind my ears. I got into the helicopter early and got to meet the pilots. Really nice guys, ages and ages of experience sitting behind the stick, so I felt safe. Then I met the crew that we were delivering into combat. These were 6 big as mountains, burlesmen, all in ski masks. None of them even recognized me as being in existence. The flight was pretty long, almost 20 minutes, and not a word was said by any of them. Finally we stop moving and hover above about 6 meters or 18 feet above the mountain. The pilot gave the all clear, the doors were opened, and after a little moment's hesitation all 6 of them jumped out 6 goddamn meters above the ground. The pilot just smiled at me and said, "These guys are pussies." The guys before them jumped at 9. I seriously thought for a while it was some sort of ritualistic military suicide. After a while I summoned enough courage to look out the door. All 6 of them were fine, standing in the snow and signaling for us to fuck off. I closed the door and we RTB. About a week later they reappeared in camp. Dirty, mangy, smelling of pure death. Rumor had it later on that they camped out most of the week in a sewer pipe. TLDR. 6 hardcore Norwegian airmen jumped out of the helicopter mid-flight. On a flight back from Hawaii, the row in front of me contained a bearded guy who looked about 40 and a Japanese woman who looked about 60. It was dark and the cabin lights were off. They began chatting. Soon I noticed that they were each leaning in toward the unoccupied middle seat and sort of whispering. I heard her say, "But I'm married," a bunch of times. She showed him her ring and he took her hand in his. They fondled each other's hands for a while. Occasionally she'd scold him and they'd talk some more, but soon they were fondling hands again. I hear her say, "But I don't know you." Soon the guy took out his driver's license and gave it to her to inspect, which she did for upwards of 10 minutes. When she was done he leaned in for a kiss. They made out for a while, about 40 minutes, and they stopped because she once again said that she was married, though this time she said it with a tiny bit of a smile. Her heart was clearly pounding. There was an electricity that overtook her. He was magnetized and focused on her every movement. When the plane landed they both rushed off together down the aisle toward the exit. The guy was on my next flight, and I noticed that when he boarded the plane he had a red rose with him. The woman was nowhere to be seen. This isn't really my story. It's a coworker story about her friend, but it's so what the fuck that I have to post it. I can't vouch for the accuracy of certain facts, as this is all third hand. However, the essentials are there. This did actually happen. Back in the late 1990s, this woman gets on a plane. It's been significantly delayed, so the flight crew is irritated and trying to get people to board as fast as possible. Said woman's seat is up front, so she gets to see the procession of tired, annoyed people walking down the aisle, stowing away their luggage. One of the passengers is holding a suitcase out in front of him, away from his body. He's sweating profusely and looking straight ahead, unblinking. He walks to his seat, loads his luggage into the overhead compartment and sits down for a couple of minutes, waiting for everybody to be seated. Once all the overheads are closed and everyone's in their seats, he gets back up and leaves. Of course the flight attendants notice, but for some reason they don't do anything. Nobody else seems to notice or care, except for the woman and a guy in the back who immediately stands up and confronts the flight attendants. That man just left without his luggage. The flight attendant says she doesn't remember him bringing on any luggage, and that he probably just decided at the last moment not to fly because he was scared. Happens all the time, she says. Listen to me, I'm a retired security manager for this airport, and I know this shit does not happen. You need to get everybody off the plane and bring in somebody to do a search. Now, at this point people were beyond irritated and were telling the guy to sit down. Why can't we just go already? The woman speaks to the flight attendant. He was carrying a suitcase about this big. He put it in the bin back there. After a couple of minutes the flight attendants relent and asked everybody to leave the plane, after which security officials did a scan. It was a faking bomb. This was pre-2001. I was on a flight about 3 years ago with my wife, and there was a man and a woman across the aisle from us. The man was telling the woman some funny stories and they were both laughing. A female flight attendant approached them and told the woman that her laughing was too loud and that she needed to keep it down. The lady seemed surprised but nodded in agreement. After a few minutes, the man went back into his story and the lady started laughing again. Nothing obnoxious, just two people having a good time. Again, the flight attendant approached them and said her laughing was out of control and that she needed to control herself. At this point, the lady asked for the flight attendant's name, as no one else seemed to have a problem. The flight attendant shouted over 3 rows to the attendants with the drink cart, "That's it. This lady is cut off. No more drinks for her." Everyone was stunned, as we hadn't even had drink service, and the lady protested that she hadn't had any alcohol at all. It was 1 p.m. Again, the flight attendant cut her off and said, "If you want to make a deal out of this, I will have air marshals waiting for you on the ground and you will go straight to jail. Now sit quietly or else." We all sat there stunned, and the attendant stormed off. Everyone around the poor lady, my wife and I included, started telling her that the attendant was way out of line. A lady in front of her even wrote out a description of the situation that we all passed around and signed, stating that the attendant was in the wrong. About 20 minutes later a cowed-looking male flight attendant came and informed the couple that massholes would escort them from the plane and they were going to be questioned on the ground. He listened patiently to her side of the story and even read the description we had all signed. He seemed genuinely sorry, but as we got off the plane, the beachy flight attendant was waiting in the tunnel with 2 marshals who escorted the couple to the side and began questioning them. My wife and I hung out a bit to see if we could give a statement, but the people were released. After about 3 minutes of questioning, TLDR saw a beachy stewardess get 2 people detained and questioned by TSAP because she didn't like a lady's laugh. On a flight from Belfast to Birmingham, a lady boarded after I was seated and asked if I would hold her baby whilst she got settled in. I said okay. A few minutes passed and the mother didn't return. I call for a flight attendant who brings one of those orange belts and tells me to strap the baby onto me as they would be taking off soon. I protest quite loudly, "This is not my baby. It belongs to some woman back there." The F/A insists I strap it in after claiming that I was the dad and was trying to plan the baby off onto my wife. I spent the flight attached to a strange baby and with a sore neck as I kept looking round for the mother. Upon landing I see the lady chatting with the F/S and it becomes clear that she works for the airline. She had placed an airline ID badge around her neck, so that's how I knew. She takes the baby from me and sarcastically thanks me for offering to look after him. Not knowing what else to say, I lied and told her that I was the worst person to pull that stunt on, as I was a social worker and that she would be getting a home visit pretty soon. Her face went a bit white at that point. I did actually call Birmingham Social Services to report the incident, but I never heard back from them. During one flight, I was just napping a little bit until lunch was brought around. I open my eyes and I see something walk really fast across my lap into the folder holder of my seat, or technically, on the back of the seat in front of me. It was shiny and red brownish. Yep, a cockroach. My first reaction is to scream. I'm sick of these moth-faking cockroaches on this moth-faking plane, but I was wise enough to realize that had caused quite some panic in the cabin. Instead, I throw wide-eyed glances at the steward until he realizes something is up. When he hears the story, he's unsure of what to do, so he goes to ask the other flight attendants for advice. A couple of minutes later he comes back while I keep my eye on the folder holder, and he says, "Well, since we don't want to cause panic, I suggest giving you your food, and we'll take care of the cockroach after we've taken everyone's dinner away." I'm pretty convinced that cockroaches are pretty snug there, so I agree. He then proceeds to give everyone their drinks, and when he reaches my seat, I all of a sudden see that Don cockroach get out of the folder holder, so I say, "There it is." And then we both watched with horror to see the cockroach disappear between the pillow and the seat of the woman in front of us. So now we have a woman who has a cockroach behind her back. The steward freaks a little and decides to go talk to the pilots. He then comes back to me. Yeah. She doesn't know, and we don't want any unnecessary panic on the plane. We are just going to keep our mouths shut until someone else notices, and if no one does, we'll clean the plane thoroughly when we land. We can give you another seat, though. I like my seat, so I just decided to keep an empty cup ready in case I happen to see the cockroach. We joke a bit about a finder's reward, or hush money, and I calmed down a little, although I wasn't really freaked out by everything. It was just, odd, or something. Anyway, fast forward a little bit. The steward has taken our garbage away, and everything seems to be fine. Then the steward comes back to my seat, and, while picking bits and pieces of the cockroach off of his hands, he says, "These bastards are hard to get rid of." Apparently, the cockroach had crawled onto his clothes while he took away the woman's plate, and when he noticed it, he just dumped it into the container with drinks in them. They have high edges, and killed it with a bottle of cognac. I have to say, I was pretty happy to be rid of it. Plus, at the end, I did get my hush money, or, well, hush alcohol, one of those cute little houses they give to business class passengers on KLM flights. Yep. Pretty entertaining flight. TLDR, there was a cockroach on the plane. I was the only one who saw it. The steward killed it with a bottle of cognac. This will probably just end up buried, but here it is. I was on a flight from San Francisco to San Antonio, Texas back in the late 90s. The plane I was flying on was smaller, so it had just one flight attendant stationed near the middle of the plane. It was small, only the size of one row of seats, and also had an emergency exit point. A line had begun to form for the bathroom, and after some time was all the way back to where I was sitting, which was an aisle seat. As more people began to get in line, I noticed an older woman waiting in line, dressed head to toe in leopard print. Hat, jacket, gloves, pants, shoes, all leopard print. At first, I was just amused by her outfit, but then I noticed that the line had dissipated, and she was still there. Even more, she was now standing in the flight attendant station staring out the window of the emergency exit point. All of a sudden, I saw her body jerk up and down. Then again, and again. I lean forward to try and see what she is doing, when I see her leopard print gloves holding onto the emergency exit handle. At that moment, it hit me. She is trying to open the door. Till that moment, I had never experienced a rush of panic quite that overpowering. Visions of me and my family being sucked out the door was all I could think about. Of course, my first thought wasn't to stop her immediately. I fumbled with my seatbelt and tightened it as much as I could bear. Then I leaned over and politely, how I didn't scream at her, I will never know, asked if she was trying to find the bathroom. She replied, well, yes, but the damn door won't open. I told her it was at the back of the plane, and she wandered off completely unaware of the fact that she scared me half to death. My dad was a pilot, so I've been on more than a few flights. I've got a story or two, but this is my favorite. We were flying from Toronto to Madrid. It's a pretty long flight and most of the people on board were sleeping. There was an elderly man sitting at the very front of the regular seats, just behind the curtain that separates regular from business class. He was jittery, so I assumed he was afraid of flying. I gave him my best reassuring smile, but he didn't seem to care. His daughter was asleep next to him. I went back to reading my book when I was suddenly struck by a truly foul stench. I turned around and saw the old man squatting on the floor in front of his seat, sheeting. I ran to the cockpit, pre-9/11. Pilot's son could do that, and told my dad. At first he didn't believe me and was pretty embarrassed that I would make up such a gross poo joke in front of his colleague. Then the stink reached us. I distinctly remember the co-pilot's eyes going wide. Oh my god, I think someone really did sheet on the floor, he said. My dad shook his head in disgust, told me to close the cockpit door, and called a stewardess. I spent the rest of the flight up there. My mother came to join us within seconds, and at first my troll dad didn't want to open the door. It will let in the stink. He shouted, open this faking door before I kick it in. My mother whispered, again, pre-9/11. Threatening to kick down the cockpit door was okay if your husband was in there being a dick. Turns out the man was quite senile. His poor daughter did her best to clean up the mess and apparently her dad wiped his butt with the curtain while she picked up his hot mess. Eater, 4 more hours. On a flight from the West Coast to Washington, D.C., a mid-30s Middle Eastern man sitting next to me had his laptop open to some pictures of what I surmised was a restaurant space he was renovating. So, just your average entrepreneurial Middle Eastern guy as far as I could tell. Point still, a particularly vigilant dude in the row ahead of us across the aisle kept turning around and looking at him warily and giving me a look that I interpreted as keep an eye on him while looking at the pictures on his laptop. The restaurateur dozed off soundly. However, he had some kind of alarm application on his laptop that told him what time and each time zone he should observe his prayer duties as a Muslim. The alarm was a sound file of the call to prayer. It went off loudly enough for everyone in the vicinity of our seats to hear it, and shit if Mr. Homeland Security didn't lose his mind and turn around to look at us in a panic. But the restaurateur slept through it. Snored even. I reached over and pressed the laptop's mute button before anyone else freaked out. I ended up sitting next to some cougar in first class where she proceeded to take advantage of the free drink and get completely smashed and hit me heavily. She even got up during takeoff to use the restroom. She was basically climbing up the aisle. Since the plane was still ascending 2 minutes later, she came back with significantly more cleavage. It was so awkward. I tried my hardest to just listen to music and look out the window. She eventually moved on and got into this loud political debate with the people in the back row. Then this obese flamboyant gay man in front of me angrily gets up out of his seat, turns around, gets into the aisle. He proclaims loudly in the most lispy voice I've ever heard, "Hello, lady. This is not a public debate. Would you please shut up as some of us are trying to sleep?" She then silently sat back down. It was awesome. I've only ever flown twice, a year ago, when I was 18, to get to London and back. I have a terrible fear of flying. Well, not so much flying as crashing, and basically ensured I had a hefty supply of diazepam. I tried some the night before my first flight, and it didn't work. So I took another one the morning of the flight for breakfast, and I still felt nothing. At this rate, I wasn't getting on the plane. I took another whilst hopelessly sobbing in the boarding queue. Still felt nothing, and had never been so afraid in my life. I hyperventilated as the plane was taking off and passed out, basically being the type of person you do not want to be sitting beside on a plane. I awoke a few minutes later to realize I was in the air and would most certainly not be getting back down anytime soon, and started panicking even more. The flight attendants kept plying me with water, and near the end of the flight the diazepam had finally kicked in, I think. I poured a full cup of water all over my boyfriend's crotch just as we were approaching the airport. The plane then landed horribly and suddenly, and I started screaming at the top of my lungs thinking we were hitting all sorts of things in the sky, despite the fact we were now on the ground in Heathrow Airport. It was at this point my boyfriend stood up from his seat, and everyone turned round to look at him. It looked like he had wet himself. After emitting the jolliest screams known to man. I haven't been on a plane since the flight back. TLDR. I hyperventilated and passed out on a plane after my diazepam didn't work. Woke up and poured water all over my boyfriend's crotch and proceeded to scream. It looked like he'd wet himself and was screaming like a girl. One time I was on a flight from Europe to Australia with a flight switch in Singapore. Each flight was 12 hours long, a total of 24 hours in the air. When we arrived in Australia we were told to stay seated as someone was taken off in a stretcher. Found out later that the person had died mid-flight. Another time my dad wanted to get rid of a glass he had so he could go to sleep, so he placed it on the seat just by him. The guy came back from the toilet and lay down on top of the glass and there was all this crunching as it broke under him, but he was really fat and didn't even notice it. But that was more funny than anything. Oh, I just thought of a third and last one. It was Christmas season, flying to the States. I was looking out my window with my brother going, "We're still in the clouds. Wonder when we will start seeing the city," when suddenly the plane goes bam as it landed on the tarmac, giving me a huge fright. There was such a bad snowstorm we were unable to see out the windows. My uncle is a mountain climber. He summited Everest a few years ago, and a couple months ago was climbing St. Elbrus in Russia. He summits St. Elbrus successfully and goes to the Moscow airport to fly back to Canada. After everyone had boarded the plane, a Chechnyan man runs to the front and tells everyone that he has a bomb attached to him that he will blow up unless the Russian government lets Chechnyan prisoners go. My uncle is at the back of the plane confused as to what is going on because he only speaks English. After 5 hours many people had fainted because the plane was not on and therefore air conditioning was not on. This was during a heat wave also. So the terrorist allows doctors to come aboard to help the sick people. However, instead of doctors it was the Russian equivalent of a SWAT team that kicked the living shit out of the man. After this everyone was deplaned and my uncle was stuck in the airport for an additional 16 hours being questioned by the Russian officials without being allowed to call the Canadian embassy, and the airport didn't call the embassy either. He eventually came home with this sick story. TLDR, my uncle was on a Russian plane when a Chechenian terrorist held the plane hostage for 5 hours. In my previous job, I often flew, but since my flights were typically booked last minute which often landed me in the rear of the plane opposite the bathroom point, while flying home from Atlanta on a typical small 2 extra seat jet, a small boy, maybe 4 years old, a few rows up and opposite aisle from me, asked his mother if he could use the bathroom. The boy went in and closed the door and did his business. Time passed, perhaps 15 minutes, and I heard quiet sobbing from the bathroom. More time passed. Eventually, I got a hold of his mother and informed her of the situation. She knocked on the door and gently called to her son. No response, just louder crying. She tapped on the door and told him to let her in. Click. The door swung open slightly. I wasn't looking as I had no intention of seeing what happened, but I instantly had a good idea. The overwhelming odor of feces swept past me. The mother went in, and I heard her swearing under her breath. She came back out and got a hold of the flight attendant. From their quick discussion, it seemed the bathroom was out of toilet paper. The boy probably was caught off guard by this predicament. He did the only thing he can think of, using his clothes and hands to wipe. The flight attendant gathered a fistful of napkins and together her and the mother came toward me to deal with the issue in the bathroom. Again they opened the door fully this time. With morbid curiosity, I peered to my right to see what was going on. The child was covered from head to foot with poo. It was on the walls, the sink, the door, everywhere. They brought him into the aisle next to me to clean him up. I should point out at this time that most planes only fit one passenger seat directly across from the bathroom. I've never made myself so small. I plastered myself to the wall of the aircraft as best as I could to avoid being touched. While the whole situation was rectified rather quickly, I don't know if this was more traumatic for the boy or me. The whole time he was getting wiped off he was looking me straight in the eyes while bawling. TLDR, kid used his own clothing as toilet paper 4 inches from me. I was on a flight from the East Coast to Arizona. In the middle of the flight the pilot gets on the intercom and is like, "Is anyone a doctor on the plane?" There was a lady like 3 rows up from me on the right section who had an oxygen tank and her family was all around her. I didn't think anything of it since it just seemed like she was just sick. 20 minutes later, the pilot gets on the intercom and is like, "We are diverting and making a stop in Denver." We landed in Denver, probably going 600 miles an hour. I have never gotten to the gate that fast in my life. After the door opened there was police, firefighters, EMT, you name it. You couldn't really see what was going on since there was so much commotion. I remember the family got off the plane with the lady. I specifically remember the look on the passenger on my right when she looked out the window and saw there was a white sheet over the woman that was 3 rows up. She died on the plane. So you wonder, if someone dies on a plane what happens? They'll land the plane, get the body off the plane, and do some paperwork, and you are on your way in 30 minutes. The kicker to the story is in Denver it was during spring break, so they had a lot of overbooked passengers. The pilot gets on the intercom and says they are letting people from Denver board the plane, since we had a few empty seats. Mind you, we were coming from the East Coast. Sure enough, a lady sat down in the same seat that the woman just died in. They didn't even clean it. I could not believe it. I was in awe for the rest of the flight. I was thinking about telling the woman after the flight that someone died in her seat 20 minutes before, but I figured if that was me, I wouldn't want to know. 2 stories. When I was about 10, I was flying from California to New York on my own. I was in the middle of a 3-seat row. On my left was a 30-ish lady, and on my right was a very old guy. After about an hour into the flight, he pulled out erotic literature and started reading it no problem. I read all the words and even saw pictures of sex and everything. I remember thinking, does he think this is appropriate? Then I also remember him having a big smile while reading. I couldn't understand why. Now, I do. It's really creepy. The lady on my left kept looking over, seeing if I was reading the erotic literature, but never said anything during the 5-hour flight. Lol. The second thing that happened to me while flying was while I was in the army. I used to do detainee transportation operations from southern Iraq into Baghdad, and we'd fly on old Korean era C-130s with propeller airplanes. Ask anyone who has flown props, and they'll tell you they're the bumpiest rides ever, and pretty darn scary. Well, as we're flying into Baghdad on complete blackout, insurgents try to shoot our planes out of the sky, so at night, we go dark. It was already pretty tense flying in, being in such an old plane, with the potential rockets coming at you, in the complete dark, while the plane is zigging left and right to make aiming at it harder. Then, the engine explodes. A thunderous explosion shook the whole plane and the whole cabin filled with shouting Arabic and English. I looked to the right and saw that one of the engines had exploded. I couldn't believe my eyes. Thank God we were on approach to landing. Interestingly though, the fire went out pretty quick, and as I heard it, the plane went back into service a few months later. Lol. I remember one of the Air Force pilots telling me, it happens. On the upside, I got to stay in Baghdad for 4 days in the Green Zone, which is a large departure from where I was staying. They had bars, all kinds of food, massage parlors, a huge PX, like at Mart or Target, and tons of cute civilian girls running around. Coming back from Vegas, I had a seat over the right wing and the engine stopped. Stopped. That, in and of itself, didn't bother me. The plane has multiple engines, right? We can get home without one. What bothered me was the sound of a car trying to start on a cold day. Engine restarts, runs for 10 minutes, conks out. Again. HMM. They seem really intent on restarting that engine. My coworker story. He's a former EMT. A man on his flight complained of pain in his eye. When questioned, it turned out he'd recently had eye surgery and had flown despite his doctors telling him not to. When they do surgery on your eye, tiny pockets of air are left inside your eyeball. If you fly, the pressure changes cause the air bubbles to expand. My coworker ended up on the phone with eye doctors on the ground, taking instructions for how to insert a syringe into this guy's eyeball to relieve the pressure point. 2 years ago, 20 minutes into a 5-hour flight, my son shat himself in a spectacular explosion that went right up his back, out the neck hole of his shirt, and into his hair. My wife picked him up and carried him at arm's length, as first towards the line of people waiting to use the lavatory. They all fled, and she went in there with him. Runny clumpy sheet was dripping down his legs and off his ass onto the floor. There's no room to maneuver in those bathrooms. Meanwhile, I'm trying to scoop sheet off his seat with cocktail napkins and a bath bag. Someone deployed perfume, which made everything worse. The woman across the aisle threw up. The woman sitting in front of me held her nose for the next 2 hours. TLDR, syringe in eyeball, and, separately, pup explosion. Was on a flight from Toronto to Thunder Bay, Ontario back in 2009. We were halfway there, and flying near Sault Ste. Marie, and it was nighttime. I'm looking out my window and I see aircraft lights way off in the distance, getting bigger. I ask the guy next to me to look out the window and tell me if I'm crazy, but nope. He sees them too. We are flying at 30,000 feet, and we both watch as slowly the lights get bigger and bigger. It's a jet, and it's coming right for us. Neither of us truly believe it's gonna hit. I mean, the ATC can't be that stupid, right? After a few seconds, I'm not so sure, and I grit my teeth. The plane gets close enough to us that I can see into its cabin windows, and it flies directly beneath us. Less than 500 feet for sure. The turbulence of it flying below us shakes our plane. Neither the captain nor flight attendants never mention a thing. Freaked me right the hell out. I had just got out of prison and was on my way home. I had just found out that my wife, who waited for me the whole time I was in prison, had just died in a car accident right before I was due to be released. So I'm on the plane and this creepy old guy in a pale suit keeps talking to me like he knows me. He keeps trying to offer me a job, but he won't tell me anything about what he actually does or even his real name. But he knew my name and he knew things about me that he couldn't have known. Anyway, our plane was grounded by a storm and I ditched the guy because he was creeping me out, got off and decided to rent a car and drive the rest of the way home. I know he didn't get off the plane because he was sleeping when I left, and I watched. Nobody else got off the plane after me. On my way home, I randomly stop in some town to get something to eat at a bar, and who is there waiting for me? That same creepy old man. You can't explain that. Okay, granted, I was technically in the wrong here, but who does this? We were taxiing to the runway getting ready for takeoff, and I was texting my friend. A girl 2 seats over from me in the same row raises her hand and starts saying miss, trying to flag down a flight attendant. She gets her attention and then says, "Excuse me, there's a man here on his cell phone," and points to me. I dropped my phone on the floor out of sheer shock. Why wouldn't she just talk to me first? I was within arm's reach of her. Is this really happening? The flight attendant came back and looked at me. I was not holding my phone anymore, but since the girl was pointing at me, she said, "Is your phone on?" I replied, "Yay." And she said, "Okay, well, please turn it off. Not in airplane mode. It needs to be completely powered off for takeoff." I gave her poker face until she walked away. I then proceeded to film the takeoff on my phone while staring at the girl. I was on a flight from LA to Tokyo for vacation a few years ago. We decided to go the cheap route, as most people do, and flew Varig Airlines. What we didn't realize at the time was that the airline was going into talks that week to file for bankruptcy and had been having major safety issues with its aircraft in South America. Anyway, back to the flight. So we took off from LA and everything seemed to be going great minus the usual annoyances of traveling. About 4.5 hours into our flight, somewhere over the Pacific, I noticed a passenger next to me get the stewardess's attention and point to something outside the plane. Next thing you know, one of the pilots leaves the cockpit to come back and look. As soon as he returned to the front of the plane, the second pilot came back to have a look. You could tell a few of the passengers were getting nervous at this point. The pilot returned to the front of the plane and a few more minutes went by before we started to make a sharp turn. Now I don't know my geography that well, but I was pretty sure in the time we were in the air we hadn't missed Tokyo. That's when the pilot came over the radio and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that one of your fellow passengers has noticed a leak in the left wing. Unfortunately, we will not be continuing on to Tokyo and will have to return to LA to fix the issue. Once we are about 100 miles off the coast, we will be dumping the remaining fuel to ensure there are no complications." I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, we got back, landed and departed the plane. But the last 4.5 hours of that trip are up there as one of scariest moments I have had in an airplane. TLDR, flight to Tokyo had a fuel leak over the Pacific and we had to turn around and head back to LA. Over the past spring break, I was flying back home from college after classes in the morning. As I got into the airport, I saw one of my professors in the airport. I had just got out of his class a few hours ago. I thought it might help my grade if I tried to talk to him. So I went over and tried to talk to him. It was the most awkward 10 minutes of my life. Trying to make conversation with a 50-year-old professor was painful. I then got onto my flight and sure enough I saw my professor sitting all the way back in the flight. I looked at my boarding pass and it said 25E, which was relatively a small number, and I was pretty sure I would not end up sitting next to him. But every row of seats I passed my heart started beating faster and faster. I thought to myself there is no way I could be sitting next my professor. If it did happen I would kill myself, especially after the awkward conversation we had. Sure enough I ended up sitting right next to him, and there began the strangest, most awkward flight of my life. At first I pretended to sleep so that I did not have to talk, but I could not fall asleep. So I thought, fuck it, what would be the worst that could happen? At first I told him that I was a computer scientist and he showed me how he had set up a virtual Linux box in his Windows and seemed pretty excited. But soon the conversation started to shift, and before I knew he started talking about prostitutes in Egypt. This was the exact quote. They are all covered up in clothes from head to toe. You could not see how they looked until you paid them. It was like Christmas presents. Once you open you cannot return. I was stunned by his description of prostitutes in Egypt. He then added, of course, I don't know if this is true. One of my friends told me this. This was the longest 4 hours of my life. I was on a flight back from Hawaii to LA sitting in the aisle seat when two of the largest people I've ever seen came rolling down the aisle. I'm praying to the sweet gods of mercy that they will sit down before they get to me. No such luck. They are a couple and just the nicest people you'll ever meet, but they each border on morbid obesity. They purposely booked a midnight flight hoping that they would get a empty plane, but, as luck would have it, the flight was packed. At the beginning of the flight they did their best to stay contained in their own seats. The woman had her arm propped up on the wall so that she could make more room, and her husband was practically on top of her so that he wouldn't spill over to me. Within an hour after taking off, however, both were asleep and this dude's arm, which was easily twice the size of my thigh, was across my abdomen. The flight attendant felt sorry for me and let me sit in first class for the last hour of the flight. But if this isn't the most what the fuck moment I've ever had. Oh man, do I have a story for you. Alright, so I guess it all really begins with my ex-girlfriend, who was a stewardess on a certain airline. I'm a veteran and have seen some pretty awful things and have had an intense fear of flying ever since. Well, said ex-girlfriend dumped me and, wanting to win her heart back, decided I'd try to show some balls and booked a flight from LA to Chicago, on which she was working. Other than them handing me a ticket that was on fire and some difficulty taking off, some dipshit miscommunication between the tower and the pilots, it was actually going well, despite my gut-wrenching terror at being suspended in the air in a flying metal death machine. She kept shooting me down though, metaphorically. I don't know why I was so eager to get her back, now that I think about it. Anyways, they served us a delightfully shitty meal. I could barely get it down myself. Airplane food is god awful. Soon after is when all the craziness started happening. Passengers around me started getting sick left and right. We found out later that one of the meal options, the one I thankfully didn't pick, had gone bad. Trapped at 30,000 feet with a truckload of food poisoned people. Great. Some weird shit went down, let me tell you. Old ladies speaking in tongues. Some guys from Queens responding to her as if they were having a conversation. Some chick even ran around half naked. Eventually I found out that the pilots had gotten sick too, and surprise surprise, guess who they wanted to fly the plane with? I go up to the cockpit. Mind you, my brain is screaming at me to turn back and run, arms flailing in the opposite direction the whole time. And when I get there I see my ex messing with a sex doll. I mean, of all the times, I knew she was an info, but yeesh, she called it the autopilot, freak. Then she actually turns to me and is all like, what are you doing here? You can't fly this plane. I was like, beach, you think I haven't told them that? The pilots were delirious. One couldn't understand a word I said. All I wanted was to know the situation, where we were, speed, how far off course, something. But the guy kept telling me not to call him Shirley or something. Clearly a nut job point, so I grabbed the controls. not without apprehension, but I realize that the only way I'm going to survive this is if I land the plane my damn self. I call the tower, and to my surprise, I hear my old co on the line. They brought him in to help talk me through this. Thing is, I fucking hate the guy. He didn't know that until my beach ex told him over the damn mic. Suddenly, we hit a cloud bank, and before I know it, we are in a fucking lightning storm. One of the engines is struck and all but explodes. Point sheet was really hitting the fan. Point at this point the people in the tower are screaming at me. Elaine is cowering in fear, and all I want is to get back on the ground. I break through the clouds and the douche major has the audacity to say you're coming in too fast. No shit. You think I'm doing this for giggles, idiot? Well, I successfully landed the plane, obviously, and my ex was so impressed that she kissed me. Seriously. After sitting there for an hour, hollering in my ear that I was going to get her killed after I had walked in on her and an inflatable doll, and now she wants to shag? Sorry, but no point. Beach point TLDR, I've seen a grown man naked. About 7 years ago, I was traveling to Tampa with my girlfriend at the time. We were flying on the now defunct Independence Air, Fly. People beach about the clientele on low-cost carriers like Southwest, but folks on this airline really took the cake. Point anyway, we were connecting in Dulles. Before we boarded the plane, I saw a shabby-looking man wearing tweed, carrying an old-fashioned briefcase, and mumbling to himself. He had stains down the front of his shirt which I couldn't identify. I mentioned to my girlfriend how I felt sorry for whomever he sat next to. We sit down in our seats. I'm at the window, and my GF has the middle seat, and then this guy sits next to her. The guy immediately requests wine, and is told he would have to wait. He is obviously a nervous passenger, and he starts chatting with us about everything under the sun. Immediately, I notice he isn't all there. His name is Larry D'Angelo. Point he speaks like he is an Italian mobster, and tries to tell us he is one as well. He tells us we are beautiful kids and wishes his son was more like me and less of a fuck up. Then he asks us if we have heard of D'Angelo, the singer. After we nod, he pulls out pages of lyrics claiming D'Angelo stole his songs and talks about pending litigation against him. As drank his little bottles of Sutter home, he spilled them on his shirt, and I realized where the stains came from. Point as he drank, he got more boisterous. Though, from his breath and behavior I think he had been drinking long before the flight too. He starts saying I'm faking Italian to us and anybody who will listen. He alludes to doing some work in Tampa for the mob. Then he pulls out flyers from an art show at a mental institution where his schizophrenic wife was doing an exhibit and is supposedly the woman pictured on the front, and tells us about her decline. He gave us the flyer to keep. Point at this point he is reaching maximum intoxication. We are fidgeting in our seats uncomfortably, and folks nearby are smiling at us and apparently reveling in our misery. At that point Larry talks about how he is faking beautiful and then looks at the guy across the aisle, one of the guys having a chuckle previously, and says unlike this big fat fuck. He then let out one of his huge exaggerated laughs and kept insulting the nearby passengers. I was fed up at this point and not getting out of the situation, so I joined in on picking on the other passengers around us and laughed and voiced my agreement loudly. It felt surreal, but also awesome to vent some frustration about the situation. Point eventually he gets cut off, passes out snoring, and before we get off the plane he says I can give him a call if I want some work. Point TLDR, shark attack. This is less of a what the fuck and more of a fuck yeah experience. Point I traveled to England with a friend I didn't know very much. Long story short, she decided to be a crazy beach and lie, and lie some more. By the last half of the trip, we weren't even in the same cities. We had the same flight home because we booked it beforehand. To my surprise she changed her seat, so she didn't have to sit next to me, a win in my book. The woman who decided to take the seat next to me was a flight attendant who was off duty. She was extremely cool. We talked for hours, and since she knew all the girls who worked on the flight, she brought us drinks and food from first class the entire flight. Each person had their own screen to watch DVDs or whatever. Well, she had a card that she could swipe and it would give her any movie she wanted for free. So me and this rad flight attendant got drunk and watched Pineapple Express and laughed our asses off the entire time. I got so drunk, I passed out and awoke just as we were landing back home. Best flight ever. We had snacks, drinks, movies and great conversation. The evil woman I went with would turn her head in disappointment, staring back at us TLDR. Flight attendant sat next to me and got me free drinks, snacks, movies, and food from first class. I was on a flight to the Dominican Republic on a fairly large plane. There was a really preppy family, most likely going to a mega resort, sitting right behind a large man, who was clearly a native to the country. About halfway through the flight, the kids in the preppy family started giggling, and I turned around to see them pulling on the large man's cornrows. The look on the man's face was something I've never seen before. He made the most perfect rage face and turned around and started yelling at the kids to stop. Prep dad told him something to the effect of "Don't talk to my kids like that." The Dominican man threw the most powerful punch I've seen in real life and sent prep dad falling back almost 3 rows. Nobody could believe their eyes, and it was absolute chaos. Eventually the Dominican man got handcuffed by the Mars hole on the plane, but that was some of the craziest stuff I've seen. TLDR, preppy little kids pull on a Dominican man's cornrows. Prep dad gets demolished. I have 2 good moments to contribute. The first was a flight out of Chicago about 6 years ago or so. We were in the air for only a few minutes and ascending to our cruising altitude when all of a sudden, boom, huge explosion out the right side of the plane, loud enough to hurt your ears, and bright fiery lights and sparks flying. People started freaking out. Someone said the engine had exploded. After the initial shock, the plane went dead quiet, and I realized that we were all listening carefully for the sound of the plane starting to fall out of the sky. A sound that, thankfully, never came. Instead, the pilot announced that the plane had just been struck by lightning, but the plane was fine, and we would be continuing on our way to our final destination. I later asked the flight attendant how often that happens, and he responded that he didn't know exact statistics, but that he had been a flight attendant for over 10 years, and he had never personally witnessed a direct lightning strike on a plane before. The second incident was on a flight back from Seattle to Denver about 7 years ago. The pilot instructed us to return to our seats with our seat belts fastened, because the tower had informed him that other pilots had reported some unusual turbulence over the Rockies. Soon after, he requested that the flight attendants also secure the cabin and take their seats as well. Shortly after the flight attendants strapped in, the plane hit turbulence. No big deal. I had experienced that level of turbulence all the time and I knew we'd be just fine. Then, out of nowhere, the plane just starts free falling right out of the sky. My stomach does a few flip-flops for the first second or 2. Then 3 seconds. 4. My Sky Mall magazine starts to levitate right out of my lap. Oh shit. 5 seconds. People are freaking out now. 6 seconds. A woman screams. Several start joining in with her almost immediately. 7 seconds. The plane bumps and the free fall slows. After 8 or 9 seconds, the plane finally starts leveling out. Holy shit. We are not going to die today. I look around, and people are white as sheets. One woman is dry heaving into her hands, looking for her air sickness bag. Oddly enough, the youngest kids are just confused, like they are still not sure what the adults are freaking out about. Point they make for a few good stories for my friends nowadays, but no way in hell would I ever choose to relive either of those moments. My friend and I had aisle seats across from each other, so that we could have room but still chat. For the first couple hours of the trip, the flight attendants would politely ask us to not block the aisle when they need to get by. Yet about an hour or so before we were scheduled to land, they came running from the back of the plane to the front, screaming, "Get out of the aisle." We watched them go into first class and hurriedly attempt to close the curtains, but the quick attempt left a large gap and plain sight into the front of the plane. There we saw the attendants, with help from other first class passengers, lay a man on the floor. They took out a portable heart defibrillator, and at that time the pilots came overhead urging any doctors on the plane to get to first class as fast as possible. We got emergency clearance to land the plane and the term gradual descent was never mentioned. Instead we raced down with engines blaring, something I had never experienced before. We kept these high speeds up until the landing, and it was really quite amazing how our plane, with superb piloting, is capable of stopping even at such great speeds. We were met at the runway by fire trucks and ambulances. It was a very strange scene amongst the passengers on the plane. Everyone knew what was going on and many people were stunned by what they just saw after what was most likely a winter vacation to Florida. The passenger in front of me was a nurse who went up to help. When she got back to her seat she told us the guy had not made it. Not sure if it is what the fuck in the sense that you were mentioning, but I sure as hell left the plane saying to myself, what the fuck. I had this horrible training week in Chelmsford, Mass. That was a whole story in itself. ATM cards chewed up, stuck in the middle of nowhere, training was shitty, and a lot of other stuff. So Friday afternoon, I'm flying back to DC from Logan. It was bad enough I almost missed the flight due to the sheer incompetence of the airline ticketing agent, but I'll skip that too. There was a reason I made the flight. It was delayed because there was a tour group of preteen girls from Kansas for some band competition in DC. Someone, somewhere had faked up their seating arrangements and had split two flights 50/50, but one half had all the chaperones and some of the students and the other half had all band students and no chaperones, and the airline was being very beachy about swapping tickets. Thus both flights were delayed. A huge hailstorm was coming in from the north. I mean, you could see it from the tarmac. Like a black line of cinematic style evil. A tornado watch had just been called. At some point, the airline staff, now half an hour late for Kiev, started asking people if they would like to take a later flight. I declined because I had heard the warnings on the Weather Channel all day for this storm. I might be stuck in faking Logan for days. Eventually, we got off the ground and the pilot informed us we were the last flight allowed to take off. We were going to fly right into the storm. Hang on tight, he wasn't cheating us. Not minutes after we left the ground, our plane was being tossed around like a dog wrestling with a toy. Now, I had been through some turbulence before, and while this was not the worst, this was pretty bad. It probably would have been forgettable had it not been for the 20 to 30 preteens screaming their heads off and freaking the fuck out. I mean, they were terrified, like they were on fire. No matter how many times the PA system said to stay in our seats, the girls pretty much lost it, and it was like running with the bulls and Paloma in the aisles. They were screaming, holding on to one another, crying, clawing at the seats, yelling about dying, and just losing it. It only lasted about 5 minutes before the plane was still and the kids were all crying and hiccuping, with snot running down their faces. One of the chaperones was holding on to one of them, rocking her like a baby. She was so hysterical. I think about 10 minutes later, most of the girls were calm and still. Then they started acting out like preteen girls do, and it was like an all-female cast of Lord of the Flies for the rest of the flight. No discipline whatsoever. Most of you are too young to remember this, but there was a period in the late 70s early 80s when DC-10s were falling out of the sky. I was maybe 11 or 12 feet the day after they ungrounded them, which had been going on for quite a while. We were on a DC-10 flight from St. Juan to New York City. The whole flight was a nightmare. We had really rough weather the whole time and I don't know if there were air pockets or what, but we would suddenly lose a bunch of altitude where you get that roller coaster feeling in your gut. The guy next to my dad was popping pills. The woman next to me was openly saying Hail Marys. The stews were nervous. They called off service on the flight. If you've ever been to LaGuardia in New York, the runway is very short, and the approach angle of attack can be very steep if you're not coming right in. So we are coming into land. There are crosswinds, and they are fighting the plane down. People were crying, and I heard the stew saying divert to Logan, divert to Logan. Finally we come on with a slam. The oxygen masks drop, and almost simultaneous to that you hear welcome to New York. They opened the cockpit doors and I remember this very well, because I didn't get to hear adults cursing very much. Someone on the flight deck turned to someone else and said that's the last faking time. Do you hear me? The last time the passengers were kissing the pilot as they got off. Just a few weeks ago I was on a jet from LaGuardia to Toronto, and there were only 5 of us total out of like 70 seats or so. and the flight attendant was doing the seatbelt thing standing right next to me, and while demoing the seatbelt instructions she muttered under her breath, "In case you're a complete moron," and then she saw that I caught it, and we both had a giggle. On a flight from Shanghai to Lax, we were just leaving the gate when a girl, Chinese, maybe early 20s, across the aisle started holding herself and rocking back and forth like crazy. I thought she was just nervous about the flight or something. She had long black hair that hung over her face as she rocked, so it looked pretty creepy. Anyway, as the plane started taxiing to the runway, she stands up still clutching herself, faces the window, and starts counting from 1 to 10 and back down to 1 in Mandarin, over and over again, rocking back and forth with her hair hanging all low like the girl from The Ring. At first people tried to blow it off, but then the flight attendants came over and asked her if she was okay. She didn't respond at all, just kept counting 1, 10, 1. She ignored everyone. People were starting to freak out around her because A, it was creepy as fuck, B, we were about to take off, and she was still out of her seat with flight attendants running around trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. After sitting for about 15 to 20 minutes on the runway trying to deal with this girl, they gave her something to drink, not sure what it was, which calmed her down enough to have a flight attendant put her into her seat, buckle her up, and take off. Needless to say, it was a long flight where everyone kept an eye on the girl to see if she would freak out again. I was flying with my 6th grade class on a class trip to Catalina Island, California. About halfway through the flight, this nutjob sitting right in front of me stands up and says, "Everyone better leave me alone. I have a bomb." Needless to say, I was freaking the fuck out. He seemed deranged. It was strange though, because the reaction from the flight attendants was very calm. They must be trained in handling this kind of thing. This beautiful flight attendant came up to him and just talked to him very calmly, telling him that he shouldn't say things like that with kids on board. "I shit you not," he screamed again. "I don't care. I have a bomb, and I'm gonna use it." Passengers were doing their best to stay calm and ignore him, and after a few minutes I noticed that the flight attendant had successfully distracted him by making small talk with him. I think he was just a lonely nutjob. Anyway, the coolest part was after the flight. As soon as a dude walked through the terminal, about 10 guys in suits just gang tackled the shit out of him. Fuck yeah. On a flight into Denver, my plane almost collided with another plane and then was struck by lightning. Full story. I was in the second row of first class. The ticket was bought at the last minute by my company. We were making our final descent into an apparently stormy Denver and the clouds obstructed our view out of the windows. At what seemed like only a few minutes from landing, the plane suddenly pulled out of its descent and began climbing again. The pilot came on the loudspeaker and informed us that we were coming in too close to another plane and we'd have to circle back and try again. Only a few turbulent minutes later, I actually heard through the cockpit door, pull up, and the plane climbed steeply back up to cruising altitude. I wasn't sure if anyone else had heard what I'd heard, but the flight attendant in the jump seat was on the phone with the captain, and she looked extremely distressed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there was a thunderous crack and a flash of light that filled the plane. The woman next to me gasped and practically jumped into my lap, grabbing at me in fear. After 15 long minutes, we finally landed, resulting in cheers from the passengers. Taxiing down the runway, I saw several fire trucks racing across the tarmac. When we parked at the gate, the captain announced over the loudspeaker that we were owed an explanation. Turns out that, after we pulled out of our initial descent, the pilot's controls lit up with a terrain warning, which later turned out to be false, but required the captain to gain altitude for safety's sake. Once higher in the clouds, our plane was actually struck by that lightning bolt we heard, and the captain declared an emergency to air traffic control, hence all the fire trucks. I was flying to England about 4 months after 9/11. Airports had up security measures and they started checking the drinks that passengers would bring on the plane. I was seated next to a woman who was going to Wales to meet her fiancé. She had a rather large bottle of Robinson's barley water and the flight attendant asked her to throw it away. Due to her constant agitation and beaching at the staff, they thought perhaps there was vodka or rum mixed in instead of water. Naturally, she flips out and starts swearing and making a scene. The attendants let her keep the bottle. Dinner time rolls around and we are handed our trays. The woman starts to complain about how we were given plastic tabla instead of metal. Turning to me she says, "I don't understand why we are using plastic. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could stab you with this plastic knife. I could kill you. Might as well use the real thing. We aren't doing anyone any favors. This isn't any safer." I tried my best to ignore her. I wasn't aware that as a passenger I had the right to ask to switch seats. I spent 8 hours next to this woman. I was 14. Later, as I was going through customs, she was called to the side by an agent and forced to have her luggage examined. I think the attendants probably put in a call and reported her for being unruly and suspicious. Worst single serving friend I've ever had. I got here much too late, but this was amazing. We were going to Vegas. While waiting at the terminal for a connecting flight, a couple came up while screaming at one another, "You need to stop being such a faking beach. Oh yeah. I'm sorry I can't be a better goddamn girlfriend to you asshole." They went on like that, oblivious to the fact that everyone was watching them. When I got to my seat on the flight, they sat down right behind me and continued. A poor woman was stuck at the window, while the fighting couple took the seats in the middle and aisle. They fought for most of the flight, acting like terrible people. It sounded like a breakup. After a certain point, they finally both shut up. "This is where things got weird," she said quietly and angrily. "What are you watching? Cake Boss? Ace of Cakes? Cake Boss? Ugh. I don't even know what that is. It's a cake show." Silence continued for a few more minutes until the stewardess started down the aisle with fresh cookies. The hack's voice changed from constant rage to bubbly excitement. "I smell cookies." As we approached Vegas, she talked in the same jiggly voice. "Oh, there's our house. So excited to be back." It was as if the screaming of obscenities never occurred. TLDR, a couple that was having a vicious fight turned on a dime because of Cake Boss inexplicably. Flew into Honolulu from Brisbane a few years ago, and upon landing, rather than pulling up to the gate we diverted to a random piece of runway, where the plane sat for a while. No announcements or anything. Then after about 15 minutes some people in hazmat suits board the plane and go to a lady sitting towards the front. They spend about half an hour talking with the lady and writing on clipboards, then leave, still with no announcements or anything. After about another 15 minutes a few ambulance guys turn up and escort the lady off the plane, and we taxi to a gate. Turns out she had been really sick on the flight and had recently been to South America, and they thought she had some crazy disease so had quarantined the plane while they assessed whether to let us into the country or turn us back around to Brisbane. Gotta say I'm glad they chose the first option. TLDR, landed in Hawaii, plane quarantined, boarded by hazmat dudes due to a sick lady, all went better than expected. Well, once I was flying from London to Toronto, and I had a 3-hour delay. So once I finally got on the plane I was starving, since I didn't eat anything during that delay. So I waited patiently for the dinner to be served. The food served wasn't enough. Well, the stewardess serving our seats was a South Asian lady who spoke English and Punjabi. I speak Punjabi well as my dad is Punjabi and mom Persian, so I don't look all that South Asian. So since I was still hungry, I asked the stewardess politely if there was something to eat as I'm still hungry and my stomach was growling. She said no, there is nothing else available. I cursed my luck and sat back. About 10 minutes after, the person on my right asked the stewardess if there is a sandwich or something he can have, and she suddenly changed the conversation to Punjabi and told him to wait 5 minutes and she will bring it for him. Few minimums later, when she was handing him the sandwich, she told him in Punjabi that tell the person next to you that you paid for the extra meal on board. I heard her say that and obviously understood each and every word. So I looked at her and told her in Punjabi I'm willing to pay for it too. She was shocked and embarrassed. Got me a sandwich a few minimums after, but I was very shocked. a little to this thread, but here goes. I was 6 to 7 years old, flying from Northern Europe to Greece, and the civil war in the former Yugoslavia was underway. Mid-flight our pilot announces that they have to make an emergency detour because of aerial conflict point, so we end up at an airport in Poland. Being the menace that I was, I proceed to run around the terminal looking for something fun to do. That's when I stumbled upon the love of my life. She was obviously an adult, but she had a freaking Gamma Boy with Battletoads in it. Being the stud that I was, and knowing what I wanted, I proceeded to swagger over to her and sped my game at her. 7 or 8 questions later, I cut to the chase and asked her, "Can I play?" Bam, I had a Gamma Boy to kill time with. That was my first time with Battletoads, and for that brief 1 to 2 minutes before we had to depart, I was alive. Naturally wanting more of that sweet entertainment, I proceed to play the kid at Toys R Us card and beg my parents to buy me one from the airport kiosk. My parents brushed my pleas aside, and we got on the plane. We get in our seats, my parents buckle me in, the engines turn on and the plane slowly pulls out of the terminal. Suddenly, the pilot comes over the PA system and informs us that there's been a bomb threat at the airport and all planes are grounded. With the terminals closed, they had turned to the emergency evacuation protocol, the blow-up slide. While everyone was hesitant at jumping, I eagerly ran for it and dove face first. A cop/security guard grabs me and runs me to a bus where everyone is heading, and we are on our way to a nearby hotel. We stay overnight and have breakfast in the morning, where I'm introduced to the delicacy named bacon. Parents didn't eat pork. 4,000 strips of it later, it's time to give Greece another shot, and we head to the airport. As we are waiting in the terminal, I spot my Gamma Boy Breezy again, and I walk over to work my magic. As I approach her, my dad grabs me by the shoulder and forbids me from harassing her. Just as I decided that my father was a dickhead, he turns me around, and my mom is standing there with my very own 35-pound Gamma Boy along with Battletoads and Robocop. That was the first time I had a boner. I honestly don't remember much of the Greece trip, just the delays before it. TL. Doctor, plane had to make an emergency landing due to war. Played Battletoads for the first time, rode the plane's emergency slide because of a bomb threat, tasted bacon for the first time, and got a Gamma Boy. Best trip ever. Although my parents probably still think that it was what the fuck. Flying from Boston to St. Louis, the first was next to a talkative guy who kept touching me during his one-sided conversation, to the point that I started to keep track. Edit, I'm male by the way. This is only a little over a 2-hour flight, but in that amount of time he put his hand on my leg 12 times, touched my arm closest to him 8 times, managed to touch my other arm once, and my chest twice. The chest was a sly move. I was wearing a zip-up sweatshirt that wasn't zipped all the way, and he moved it out of the way to read my shirt underneath that said "You're retarded." While pulling back the sweatshirt, he sensuously dragged his fingertips across my pecs. He frequently mentioned his wife and how religious he was, so I was absolutely certain he was gay. He gave me his card, told me he lives in St. Louis, and seemed eager to go to a hockey game with me. I didn't call him TLDR. I'm now suspicious that going to a hockey game is homosexual slang for anal sex. I was flying back from Las Vegas one time. While we were taxiing for takeoff, an elderly woman ran down the aisle and locked herself in the bathroom. It was clear from the smell of urgent, wet poo wafting behind her that she had just crapped her pants. The captain waited 15 awkward minutes for her to return to her seat. In case you weren't aware, it's against FAA regulations to take off with passengers in the bathroom. I know this because it was announced over the intercom multiple times, as if it would do any good. Eventually a stewardess coaxed the poor lady out and escorted her down the aisle. We could see the mess had soaked through her pants. She sat in those sheety britches for the entire 45-minute flight and made a conspicuous effort to disappear after we'd landed. Damn. It's the sort of situation I've been fortunate enough to only ever have nightmares about. If anyone accuses me of being callous for posting this story on the internet, I can assure you we all felt terribly guilty joking about it at the baggage claim point. TLDR. Woman sheet her pants before Vegas flight. Rode the whole way back in her seat, pants and all. Flying from Chicago to Dallas, our pilot came on the intercom and told us that we'd be making an unscheduled stop in some little town I'd never heard of. I was in a 2-engined jet, not sure what that makes it, and thought we were kind of big for a podunk town airport point as we all wondered why we were making the stop. The captain came on and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we will be making a rapid descent into Dirtville as we have run out of fuel and need to make an emergency landing." When we landed, we came down like a roller coaster that just crested the top of a drop. It was so fast I thought the wings would come off. I kid you not. You know that feeling you get when you are dropping on a roller coaster? That's what was happening the whole time. Guy next to me was freaking out and wanting to hold hands. We landed just fine and didn't go off the runway, even though it was a tiny airport. A single emergency truck greeted us, driven by a couple college-aged kids who looked like they had no idea what the hell to do. Turned out there was a gauge malfunction that caused them to miscalculate the fuel or something. We never got a good reason for what happened. Did get a free flight voucher from it though. Okay, you know all these Southwest planes that are shredding mid-flight? I was one of the first ones to do this. A couple of years ago, I was sitting listening to my iPod when I looked up and saw everyone looking out the side of the plane at the wing. Opening my window, I looked out and noticed the flaps are up at 30,000 feet. Then the attendants started running up and down the aisle, and everyone got nervous as something was obviously up. A few minutes later the captain came on and said we had to make an emergency descent due to a sudden loss of cabin pressure. They dropped our altitude instead of dropping the oxygen masks. We flew low the rest of the way and landed without having to hold at our destination, and our plane was chased down the tarmac by 6 fire trucks and 4 ambulances. I got an email from Southwest a couple of days later saying a microfracture of the fuselage in the baggage compartment had caused the pressure leak, and they gave me an insulting $50 voucher towards my next flight. How about a free flight, since you ruined this one? I fly about 20 times a year, mostly on Southwest, and this sort of thing happens all the time with them. There will be some problem or failure on about 10% of my flights with Southwest. Not as gruesome as a lot of these. I used to fly to Nantucket every other weekend from Hyannis, weekend dad visits, and most of the time, the airline of choice was Will's Air. In the wintertime, the pilot was almost always Will, and often I was the only other person in the little 12-seat plane, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, which was awesome. So I was headed down with my uncle, and Will was the pilot. We were over Nantucket Sound and my uncle was looking down at the water and saw a flock of birds. He tapped Will on the shoulder and wanted to know if they were cormorants or ducks. Will responded with "let's go see," then banked down and left, and we buzzed the flock of birds, which was probably dangerous. I don't know. Anyways, turned out they were cormorants. Lots of weird experiences on those little planes, including the frequent presence of Mr. Rogers as a fellow passenger, who I got to meet a couple times. Can't keep up with the ops story, but here goes my story. I was flying from Stockholm to Prague, and at some point the guy behind me started to kick my seat. At first I just let him do it, but after a few seconds, half a minute, I decided to say something. When I turned around I realized that he was cramping, foam coming from his mouth, and he was unconscious. The guy sitting next to him was completely in shock and just staring. I ran for the stewardess, who didn't really know what to do either. They asked for a doctor over the PA, and luckily there was somebody on board who could help him. We were pretty close to Prague already, and close before landing the guy regained his consciousness. I don't really know what happened to him, but this whole thing surely was a what the fuck experience. Edit. Had another what the fuck moment once flying within Iran with Iran Air. It was some really old plane, and when I took my seat and leaned back, the whole back part of the seat just broke off. I guess that says something about the maintenance of those planes. The flight was pretty okay though in the end. I once stepped onto an airplane. We could take off some 5 minutes early since everybody, some 5 to 10 people, the plane was almost empty, was on board. Yee. I was seated right behind the wing, next to the left engine. I look to the right, see the air vibrate, so right engine running, then the left engine, nothing happens. We waited a while, then the pilot announces there is a slight problem that needs fixing. We're being pulled away from the gate to another place where engineers come on board to fix the problem. Pilot announces problem was a blown fuse and that it's fixed and we'll be on our way. Right engine, air starts vibrating, so it's running. So I look to my left, see another airplane far away landing, snap a pic of it. I see the air vibra, fire, just everything outside my window. All of a sudden was one huge blazing ball of fire. I had a camera in my hand, couldn't move, couldn't think of anything else but shooting in 7 colors. All I could do was just watch and feel the huge fireball that was blazing right outside my window. And after a few seconds, just as it came, it was gone again. I still couldn't think straight. Heard somebody a few seats back mention to his girlfriend/wife kerosene in the engine exhaust that didn't burn when the engine first failed to start. Don't worry, it's nothing. I liked the don't worry very much at that point. So I said nothing. The plane took off without problem, landed without problem, and on the exit I just thought, let's ask if that really was a kerosene thing not to worry about. I mentioned it to the pilot, whose eyes grew twice the original size, and when he asked me why the fuck I didn't start screaming, I just said okay, and got out as fast as I could. TLDR, airplane engine caught fire during taxiing and of fear, I didn't say anything until we got up and landed again. I was on my way back to college. It was an uneventful boarding. The plane taxied, got cleared to take off, and we lifted off. Not a moment after we'd gotten less than 1,000 feet off the ground, the plane suddenly made an abrupt left turn. I'm talking straight down to ground on that side of the plane, hitting almost 2 Gs, which isn't comforting/happy if you're not an experienced pilot, etc. After a good 20 seconds of oh shit we are going to nose over and die, the plane righted itself and continued to ascend. The captain got on the intercom and said that, although we had not been in any danger, the control tower had recommended we make a quick left turn as a precaution as we were straying close to the minimum safe zone of another aircraft. Right. Considering the unease in the pilot's voice, I suspect we may have been a little closer than comfort for even him. TLDR, I was on a plane that executed an emergency maneuver to avoid crashing into another plane. I was an 18-year-old girl on a day from SF to Chicago. I was traveling with my friends who are all from different places, so we had split up, and I was alone on my way home. We have an inside joke where we always try to dress ridiculously in airports, so I was wearing a flapper dress. Some dude 3x my age wearing a turtleneck and bushy mustache sits next to me. I've never fallen asleep on a plane before, but because my internal clock thought it was 4 AM, I pass out. I woke up an hour later with an old guy's leg pressed all the way against mine, his hand stroking my knee. I curled up as far away from him as I could and made lots of sniffling noises. After a few minutes I started doubting what I'd seen/felt, which is why I didn't say anything. Also because he didn't try anything again, but I'm pretty sure now it really happened. That shit happens every day, I'm sure, so maybe it isn't super what the fuck. TLDR, groped by some guy who looked like an 80s science video host. I was in a twin-engine turboprop plane, a small 18-seat commuter puddle jumper. We had just taken off, and I mean just we maybe got a foot off of the ground, when the pilot set it back down, brake hard, and then taxi back to the terminal point. He turns around from his seat once we are stopped, and tells us all in a calm, firm voice that our flight would be delayed while an adjustment was made to the aircraft, but it would not take long, and he hoped to be departing in 15 or 20 minutes. About 5 minutes later, 2 men dressed in mechanics overalls walk up to the plane. One is pushing one of those sets of stairs on wheels, and the other is carrying a gigantic pipe wrench. It must have been at least 4 feet long. They pass out of my sight, and you could hear the stairs gently being pushed next to the fuselage, followed by the footsteps of 2 people walking on top of the plane. For a moment, silence. Then wham, 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 wham. About 30 blows in all, deafening in their intensity, and rocking the plane violently. Silence. More footsteps. More violent pounding. This cycle repeated itself 4 times. Then the mechanics left, one pushing the stairs, one carrying the wrench in one hand, a large, twisted piece of metal in the other. We then took off and flew to our destination point. Of all the flights I have ever taken, that short 25-minute voyage seemed, for some reason, to last an eternity. When I was 14, I was flying home from Phoenix to Salt Lake by myself. While in line waiting to board the plane, a guy, probably in his 30s, starts talking to me. He asked if I was going home. I replied yes. He said, "Damn, they sure know how to make a minute, or what the fuck, right?" Well, he proceeds to sit next to me on the plane, me by the window. He begins to act strange, being overly friendly, trying to steal the newspaper off the lap of the woman across the aisle. All the while, leaning in really close to talk to me about weird shit and being generally creepy. He then pulls out a flask and offers me some of his alcohol. I politely decline, not knowing how to get myself out of what was now a frightening situation for me. Finally, a flight attendant realized there was a problem and came by and told me that my seat was actually in the back of the plane. It was not. I told the flight attendant that the guy had offered me alcohol. A few minutes later, the pilot comes on the speaker with a reminder: bring alcohol onto a plane is a federal offense, and if anyone chooses to do so will be met by federal officers at our destination point. I freaked out the entire flight. I did not want to walk past this guy or for him to see me. When we arrived, I waited until everyone had gotten off. Right there in the breeze, 4 men in black were talking to this guy. As I walked past, he stared me down with the most evil look I have ever seen. I literally ran to baggage claim. TLDR, some guy offered alcohol to me, F/14, from his personal flask. He got met at the next stop by federal officers. I've traveled a ton and I've seen weird shit on planes, and before I got on planes too. Maybe the weirdest was this one time I was flying from Paris to New York City, and they announced about the time we were flying over England that if there was anyone that was a pastor on board, that he should let a stewardess know. My brother-in-law was on the flight, and he fit the role pretty well, so he went forward. Turns out he read some guy his last rites as he was having a massive heart attack. The plane started letting out the fuel through the wings, which looked to everyone else that we had been shot, or that there was some crazy emergency going on. So panic ensued, to which the pilot says, "We are making an emergency stop in Channel Island." The local fire trucks and all these police came following us to the gate with their emergency vehicles, freaking the people out even more. We waited around a few hours, and after touring the city got back on and flew away. Turns out the guy didn't make it, and the airline spent a couple thousand G's to try to save him. TLDR, guy dies on plane. Free trip to Ireland. Another time I was in Beijing in a snowstorm scheduled to fly at 8:30 am. We pre-boarded, everyone got loaded in, and we sat for 4 hours waiting to get sprayed down. Finally we got sprayed down, and then sat for another 2 hours. Some guy I guess missed his meeting in LA, and demanded to get off the flight. Everyone started freaking out, but he didn't care. He was yelling in English about how he would rather get arrested than wait on a flight for something he was going to miss. The airplane opened back up, and about 10 Chinese military guys got on, handcuffed the guy, and led him off. Silence. The plane closed back up, pressurized, and waited for 2.5 more hours before getting another spray down. We actually didn't get on the runway until about 6 PM to near complete silence. Once we were in the air, people started complaining like crazy. TLDR, dictatorship is scary. I had boarded a plane from New York to Chicago and took my seat by the window. A man, his wife and their daughter came to take their seats. Each aisle only had 2 seats on either side. The man places his wife and daughter in the adjacent 2 seats, places his bag under the chair next to me, and walks to the back of the plane. I make a quick mental note of this and continue reading my book. 20 minutes later the plane takes off and no one is in the seat next to me. About another 20 minutes later the man comes and takes his seat next to me. By this point in time I had forgotten that someone was actually using that seat. He sits down, we make eye contact, and the smell hits me. This guy had been in the sheeter since before takeoff, and he smelt like he was rolling around in feces. I think he actually shat himself. I had never smelt someone so rank before. I mean, I'm gagging, eyes watering and trying not to throw up. The guy just sits there talking to his wife like nothing has happened. Meanwhile, I'm trying to melt into the wall to get away from the smell. For an hour and a bit I have to sit there choking on the fumes from some guy's putrid garbage. When the plane landed I nearly ran off. Oh, and for when someone asks why I did not get a stewardess to move me, 2 reasons. 1. I was 16 at the time and I did not want to make a fuss in front of the dude and his family about the sheet storm he had so obviously made in his pants. And 2. The plane was full, so I probably would not have gotten a seat even if I asked. That is my worst plane experience. Flying from Addis Ababa to Washington, with a stopover in Rome after a backpacking trip. It's the middle of the night and we are somewhere over Sudan. The cabin lights are off, and most people are sleeping. I'm awoken by some yelling from a little ways down in the cabin. Some Ethiopian dude is very upset, raising his voice in Amharic, so I don't understand, and trying to get out of his seat. They turn on the cabin lights and everyone is awake and wondering what the hell is going on. 2 flight attendants are trying to calm him down. He becomes hysterical, pushes past them, and starts running down the aisle. He switches from Amharic to English as he's running, for the sake of the tourists, I suppose, screaming, "We're all going to heaven. We're all going to heaven." He's able to run the full length of the cabin, screaming, until he gets to the last set of seats, grabs someone seated there by the collar and repeats, "We are all going to heaven. Don't you believe me?" Everyone is stunned. I'm thinking, oh, this is where we go boom, couldn't someone have tackled him? I was in the opposite aisle, in the window seat, and I'm not a faking superhero. He's subdued a couple seconds later, and taken back to his seat by a group of flight attendants and passengers. He's quiet for the last few hours in Rome, but nobody goes back to sleep. We land for refueling, nobody gets off, and the head flight attendant informs us that the man will not be removed from the plane because he has calmed down and is just a good Christian man reading his Bible. 2 American girls on the flight were particularly troubled by this, understandably, and said they wanted off the plane if he wouldn't be removed. There's some arguing, crying, and bargaining. Our 1-hour stopover turns into 2.5. They eventually take him off the plane and we depart. I think they put him on the next flight point TLDR. What's with the tiny portions on planes? While waiting for a flight to take off, I noticed that the man sitting next to me was rather strange. He first had this greasy brown bag that smelled terrible, like very old pizza. He kept asking me about passions in life, his being playing golf using a soccer ball instead of a golf ball. I kid you not. He also snapped at the people around him to stop staring at him, which only brought more attention to him. Apparently some passenger tipped a stewardess off, and she came by to see his boarding pass. He refused to give it to her. She went to go get his superior. The man says to me, "I just want to get home. If it came down to you going home, or me going home, I'm choosing me." I had no idea what to take from that, but I was starting to get rather nervous as well. Meanwhile, the superior arrives, and the man just swears at him, and refuses to show him his boarding pass. Finally, airport security comes to take him off the plane. He seems to cooperate, and leave with them. 5 minutes later, we are informed by a stewardess that he escaped from security, and was currently being chased through a parking garage. The stewardess asked if anyone noticed if the man had any belongings on the plane. I point to the brown lumpy package on the ground, and the stewardess says, "Oh shit." She quickly calms herself, and goes to the front of the plane. Everyone then had to get off the plane, while a bomb squad came in to see if it was a bomb point TLDR. Man next to me goes insane, gets escorted off plane, runs away from security, and his carry-on looked like a bomb, apparently. Alright, here's my 2 cents first story. My flight was in the process of climbing to altitude. At my airport KSLC, when the weather is bad, they circle to altitude first, before transiting the Rockies. Anyway, I was looking out the window, and then all of a sudden a flash filled my viewpoint. The pilot comes on, and says we didn't get hit, but I can see the burn marks spidering across the wing. I know that the flow likely just went through the airframe, but the flight had some pucker power for me. Second story, hell of a lot scarier. I was flying into KSLC and the pilot announced that we were trying to beat some weather, so they were coming in fast. In good weather you land from the north heading south. We go in for a landing when the plane loses an insane amount of altitude. Then we hear the jets start to scream and are thrown back in our seats. He yanks and banks like I've never seen a commercial airline turn before. Pilot gets on and announces we failed to beat the weather and we had crossed the front. Later, now that I've been trying to get my pilot's license, I realized he stalled in the tailwind point, so he gets back in the pattern and makes his way to the other side of the airport to land. Well, we were landing into a really bad set of thunderstorms. So we made an attempt and were probably 50 to 100 feet off the tarmac. We are getting tossed all over the place. Finally, he starts crabbing to deal with the crosswinds that's sideways flying. After we get pretty sideways, he hits the throttle again, spins up the jets, climbs the hell out of their point. We go around for a third attempt. This was even more turbulent than before. I was in the plane with my mother, who had just thrown up, and several others had as well. The smell is overwhelming, so I grab a bag and deposit my lunch. We are about to land when a crosswind hits and we roll. I guess one landing gear hit and then a loud bang. Turns out we blew out one of the tires. We finally pull out and we head to Boise. We had to make a pass of the tower to confirm the blowout, but that didn't really help the passengers at all. We flew through a storm to get there and everyone was sick. I just grabbed a car and drove back. About 10 minutes into a flight from West Coast USA to East Coast, the man in the aisle seat adjacent to mine had a grand mal seizure. I'm talking screaming gibberish, spitting blood, flailing against the girl he was sitting next to. I was one of the closest people, and I thought there was a fight or something. The flight attendant freaked the fuck out, which was weird as I thought they were supposed to keep calm under stress. She's screaming she'd like turn the plane around, he's dying. And like 3 people come up in the commotion claiming to be doctors. That was when I realized just how trapped everyone is in a plane. The seizure calmed after about 30 seconds, and for the next 6 hours the guy was very out of it, not really able to answer any questions, not sure what happened. The only proof was all the blood everywhere. I do not envy the girl who ended up in the window seat next to him. 10 minutes before the plane lands in Philly he has another one, worse. Paramedics took him off and said that we probably should have turned the flight around when he had the first one because he's in terrible shape. I will never forget the look of wild terror in his eyes and his screams as he had those seizures, and I will never make light of seizures after experiencing that. On a flight from San Francisco to Boston a few years ago I had a really strange experience. I ran into a friend from high school on the same flight, so we decided to sit next to each other and watch a movie. The only open seats together that had a D/C outlet were next to a creepy looking old lady, think Bathilda from Harry Potter after she died, and her body was occupied by Voldemort's snake, but she was sleeping, so we thought it would be alright. So we are watching the movie and it's all good, but about an hour into the flight we hit some heavy turbulence. After a bit the old lady wakes up, and I guess for some reason she thought that I was shaking her seat. The flight was still pretty bumpy, and she started yelling that I'm shaking the plane. The flight attendants come to try to calm her down, and she starts getting up and yelling louder about a bunch of people in her family being murdered and how she shouldn't have to sit next to me because I keep shaking the plane. She kept freaking out and there were no other seats open, so my friend and I had to sit in the jump seats with the flight attendants to get away from her while the plane made an emergency landing to take her off. We never got to finish the movie. TLDR, crazy lady thought that the turbulence was me shaking the plane and had to make an emergency landing to get her off the flight. Not on a plane, but an Amtrak train, and I what the fact the conductor. Several years ago, I took a long train trip across the country. I couldn't afford to pay for a sleeper compartment. I didn't want to pay for food either, so I took a 5-gallon bucket and filled it with trail mix, fruit, jerky and other good traveling food. I also got a nice, thick sleeping bag and a spare blanket. I got to the train station early, so I could be first in line for the train. As soon as I got on, I zoomed to the first line of seats in the car, where there was lots of legroom and just a wall in front of me. I pulled out some snacks out of the bucket and set them aside. I pulled up the flat, padded leg/foot rests so that they were level with the seat, then propped them both up with the bucket underneath. Then I spread my sleeping bag across the whole thing to make a comfy bed. I then happily stretched out and wrapped the blanket around me. By the time the trip was underway, I was all comfy, stretched out on my new bed and happily snacking on good food. I still remember the conductor coming through the train car door, stopping short and staring at my setup like it was a creature from another planet. Finally he said, "That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen." I grinned and said, "But it is allowed, right?" He said, "Oh, well, yeah, since the train isn't full anyway. Cool." I was on a long flight once where it seemed nothing could go right. The flight starts off with the handle for the vacuum toilet becoming stuck. No one really notices that the toilet is constantly sucking air through its giant metal maw, since the sound of the engines drones out everything else. It wasn't until the motor for the toilet started to overheat and fill the cabin with smoke did the flight attendants realize what's going on. They scramble to turn it off and send someone down into the hold to presumably check up on it. Later on, I'm standing next to the cabin door to stretch my legs out when a lady gets up and does the same. All of a sudden she just faints. Just straight up falls backwards like she was doing one of those trust exercises. I managed to catch her before she hits the ground. People around start to freak out and call the stewardesses over. I grab my pillow and put it under her head just as one of the stewardesses arrives. She looks at me and asks, "Are you a doctor?" I look back and say no, I'm a software engineer. Worst part was when she fainted. I guess her body just went limp because she let out a humongous fetch that was far too ambitious for her frame. I was on a flight from Dallas to San Diego in 2005. Not sure what airline it was, but it was one that tells you what radio channel to tune into to listen to the conversation between the flight crew and the tower. I've always liked listening to this when available, so I tuned in. So there was a huge storm/cold front rolling in from the north and the winds at the airport were already gusting at 40-50 miles per hour and getting worse every minute. I sat there listening to the pilot argue with the tower for 20 minutes about taking off on the assigned runway because it was too dangerous. And he continued to request a runway facing in the opposite direction, away from the incoming storm. DFW was jam-packed, and the request was continually denied by the tower as the argument got fairly heated, and then the tower just quit responding to the requests and we were forced to take off into the storm. Needless to say, it was one of the most frightening takeoffs I've ever experienced. White knuckles all the way. I don't listen to the tower/pilot station anymore. On a recent flight to the Far East, the pilot said that if we look out the port side, we can see India. And sure enough, out of the cloudless sky at 32,000 feet, there it was under us. That was just so utterly cool. Saw Greenland in similar circumstances. It looks like low clouds until you realize that it is all snow and there are no clouds. A guy died on a flight to Toronto. They carried him out with developing rigor mortis under a couple of sheets. He was in a seat shape. I figured he must have died fairly soon into the flight. The flight was from the UK. On a flight soon after 9/11 I flew from the UK to Toronto and had a central aisle of 5 adjacent seats to myself. The 250 plus seater plane had about 60 people on board, maybe. I lifted the armrests on all the seats, laid down and slept soundly until a stewardess hit some turbulence and landed on my head. Incidentally, the picture of the cat is really upsetting. I know how that poor woman feels. I was sitting in an LC-130 Hercules, Herc with modified skis for Icefield to Kiev, as we were leaving Bide Surface Camp at ATS-120W to head back to McMurdo Base on Ross Island, Antarctica. New York Air National Guard flies those Hercs, and it was a trip to have kids from the Bronx flying us around Antarctica. Anyway, before we got on the plane, loaded with ice cores, snow machines, massive cargo, and tons of radar equipment, the pilot tells us that they've strapped jet assisted takeoff to the side of the Herc. Due to the extreme weight they were attempting to take off with, They also decided to keep the cargo door open in case they had to dump all the cargo for fear of running out of groomed runway. Having the Jato launch with the cargo door open was like sitting on a rocket looking backwards as you raced across the ground hoping to take off. The boys in the cargo hold had their hands on the lever that would dump an entire season of ice cores at a moment's notice. But we actually got off the ground after what seemed like forever, as all of us were staring at our field research in the hands of a crazy kid from New York City and some even more crazy pilots at the helm. This might be cheating because I wasn't on the flight, but my grandfather died during a flight home. Sorry for it being long, but the backstory gives it a little more weight. He was in his early 80s, and he smoked ever since he was in WWII, so at this point he was spending most of his time with an oxygen tank at his side. After the past few visits with the doctor, my family was given the general diagnosis that he didn't have much time. Now my house consisted of me, my parents, and my grandparents, so I was able to see the general progression from bad to worse. He had 4 daughters, 3 of which live in Pittsburgh including my mother, and 1 that moved out to Phoenix a long time ago. The only time he had ever visited my aunt in Phoenix was for her wedding, which was around 30 plus years ago at the time. As one last hurrah for my GPA, we decided to ship him, my grandmother, my mom and 3 aunts, and a couple other family members out to Phoenix for a week with family out there. We dubbed it Senior Make-A-Wish. I got regular updates from my mom during s'more, saying how nice the weather was and how much time he was spending with his grandchildren he rarely saw. Just a grand old time. After a pleasant week in Phoenix, it was time to commence the rendezvous stage of s'more. This is where the details become a little hazy for me, because I wasn't present for this flight. As I was told, my grandfather suffered a heart attack on the way home. See, he appeared to be sleeping, and then he quietly started mumbling something to my aunt that was next to him. She asked him to speak up, but he just kept saying things that were somewhat tough to make out. She knew something was wrong at this point and let the rest of the family and staff know that he didn't seem okay. She was able to make out a name and the word sorry because he repeated those words several times. The plane, in an attempt to get him help, landed in one of the Carolinas instead of going straight to Pittsburgh. However, my parents say that he was already gone by the time they made the emergency landing. I was later told by other, more distant members of the family that his mumblings had to do with an experience during the war. Apparently, he blamed himself for letting one of his friends die because he forgot to reload his weapon, so he held on to that blame for his whole life. Unfortunately, I can't say I knew him too well, despite living with him for the majority of my childhood. Senior Make-A-Wish was shut down after that. TL. Doctor, my family sends near-dead grandfather to visit other family. Near-dead grandfather becomes dead grandfather on return flight. A few weeks ago, while heading to Milwaukee, a morbidly obese woman had a morbidly obese toddler. She looked like a person-colored balloon with arms and legs. The kid looked like a miniature version of the Mitchell in Man. Being a toddler, he was a faking brat and threw tantrums constantly, cried, threw shit, kicked chairs, people, and bags. Standard kid on a plain sheet. This was enough to make me hate him with my entire being. I not so secretly wished a flight attendant would spill hot coffee on him. Or that he would, while jumping up and down on his seat, trip and then faceplant into something sharp. Again, pretty standard for a toddler. The what the fuck part. The mother pulls out a bag of cheese curls. When the kid acts out, she gives him a few cheese puffs. For 5 hours, the kid was fed a constant stream of cheese puffs. The only time he wasn't screaming or acting like a sheethead is when he was eating. His peak sheethead behavior is when he dropped a puff on the floor and his mother wouldn't let him eat it off the floor, where thousands of people put their feet each year. Feet from all over the country. I'm sleeping during a flight from Philadelphia to Paris one night when the woman in the seat across from me begins to have a seizure. The sheet is violent, shaking the whole seat and making a bunch of noise. I wake up and nearly jump out of my seat. A few seconds later the flight crew is surrounding her and the old woman is unconscious. They try questioning her son sitting next to her, but he only speaks Polish. There is a scramble on the jet of maybe a couple hundred people to find 1, a doctor, and 2, someone who speaks Polish and English or French. They ask this over the PA after a minute or so, and amazingly, they find neither, which I still find hard to believe. I think people are just assholes who don't want to get involved. Eventually a nurse practitioner appears and suggests maybe the woman is a diabetic. Somehow they bridge the language barrier and discover she is in fact diabetic and find her testing supplies in her carry-on. They get the lady stable and laying down in the aisle for the rest of the flight and all seems well. We land in Paris and emergency crews on someone who speaks Polish come aboard the plane first thing. At this point the old lady is conscious again, but not looking well, and a big argument breaks out, because the old woman and her son don't want to go to the hospital, because they don't want to miss their plane to Poland. They are escorted off the plane. Not sure what happened after that point TLDR, old Polish ladies are tough. About an hour into a flight to Denver just before Christmas, I was on the verge of catching some much needed shut-eye, when suddenly I heard someone yell she's choking. I looked back to see a young girl, probably 8 or 9, completely blue in the face with her eyes rolled back. No response at all. Her parents were completely distraught and screaming, as you would expect. One of the scariest things I've seen. I thought she was dead. The girl next to me just started bawling. Apparently the girl had fallen asleep with gum in her mouth, and no one noticed she was choking until the flight attendant saw her lips turning blue. All of the flight attendants went running, calling for doctors, etc. Someone picked the girl up, she looked like a rag doll at this point, and tried to give her the Heimlich, but it wasn't working. Finally, one of the flight attendants ran up, flipped her over the back of the chair, and whacked her on the back 4 or 5 times, dislodging the piece of gum. We diverted to Vegas, so the paramedics could check her out, but she walked off the plane by herself, to a round of applause from everyone on the plane. TLDR, a young girl fell asleep with gum in her mouth and almost choked to death. In Ontario we had a small airline called Bearskin Airlines. Some co-workers and myself were doing some work in various northern Ontario towns, so we had no choice but to fly Bearskin several times through a particular weak point. There were several what the fuck things. For one, all of us had box cutters, usually several, in our laptop bags, but since the security guard either not there, or sleeping with his feet up on the desk and his hat over his face, no joke, we were never once checked or questioned. The planes are sketchy at best. On the first flight we had, my one co-worker attempted to buckle his seatbelt and pulled it right off. The bolt that was holding it onto the side of the seat rolled over to me, so I reached over and put it back in for it. Here, let me just get that for you. During that same flight, one of us had a window seat and noticed a big piece of duct tape flapping in the wind. It was wrapped all the way around the wing, maybe only about twice, and a good 12 inches of it was hanging off, flapping away. We couldn't figure out what its purpose was, but it was there, and that sucks to notice while you're flying regardless. Also noteworthy and more funny than what the fuck, the pilot's stewardess was also his co-pilot, who simply had a cooler beside her with some soda and juice in it. Every time he had something to say, he would use the intercom. Even after I leaned forward a few inches, moved the curtain that separates the pilots from the passenger cabin, and said to him, "You probably don't need to use that. We can hear you just fine without it." We had the same pilot every day. We were greeted with a good morning, and said farewell each flight with a see you in the morning. Back when I was in high school I did aeronautics at school. So we learnt all point about planes and how to fly and cheat. Every year they did a Skytrack where they took about 15 kids flying around West Australia checking out the countryside. I went when I was in year 9, and we were in the middle of about a 5-hour flight. This year 8 scumbags started feeling sick cause it was a bit turbulent. Now you know, when you have a mouthful of water and cover your mouth with your hand and spit/blow it out, it goes everywhere at odd angles between your fingers. Well, this fact decided to not use the vomit bags that were in front of him and cover his mouth with his hand. I got covered in this gross rancid vomit. One clear. It in turn made me vomit, and the 2 guys in front of us vomited, cause he hit them as well. 2 hours of that bloody smell. Fuck. Still makes me rage thinking about it. At least the teachers made him scrub that 6-seater out like it was brand new. Then we made him drink a soap, coffee, tea and detergent mix, cunt. I haven't seen that many what the fuck things. I was on a flight from Atlanta to LA though, sitting center row next to a non-English speaking elderly Chinese couple. As soon as the engines on the plane started to rev up good, both of them fell asleep, like snoring asleep. Just like that. So we get about 30 minutes into the flight and the captain comes on and says, "Sorry folks, we have some problems going on. We are going back to Atlanta." When wheels touch down in Atlanta, the old Chinese man next to me wakes up and looks at me a little confused and asks, "Are?" And I say, "No man, we are back in Atlanta." He responded with this expression of pure helpless terror and confusion. We debunked the plane, and he and his wife just wandered off somewhere. About 2 hours later, at the gate we are waiting for a new plane, I get paged, and they ask me if I'd seen that older couple. Apparently they went missing and got lost in the airport. An hour later we're on the flight again, and I got to spread out over 3 seats all to myself. Also, when we debarked, or as it disembarked, the Lame plane, as I passed by the cockpit I heard the pilot telling a flight attendant, "Shit, we nearly ran out of runway there." That's a little disconcerting to hear. I told someone about it later, and they said it was because the plane was landing on one of the runways that was meant for planes that did not have full tanks of fuel. I guess ours did, and had more momentum. Anyway, got to LA 5 hours late or so. When I was 18, on my very first flight, one of the engines on the left side exploded during takeoff. There was a very loud sound, a pretty large comet of fire, and then I couldn't really see anything. All I was concerned with was whether or not the fire was out. For some reason I was convinced everything would be okay if we weren't burning. The flight attendants were not exactly helpful. One kept running to the window screaming, "Oh shit, we are gonna die." The one walking us through emergency procedures was so freaked out he could barely speak. Eventually the pilot came over the intercom to finish giving the procedures. I was just getting over pneumonia, so I was rather convinced none of this was actually happening. I remember it more as something I saw versus something I experienced. Some guy I don't know held my hand and the hand of some other girl. Another dude was busy chugging wine as fast as he could. There was a lot of praying, but oddly the only person who screamed was the hysterical flight attendant. Everyone seemed to be in somewhat of a state of shock. We safely landed within about 10 minutes of this all starting. I found that pilot the next day, about to try the same flight pattern again. I walked over, shook his hand and thanked him. I jump seated on a 737-300 into Morocco earlier this year when the 2 Eastern European pilots went absolutely apeshit. We were forced to circle the airport at 8,000 feet for about half an hour because the King's aircraft blocked the runway, and perhaps all that sun finally got to them. Then again, they didn't like each other. To begin with, at some point an EasyJet at A320 got onto the same racetrack as we did. They were supposed to keep a distance of about 300 feet to us, and depending on which pilot you believe, they either barely did or didn't at all. Not even close. Can't you see Motherfucker and whatnot else? So these two clowns got into a shouting match over what exactly to say to the EasyJet guys. All the while we have 140 plus people in the back blissfully unaware of them, not paying any attention at all to where they are going or when they are supposed to turn. We were on autopilot, but after a couple of miles they had to manually set the new course to cause the aircraft to turn. I've flown into SFO before and seen the parallel aircraft on approach and thought this was kind of similar in distance, but holy shit, did they hate each other. I was flying to Haiti a few years ago. Little side port outside of Miami airport. We sat there for a while. There's about 12 of us sitting there, 6 with my group. One guy gets the boot for having a fake passport. We waited a long time, and finally we got to go. I'm thinking to myself, there's a little door there, maybe they'll search all our bags before we head out and pat us down. No, the guy just opens the door and we walk out onto the tarmac. Little plane, there's duct tape on it. We get on, and about 20 minutes into the flight I hear some rustling. I look for the noise. A guy is holding his bag, which is moving by itself. I hear a cluck. There's a faking chicken in the bag. I'm sitting in the back of the plane, and a woman walks back to me and says, "Excuse me, can I sit there for a second?" Slightly confused, I agree. I move up to another open seat. I hear a plastic bag being taken out and then hear some liquid rushing into the bag. She took a faking piss in the bag. I did not sit back in my seat. I used to fly quite frequently, so I've got a few stories to tell. I was on a flight from New York to Dusseldorf, about half an hour away from the Dusseldorf, when flight attendants started waking up people. It was in the middle of the night. An older lady in the row in front of me didn't wake up. I was amazed at how professionally everything was handled by the crew from that point on. 2 or 3 flight attendants quickly but calmly performed several basic checks, like searching for pulse, while one of the other attendants called for a doctor when it became evident that something was terribly wrong with her. The doctor and attendants took the lady, who looked pale, non-responsive with her eyes open, at the back of the plane along with a bunch of medical equipment. They pulled the lady out of the plane when we landed. She was conscious again at that point. The crew deserved a medal for professionalism. It was Lufthansa point. Another time I was on a flight from Munich to Bulgaria, I think. We started accelerating on the runway to take off when everything shut down, both engines, lights. The plane safely stopped and we took off with the same plane about 20 minutes later after technicians did some work on the engines. Pilot said he didn't have enough pressure to start up the engines when the failure occurred and apologized for the inconvenience. That made me doubt the redundancy of the plane systems though. I think it was a Boeing, TLDR, saw woman being revived. Planes have shitty redundancy of their systems. Wasn't during a flight. I was waiting in St. John's for a flight to Toronto, ultimately to Memphis, but it was late arriving. After a couple hours delay the plane finally arrives, and people are disembarking. Point from where I was sitting I could see the plane and the area around it clearly. The gate staff announce that they'll begin boarding as soon as the plane is refueled. A few minutes later I see a fuel truck moving towards the plane with what appeared to be an intention of passing under a wing point crunch. The truck strikes the wing and gets stuck. After much panic they deflate the tires and pull the truck free, exposing a jagged hole in the wing point. Apparently there wasn't anyone qualified to diagnose the damage, so they took pictures and sent them to a mechanic in Montreal who said to patch it. After a couple hours they loaded us up and away we went. Everyone was pretty nervous, but they gave us free booze. I was on a flight to Lax once, and we were supposed to have a layover. On landing, however, we learned that the crew coming in from another city had been delayed due to weather, so we were going to have to turn around and take a plane full of passengers back to JFK, doubling our shift and ruining our layover. Not to mention, it's already after midnight. We load everyone onto the plane, smile like we mean it, and start to push back off the gate. Almost immediately, we are told by the captain that some light has gone off and we have to have maintenance come on to look at the plane. Great point. Almost 2 hours later, the mechanics are finally almost done. The passengers are restless and worried about connections. They're about to close the door and I see the delayed plane land and pull up to the gate beside us. I'm a little miffed that those flight attendants are getting our layover. Sigh. As we close the door and start to push back again, we are about to start the safety demo and this big older guy gets up and starts walking toward the front. I hold up my hand, starting to say, "Sir, we are moving, you need to," and then he stops. He sways. Then he falls like a tree in the forest directly between the aisle seats. I remember that my immediate thought was, wow, I'm really glad he fit and didn't hurt himself. Then my second thought was, AWW, shit, I'm not in the mood for a medical emergency. I turn immediately to face the front of the plane. I'm at the front of economy on a 757, and there are 2 more flight attendants at the front. I shout one of their names, saying call the captain, and turn to respond to this guy, but before I even have to formulate a thought, the guy he landed beside, in seat 22D, says out loud, "I'm a medic." I have first response, then, a guy 7 rows back stands up and says, "I'm a doctor, everyone sit down." Then he makes his way up to us. This all happens in like 5 seconds. At that point, I become the recorder of information and the flight attendant I shouted to is relaying info to the captain, and we have another girl playing rune and fetch. All told, it was the easiest medical emergency I've ever seen. The guy and his family were taken off the flight before we left. A lot of people missed their connections, but everything worked out in the end. Flying back from Fort Lauderdale to Toronto a few weeks ago, via LaGuardia, on AA point my wife and I boarded the plane. We get to RO, and a rather large fellow sighs, and makes exaggerated gestures, while getting up to illustrate how much we've inconvenienced him, by asking to get to our seats. She's a nervous flyer, and told me to take the window seat. We are told the flight is delayed. This news comes to our neighbor, as if he was told his family died. The attendants come by to hand out headphones, so we can watch some pre-recorded TV while we wait. He complains that the TV nearest us is not working, and it's the only one I can see, despite the next one being only another 5 feet or so ahead, which I can clearly see without my glasses. She says she'll look into it. She actually did go talk to one of the other folks about the TV. The plane was delayed a little over an hour. The pilot came out and said he was sorry, but he didn't know why. Just that we were delayed by LaGuardia, not Fort Lauderdale. Typically that means weather, but he wasn't sure. He was actually pretty nice, walking the aisle to apologize to everybody personally for not having an ETA for departure point. The guy tells, note, not asks, the pilot to fix the TV. The pilot says I'll take a look, taps the plastic housing on the side, shrugs his shoulders and walks back to the cockpit. We finally get clearance for takeoff, and one of the attendants asks him to secure his seat upright. He says I can't. My seat is broken. Nothing is going my way today. Hey, it could be worse. You could be stuck next to an asshole. One of the flight attendants notice that his ample girth is simply preventing the button from releasing. During the flight, he falls asleep. He slowly sinks in his seat while loudly snoring, causing his elbows to push toward my wife. She's pretty impressed with that. She decides to plug in the headphones to tune him out. Oh, he's using her headphone jack. I say fuck it, use mine. I've got a window, and all is well for the rest of the flight, until landing prep. One of the attendants announces for everybody to prepare for descent and landing, put up tables, secure your seats, etc. Half the plane gets up to line up for the bathroom. A few minutes later he comes on and says, to the best of my memory, alright, if everybody could return to your seat, we will be landing in a few minutes. Everybody, if you could. Hey. Or get up, walk around, talk to your friends. I don't really care. We land in LaGuardia, and immediately everybody stands up while the plane is still taxiing and clogs the aisleway. Nothing makes a plane feel smaller than several people looming over you. Flying from San Francisco to San Luis Obispo, about 20 years ago. One of those small, twin-engine airplanes holds like 12 people, only a curtain between pilot and passengers, so we take off from SF, and almost immediately start to turn north. Wrong way. The pilot shouts from the cockpit that he isn't getting confirmation that the landing gear are up, so we are going back to SF. We fly around the airport and line up on the runway. Pilot shouts that now he is not getting confirmation that the gear is down. We end up flying over the runway towards the hangars, which we buzz at like 100 feet above the ground, then turn back south towards the end of the runway. The pilot shouts back that the ground crew saw the gear down, but he isn't getting confirmation, so we are going to try to land at SF. We proceed to fly around in circles for about 20 minutes. I'm trying to figure out why. We line up with the end of the runway and look like we are going to land. I look out the window, straining to look ahead of us, only to see about 5 fire trucks, several ambulances, and a couple of cop cars sitting at the end of the runway. We ended up landing fine. The gear was down and locked. The emergency equipment was there for us in case the gear wasn't locked. Anyway, my scariest flight ever. I was on a flight from New York to Tokyo by way of Vancouver. A Japanese woman next arrives and sits across the aisle from me wearing a doctor's mask. Now this is not uncommon in Asia, but it was the first time I had seen it outside of a flight from New York. Little did I know that this was just the tip of the crazy iceberg. After takeoff she proceeds to complain loudly that everyone is too noisy. It's a mid-afternoon flight and she can't sleep. Of course flight is normal volume level. Then I notice she is wearing shorts and volleyball knee pads. For what reason I will never know. That she makes a tent out of her blanket and the surrounding seats. I'm sure the person in her O was thrilled about this. She started singing to herself inside the blanket, then started reading using a flashlight that she pulled out of her gigantic purse. Finally, she decides that her seat is uncomfortable and she is going to sleep in the flight attendant's seat in the back galley. They escorted her back to her seat point. Since this was pre-9/11, she got away with a bunch of stuff that would have gotten you arrested today. One summer I took an Air India flight from New Delhi to Khajuraho. Air India has some of the oldest planes in the world and not the best reputation for trained pilots. The pilot announced that we were coming in for a landing and the crew flipped on a looped recording of Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head for the approach. The 737 came in fast and, within 10 meters of the ground, the pilot pulled up into a steep climb, followed by an incredibly hard bank. He had almost missed the runway. With no explanation, we looped around for another try, this time actually touching down before the pilot realized that there wasn't enough runway left for us to stop. Another round of going full throttle into a fast climb, followed by yet another steep banking maneuver. By this time, we were on the third rendition of Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head in the middle of an Indian desert on a plane, piloted by someone who couldn't hit a runway. Loud prayers in Hindi throughout the plane. In the third approach, we slammed into the tarmac and screeched to a halt. Fun times. Flying back from Germany to New York, there was a thunderstorm right over JFK. My plane had to circle around the storm until the pilots could find the right time to attempt an approach. Mind you, at this point, post-9/11, on all international flights, no one is allowed to get out of their seats during descent. Well, our descent lasted 2 hours. Continuous circling over this storm. Everyone was freakishly quiet, and at one point the pilot announced something in German. I was on a Lufthansa flight. I had no idea what he had just said, but I started to see people panic and start to tighten their seatbelts like crazy. I asked the passenger sitting next to me what was going on and what the pilot just said. Apparently the pilot said we are running low on fuel and have to glide to an airport in Washington, D.C. Please tighten your seatbelts. Honestly, with no translation, the pilots barking over the loudspeaker, the other passengers pulling their seatbelts frantically freaked me out. Not to mention that we were going to glide in a 747 from New York to Washington, attempt to land, and then refuel, and try to get back to Nye Point. I mean, what the fuck? Think about sitting there not knowing what is going on while everyone is tripping out and tightening their seatbelts. What the fuck? Didn't really happen on a plane, but my friend and I grossly miscalculated the time to get to the airport in Warsaw. So after finally getting on the right bus to the airport, we knew we were probably going to miss our flight. We ran to the counter and asked if we'd made it, and the guy just said, "There is no flight. We put you on another one." We were annoyed, even though we would have missed it anyway. We are American college chicks after all, and asked why our flight was cancelled. The guy says apologetically, "The plane is on fire." We did not argue with him after that point. On a separate occasion, I'm on a plane taking off, I forget where, and I look out the window and this plane next to us is engulfed in flames. I make it all the way to 25,000 feet in the sky with my mouth wide open. Point on a flight to Hong Kong. This Chinese lady lays across her seat and her husband to sleep. Her feet drop to my lap as she falls asleep. I keep trying to nudge them off, but she keeps putting them back in the same position on my leg. I gave up and let her put her feet on me for the next 16 hours. No, I'm a little late to this, but WTH, most what the fuck thing I've ever experienced would be the smoothest landing I've ever had in an airplane, in the middle of a raging storm. Flight from Tampa to JFK was originally delayed for like 4 hours because the windshield wiper was broken. Right there at the terminal, with the nose of the plane like 20 feet from the wall of glass, they start ripping the front of the plane apart to replace/repair whatever was broken. Took 4 hours. I understood why once we got to JFK. Worst storm I've ever flown through. Bouncing side to side, up and down. Had the bottom fall out several times on final approach. Worst one is as we're coming in, right as the tops of the building start to get uncomfortably close, we dropped like 15 to 20 feet. I don't think I've ever puckered as hard in my life, either before or since. This goes on for a few minimum of landing. I'm expecting touchdown to be one of those feel it in your bones impacts. No. We're coming in, bouncing all over the place, when I see the runway fence scream by, window seat, and I'm thinking any second now when, nothing. The turbulence just stops. No bang, not even a dull thud. Just, nothing. Took me a solid 10 seconds to realize we were actually on the ground. I was on a plane with my dad and his friend, Gary, a few years ago. My dad and I were on one side of the aisle and his friend was on the other. There was an open seat next to Gary, and he was really excited to have the extra space. Just when we thought the boarding was completed, a mammoth of a woman walks on and of course she takes the seat right next to him. Needless to say, Gary was not happy, because she was taking up half of his space. In classic troll style, he calls over a flight attendant and states, "Excuse me ma'am, I paid for my whole seat." Clearly uncomfortable, the flight attendant looks at the woman and said something along the lines of, "Well, he is right. If you can't fit into your own seat, we will have to ask you to purchase 2 tickets on a later flight." They then kicked the land whale off of the plane, and she was forced to buy 2 plane tickets for a flight the next day. Even though I felt terrible for her, it was quite possibly one of the funniest things I had ever seen. I might make a rage comic about this. My mom was a flight attendant for 30 years, and she told me some phenomenal stories. My all-time favorite was a story of when she was coming home from Russia, and it was around midnight. Now, she's seen drinking before, but this time it was pretty bad for some. So, anyway, she's moving the cart through the aisle when she sees one man stand up. She looks at him expecting him to get up and go to the bathroom or something, but he just stands there. Eventually, he looks at everyone, turns around, drops his pants, and starts peeing on the seat. This goes on for about 10 seconds before my mom can get around to him and get him out of there. Long story short, he was absolutely hammered, and they had to move him to the only available seat on the plane. Needless to say, they attempted to wash the seat before landing, but the other passengers were not happy. Not something I myself have witnessed, but goddamn, I'm going to remember that story for ages. I often travel for work, so I have 2.1 evening. I was on a plane in Adelaide, Australia, waiting to depart the gate. The pilot announced on the PA, "I'm sorry everyone, but too many rabbits have been loaded onto the plane. We have to unload half of them." I was sitting above the luggage doors, so I watched the ground crew drive their vehicle up to the doors and unload cage after cage, each containing 2 white rabbits. Eventually, having reached the plane's tolerable rabbit level, we departed. It was reported in the newspapers the following day, in column 8 for the Aussies here. The second story isn't exactly a flight story, but it happened at the security screening area in the airport. An unassuming woman in front of me lifted her laptop bag off the conveyor belt, and it fell open. I picked up her iPod charger and handed it to her. Another man picked up a DVD she'd dropped, but rather than hand it to her, he put it into a tray in front of her, presumably so that I could see what it was. Written on the DVD in black marker pen, "Come craving teen 3 feet." Maybe she should have packed it in her check-in bags. I'm sure she wouldn't need that on the flight. I was taking a flight out of Mexico to Vancouver a couple of years ago and decided to wait for my boarding in the airport bar. Of course, I know that it's a bad idea to drink a lot before you get on a flight, since the pressure change from the plane's ascent can screw you up pretty bad. I kept it modest at around 4 beers before the flight. The couple sitting next to me though were pounding them back like Ernest faking Hemingway. I thought to myself, man, they're faked. Glad I'm not on their flight. Naturally, it turned out that they were actually on my flight. They were sitting a few aisles behind me, and they are just plastered. So the plane goes up, and the guy just passes out cold right away. The girl starts ranting and mumbling. She starts randomly telling people to shut up and swearing at the staff. Eventually, I hear her stand up and shout, "I have to pee." As she's awkwardly stumbling to the front of the plane, I hear a few people laughing. Then I hear more people laughing. I hear several people behind me just losing it as this drunk lady is telling them to shut up. I start wondering what's going on, and then as she passes my seat, I see why everyone is laughing. She has somehow managed to cram the back of her dress inside her underwear. You bet your ass I laughed too. TLDR, drunk lady tucked her dress into her underwear. I was on a short flight with my brother, who was 19 at the time, and he gets up as we are in the final descent and is going towards the bathroom at the front of the Dash 8. The flight attendant tells him to sit down. He says he really has to go. She says no. At this point I'm laughing, because I know, when he has to go, it's only a short time before he lets go. So he sits back down and grabs an empty water bottle, and his girlfriend is telling him to put his dick away at the same time. The lady in the adjacent row is freaking out because he's pissing in a bottle and can't believe anyone would do such a thing. Well, he pretty much misses pissing in the bottle and the piss is flowing down towards the front of the plane along the side. People in front started to notice, and I could see them looking down and lifting their feet. When we arrived, the flight attendant apologized for not letting my brother use the bathroom. When I got off the plane, both my brother's and his girlfriend's pant legs were soaked with piss. Night flying in the window seat from Cali to DC in June. Returning from visiting an old friend for a long weekend. I looked out the window and saw a sheet load of fireworks off in the distance. What was the occasion? I read part of my book and looked back. More fireworks. In the same exact direction I had been looking out the window before. Then I noticed the fireworks were following me. As I watched, I wondered if they were fireworks at all, as sometimes they seemed to be bursts of light, and other times the lights would snake through the ground in an S shape. Then, they'd make a solid line for a while, and then disappear with no particular order. The only constant was that these lights were definitely following the plane. It took me a solid 30 full minutes to figure out what it was. Not fireworks, not another plane, not a UFO. It was the moon's reflection on bodies of water we passed. Last time I was coming back from New York to Lon, last September, I was sitting next to this awesome old lady. I wish I had her name. She was the coolest person I ever did meet. And we spent the entire 7-hour flight back cracking jokes. Sitting in front of me were two girls, dressed in Jack Will's FYI British version of Abercrombie, opposite the aisle from their irritating mother. You know, the kind who's always asking if everything's okay, and babying them. These girls were about 14 to 15. Sheesh. Also, she had one of those Winnie hybrid UK/us accents and kept bothering the attendants for drinks and stuff for her kids, who were obviously old enough to look after themselves. Are you comfortable? Do you need anything? Wouldn't be surprised if she whipped her breast out to feed them. Anyway, it was during the time that there was some random tornado in New York City, so we were delayed 4 hours. Then it was a bumpy ride back. Sitting next to this old lady, we start guffawing at everything and making outlandish statements. When the pilot announced that, because of the turbulence, we'd have to keep our seatbelts on the whole way back because of turbulence, I said, "Mate, I've seen Lost. Seatbelts don't do nothing." We cracked up. Crazy mother from over the aisle shoots us super dirty looks, then proceeds to freak out the entire way back. TLDR. Old people are awesome, and Lost jokes on a plane never get old. Flight from Australia to Japan via Singapore. 2 Very loud, large and obnoxious 40-something women hop on near me on their way to Bali. I'm wearing a suit due to flying straight in for a business meeting. They talk to me, and I'm being friendly. When they stop for their third scotch and coke, even before the flight has lasted an hour, I put my headphones in and watch a movie. They continue to talk to me, and when I don't join in their banter, I start getting abused. Go back to first class, you twat. Who the fuck do you think you are? etc. I don't call the stewardess because it's a long flight and I don't care to cause trouble, so I put my headphones in and uncomfortably watch my movie. Among the abuse points somebody else calls the stewardess, they are told to quieten down and stop drinking, and that's when plenty more abuse comes. Oh, you fuck, telling on us for just having a bit of fun. We are just having a laugh and you can't take it after 8 hours. We finally land and I get off the worst ever flight I've been on. This was without a doubt the most frightening moment of my life. I went on a trip to Cape Cod with my dad and his girlfriend the summer before last. I was flying alone to Providence. I live in MD, they live in Court, so I spent most of the flight looking out the window and taking pictures. We had been descending for a while and had just started to pass over Narragansett Bay and making a slow left turn. That's when I noticed a single engine airplane ahead and to the left of my plane. It was at the same altitude, probably 1/4 mile away, and flying on a course that was about 15 degrees right relative to the plane I was on. Now, before you call BS this next part, I want to point out that I've been an avid fan of flying for close to 25 years. I've flown single-engine aircraft, spent thousands of hours in MSFS and X-plane, and I'm damn good at dead reckoning. When I got a good look at that plane, my brain said I'm going to hit that just like it would, correctly, in a simulator. So here I'm staring out the window, certain that I was seconds from an unpreventable death when the other plane rolls hard to the left and pulls up. I don't think my plane's flight crew even knew what happened. For the next few hours I couldn't stop shaking. I'm actually shaking now just from thinking about it. Think it's BS. The camera I was using is a 100% manual 35mm, so I was able to continue using it while electronics had to be put away. I had it out. Once I managed to regain the ability to think and move, I took a picture. A few seconds earlier the other plane had been much further to the right, much lower, facing more towards me, and about the same distance. P.S. Preemptive Jesus, man. There are just some things you don't talk about in public. Edit. Does anyone know if the FAA has a public list of in-flight violations? Probably the most what the fuck was a flight from DFW to C. They were just finishing up handing out some of those bad meals, mini deep dish pizza or something else. I went with pizza. It was greasy and pretty gross when we hit a pocket of something. All of the stuff on my tray table, the pizza, drink etc., stayed in place while the plane around it dropped in altitude suddenly. I got to watch everything on my tray suspended in midair about a foot up for about a second of wicked hang time, then slam back down to the tray. Or maybe the plane rose back up to meet it. Some of my drinks sloshed over, but not much. It was so what the fucky, because the event happened so fast to see everything on my tray and those next to me leap up in the air then slam right back down. Maybe the pilot was David Copperfield or something. Thankfully we had seat belts on as there was a prior warning of turbulence, because the drop was palpable. Another what the fuck that really wasn't, but was more like bloody freaking cool, was a seaward flight. A large number of the passengers were guys from another country, Germany, Austria, Holland or something. I don't exactly remember, but the accents were cool. They were all in the US for a barbershop convention, Spedsksa probably. They took a liking to the stewardesses and sang for most of the flight. Great voices, great harmonies, and bloody cool to have the volume of about 50 voices filling the plane. Since I'm a handlebar wearing guy, I fit right in and got to talk with a couple of them. I had to convince them I wasn't a barbershopper. I was flying from Edinburgh to London once, and a stewardess came by with a trolley. I was going to a party, and was going to arrive late, so I thought I'd tie on a couple of drinks. There was booze, and so on the trolley, all overpriced to hell and back, but I thought, what the hell. I politely asked her for a gin and tonic. I used to work with the public, I know what they can be like. So I treat customer facing workers with respect, and she reacted like I'd said I planned to go to the John and flush it just when we were passing over her hometown. She was pissed about something I'd said. Figuring I must just have misread her reaction, I refined my order to make it plain that I wanted a double gin and tonic, and this chick tutted and rolled her friggin' eyes. What the sheet? So respect gets repaid with contempt, is that how it works? Someone wanting to cut a buzz on a 55-minute flight needs to be put in their place, is that right? It's minor, but it counts for me as a what the fuck moment, because I was treating her as I'd wish to be treated myself if our roles had been reversed, and I honestly did not know what was going through her head. I fly a lot, and what I see a lot are women with big roller suitcases trying to shove them in the wrong way into the overhead, or businessmen being dicks doing whatever they want. That's BS. If the airlines are strapped for cash, they should be double checking and making people pay the fee at the gate. I saw a woman and 3 kids under the age of 10, all dragging, not carrying huge duffel bags to our gate. Each bag was 5x bigger than the kids. Of course no one stops these people from bringing huge bags as carry-ons. Obviously it's not a carry-on if someone cannot carry it. The mom cannot lift any of the bags up to the overhead. I was already in my seat watching this BS. No one was helping this woman either. Serves her right. The flight attendant came from the back and started lifting bags for her, with some struggle. The family's bags took up 2 full overheads and half of another for just 4 bags. What the fuck? I've seen beachy New York women demand a free gate check for their bag that doesn't fit. I have seen business guys cram a laptop bag, garment bag, and huge roller into the overhead as the bag sticks out, and sitting down telling the flight attendant they fly all the time. Platinum member. Platinum members get 2 bags free, so why? Carry it all on, and they can do what they want, since their company keeps the airline operating from their ticket purchases. I travel quite a bit as well. I was on a flight to Shanghai that was flying over Iraq. This was about 2008. The flight was at that stage where all the blinds are pulled down, and the only people left awake are the hardcore drinkers making the repeat trips to the rear to beg for more booze. Point anyway, I was window side and decided to have a peek out. It was night, and for about 20 seconds there was just darkness. Then in the distance I very clearly saw a mountain range. I saw it clearly because a huge explosion of some sort had lit the entire range up. Then there was another explosion and another, just massive flashes of light, quite far away, but very visible. The explosions lasted for about a minute or so, in varying degrees of severity, stopped for about a few minutes, then started again for another minute or so. It was amazing to watch. I'm still not sure what it was. I didn't see lightning coming from the sky, and I've seen lightning from a plane before, and it didn't look like that. I suspect it was military, but would that happen with a commercial jet flying relatively nearby? The pilot didn't change course or anything. Anyway, whatever it was big and amazing to watch. On a flight back from DC at night, I was sitting in the coach next to this nice guy I'd randomly talked to throughout the flight. I was dozing off listening to music when I sniffed and realized my nose had started bleeding. No problem. Happens all the time in flights for me, and holding my nose I just sort of looked meaningfully at the guy next to me. With a nod of understanding, he got up, and I started walking towards the front, where the nearest bathroom was, cool as a cucumber. As I walked past the curtains dividing the proletariat from the double plus good passengers, some guy 2 rows in had his foot out in the aisle and I didn't notice. I stumble and reach out my hand to steady myself in one quick motion, and in the process fling warm human nose blood all over the lap and arms of the next passenger up, a portly, balding businessman in a polo and jeans. I immediately re-grabbed my nose and looked gape-mouthed at the guy. I will never forget the look on his face. Some exquisite combination of horror, confusion, anger, fear, and disgust all played out over his features for like 3 seconds. I almost laughed. 4 minutes later, after the steward removed the seat cushion and replaced it, they have spares. Me and the unwitting victim are quietly standing in line for the bathroom. Awkwardly, still obviously red in the face and angry, but knowing it's not really my fault, he ventures, "You don't, have anything, do you?" My comforting reply, "Well, if I do, I'm asymptomatic." My girlfriend was on a flight to Texas and her plane was struck by lightning twice, and they could smell something burning the entire time. Also, my mom's a flight attendant, so she works with a lot of crazy people. This one's not really what the fuck, but it's a good one. One day there was this sort of older looking gentleman sitting in the coach and they would go by him and offer food and drinks, but he would never respond, and they thought he was just asleep the whole time. Well, the plane ride was about 2 hours long, and they never got any sort of communication from him. When the plane landed everybody got off, except for him. They tried to tell him to get up, but they found out that he had actually passed out from drinking too much alcohol. When they took him somewhere to see what was wrong with him, it turned out he had a huge camelback backpack full of beer and was drinking it the entire plane ride and got plastered. They still have no idea how he got it past security. This was a year or 2 ago. Was on a flight from New York to London with my father on vacation. I was 16 at the time. We were given a free upgrade to first class since our original flight was overbooked and the next flight would be a red-eye that left New York at about 9:30 p.m. Since we were in no hurry and willing to wait a few more hours in exchange for first class seats, we took the deal. We were in the second row of 5 rows with a solid curtain separating the first class from the coach. I woke up from a deep sleep somewhere in the middle of the night. Everyone else around me was asleep and the cabin was pitch dark. I could see in front of me the flight attendant was buckled into her seat reading a magazine. I was about to go back to sleep when I heard noise coming from the seat in front of me. Looking through the gap between the seats, at first it looked like the girl in front of me was just resting her head on her male counterpart's lap, but slowly but surely I realized there was a full-on blue job going on. I watched what I could before going back to sleep. TLDR, chick gave a dude head right in the airplane seats, didn't even go to the bathroom to do it. Nothing too what the fuck, but it's all I got. I was on a Southwest flight from Kansas City to STL, about 45 minutes, and it was the worst turbulence I've ever felt. The pilot warned us it would be bad, and it was. I was sitting right behind Steven Jackson, star NFL running back for the Rams. I figured if the plane went down no one would ever mention my name, because Steven Jackson would have died on my flight. Also, I was on a flight from Chicago to Paris, and there was an older woman sitting in the middle section, 4 or 5 wide, with a small baby. The woman fell asleep hard, mouth open, head back, drool coming out etc. Meanwhile the kid was screaming bloody murder. The woman wouldn't wake up from the screaming kid. I have no idea how. The attendants were literally shaking her, and she wouldn't wake up. I think they started to think she was dead, but then she finally snapped out of it and took her screaming kid back. Not as good as the cat one. Flying out of Orange County / Santa Ana. It was a day with a huge number of backups and delays. At the beginning of the day, faking fog. People were switching flights like musical chairs. They pulled in a plane from the tarmac that was half full and going where a recently cancelled flight that I was on was going. They load us on, and I see this tough looking dude in a leather vest walk down the aisle. He loads in his bag and sits down about 2 rows up. After a few more minutes hemming and hawing about a new mechanical delay, some cop cars pull up on the tarmac right next to our plane. 3 cops get out and walk onto our airplane. They walk down the aisle calling out a name and stop at the tough dude in a leather vest when he responds. They have him stand up and walk out. As he's getting out of the seat, one of the cops grabs his right hand and twists a tightly clutched pen out of it. As he walks out I see that the back of his vest says Hell's Angels and has some fancy symbol point. I wondered if this was common. I mean, if you were looking for a guy, it is an easy time to get a definite location on him and make sure he was unarmed. I was on a long-haul 14-hour flight going to Asia, soundly sleeping in the middle section of economy class, when I woke up to the sound of a commotion. An elderly man, sitting at the rightmost window seat 1 row ahead of me, apparently could not wake up, and his wife beside him was hysterically crying for help. The seriousness of the situation jolted me from sleep within mere seconds. A stewardess came running with a medical kit / suitcase and was frantically trying to search for something among the contents of the kit. After about half a minute, another stewardess and a steward arrive with 1 passenger who was either a doctor, nurse, or had a medical background, my assumption. Within another minute, there were a total of 3 passengers working on this elderly man. I assumed that all of them were of the medical profession. One of them, a big burly man, was pumping his hands heavily against the man's body. From where I was seated, I couldn't see him administer mouth to mouth, but the old man's chair was being rocked repetitively and very forcefully. Probably what seems like a few minutes passes, and the rocking is still going on. I was thinking to myself that this was not good at all. It was very possible that the old man had been without a pulse for over several minutes, and for all I knew, he was already dead. All 3 passengers kept at it. One of the passengers / doctors hangs a dextrose mini bag on a stand. The person administering what I assume to be CPR then suddenly says in a very loud voice, "Sir, can you hear me?" He repeats this several times, and then I hear the stewardess beside me say, "Oh thank God," as if by some stroke of really bad luck. Mere moments after she finishes her statement, another stewardess runs up behind her and says that there's another person who lost consciousness in the rearmost section of the plane. They signed a spare. 2 of the passengers who helped the old man earlier rushed to the back of the plane. The big burly man escorts the dazed old man to the front of the plane, escorted by the steward. After anxiously peeking along the aisle for over 10 minutes, I see the stewardesses going back to business as usual. Assuming that the worst had passed, my sleepiness gets the better part of me, and I drift back to sleep. When I was in high school, on a plane from Detroit to London, there was an attempted hijacking point. It happened about 10 minutes into the flight. All I witnessed was a man running up the aisle towards the front, followed by a steward saying, "Sir, sit down." He disappeared from view up front, and then after a few minutes the plane banks sharply as if turning around. We arrive back at Detroit, and we see the runway lined with police cars, fire trucks, ambulances, etc., all with lights flashing. We land and sit on the ground for quite a while in the middle of the tarmac. After a bit, state troopers with dogs come onto the plane and walk up and down the aisle. We are then told to take our carry-ons and disembark to some unused terminal somewhere where we again cool our heels for a while. Finally the FBI comes by and interviews each of us and collects our information. We are then allowed to get back onto another plane and we continue our journey. Later we hear that the hijacker had nitroglycerine strapped to his body somehow. I never was able to find out much more than that. I got back to the States a couple of weeks later and there wasn't anything in the papers. This was pre-internet, about 1985 or 1986. TLDR, attempted hijacking on an international flight by man with nitroglycerine. Flying London, England to Toronto, Canada. Our arrival time went from 4 hours away to 6. I didn't think anything of it, so I continued to look out the window. The closest engine didn't look quite right. When we landed we were followed by the whole fire department, and the pilot casually came on the intercom and said, "Sorry about the delay folks, we lost an engine mid-flight. The fire department is currently putting out the fire. We will be arriving at the gate shortly. Thanks for flying XXXXXXXX, and have a nice day." Another time I was flying with two carry-ons. One was food and the other had my laptop, Xbox, hard drive, and hard drive. I went through security, and I got searched. I forgot to take a penny out of my pocket. They scanned both my bags, then searched my food bag, and let me go. I sit down on the plane, pull out my laptop, and my 5-inch knife, Spitter Coendera, falls on the floor. The old woman, turned out to be 92, beside me sees this. I'm like, "Oh shit," and she says, "You get to bring a knife, but they take microchet hooks." Ah, good call. I always wanted to add a white plane to my collection. She turned out to be really badass and blackmailed me for some food. This will never be seen. I'm much too late to the thread, but it must be told. My family, 5 of us, mom, dad, me, C's, bro, were on a plane from Amsterdam to New York City. I was 17. Bro was 11 to 12. They had dimmed the cabin lights so people could sleep, but I was wide awake. We were sitting in this order: stranger, me, dad, aisle, mom, bro, C's, window. Bro is sleeping. The rest of us are eating or otherwise occupying ourselves. Bro apparently gets too warm and kinda sorta wakes up. He starts taking off his pants in the middle of a huge plane over the Atlantic. Mom sees frantically try to grab him and pull his pants back up. He wakes up just a tiny bit more, allows them to pull his pants up, then turns to our sister. He looks at her and grins the biggest grin I've ever seen, gives C's a big hug, and settles back to sleep. He doesn't remember a thing. I couldn't help but laugh my ass off, and there were a few passengers pissed off at me for waking them up. Oops. Once flying from SFO to PTI, Greensboro, NC, I saw another jet going the other way very close to our jet. It wasn't scary. I did think I heard that planes must maintain 1 mile distance from each other. The cool thing was the speed. I suppose we are traveling at 400 miles per hour, and the other plane doing the same in the other direction. It looked impossibly fast up that close. Usually planes look like they're lumbering along. From my perspective point on another flight back from the Bahamas, I flew on a tail rigged EC3, think WW2 vintage plane. It was fun sitting in a tailrigger, think astronaut posture, on the tarmac at Marsh Harbor International Airport, complete with crashed planes along the sides of the runway. But while flying you could see the plane yawing from side to side, and the port engine, my side, spewed oil all the way to Miami. Fun times. Oh, and the single seat on each side was cool too. Also interesting, we got put on that plane because our travel agent booked our return on an airline that didn't exist. Oh, and same trip to Bahamas. On the way down, We were catching a connecting flight and had to walk outside to board the plane. A jet airliner was departing and we all got caught in its jet wash 100 feet away or so. Talk about powerful. I've got a couple of stories. This first one actually didn't happen to me. It happened to my grandmother. She was flying from New York to West Palm Beach. A woman sat next to her and they started having a conversation. About 20 minutes after takeoff, my grandmother decided to start reading her book. About an hour after she started reading, the husband started slapping the woman my grandmother was just talking to. That woman just died. As retribution, my grandmother got a free extra legroom ticket on JetBlue. I was flying back from Tokyo to New York. Anyone who knows this route knows you cross the international date line at the point where Alaska and Russia meet. Apparently, there was a blizzard rolling through and caused some pretty rough turbulence. The plane bounced and caused the oxygen masks to fling out of the compartment. Almost instantly, a flight attendant got on the PA system saying that the masks opened by accident. She tried to say it as quickly as possible to prevent panic, so mid-sentence she kept switching between English and Japanese. A woman with several kids and an infant was flying, and of course, sat next to me. While she was getting her kids settled, she handed me her infant and said, "Here, hold him for a second." I was so gobsmacked. I had no idea what to say that this woman just handed me her kid and assumed I would help her. Later on, the woman then asked me where I was going. I turned to her and said hopefully to West Palm Beach, where the plane was heading. Oh, and of course, when I was flying Air New Zealand, Richard Simmons just came in the safety video. I have had two experiences that make me like taking the train. I was cruising along happily on a plane from LA to some point north and was about 10 minutes out of my destination. That's when the right side of the plane went dead silent. No sound at all. You never appreciate symmetry until you're in a plane. The pilot said, "Flight attendants, please return to your seats." And the flight attendant sat down and the rest of the flight was pretty normal, but I was just about pissing myself. Half of the plane was pretty aware and kind of freaking out, and half of the plane was asleep and just didn't notice. We landed fine, but it was the most terrifying experience I've ever had in a plane. I still don't know what happened to while flying on Spirit Airlines, whose motto is "I believe we just don't give a fuck." The three flight attendants spent the entirety of the flight chatting with some sort of country star who was sitting in the front row. Then the pilot and co-pilot came out in alternating shifts to talk to this asshole. The pilot got snacks too. It astounds me that the one feature that has been implemented post 9/11 that likely has an effect on deterring terrorism, reinforced cockpit doors, was just opened willy-nilly. 300 people received a full body scan or a pat down, and then the airlines don't give a big enough fuck to leave the cockpit door closed. I have many. While learning how to fly gliders, the most fun being I found some height around 7k feet. Started with 4.5g spiral dive into double loop into double chan lean to double loop into double chan lean to loop. Asked him to stop at this stage. Rules of aerobatics is simple: roll to the nearest horizon, which happened to be inverted. Instructor had been flying so much he then gave control back to me, not really noticing that he was inverted. Training for cable breaks: instead of doing full cable breaks, the instructor would let you fly the launch and park the glider at around 600 feet directly above your landing spot at about 45 degrees pitch and around 70 to 80 knots, and say deal with it stall/spinning, doing stall/spinning exercises for recovery. Kinda made you a bit disoriented. The most scary thing was probably landing in what could be described as the worst turbulence ever. Me doing the landing. The approach was on the backside of a flat-topped mountain which had rotor in it, because the other side of the mountain had a ridge. To give you a scale of the turbulence, the top of my head was hitting the canopy and the straps, 5-point harness, had left some pretty interesting purple bands around my legs/shoulders. Note: normal planes don't do rotor as it's actually capable of rolling most planes. When I was really young, I saw a couple really go at it across the aisle. He was grabbing at her while they sucked face, partially covered by a blanket. I stared at them until I lost interest when I was 14 on a flight from Boulder, I think, to Steamboat Springs during a winter storm. The tiny commuter plane just faking whipped around in the air the entire flight. It was loud as hell and a motion sickness nightmare. I thought we were gonna die. When everyone on the flight just quietly grabbed the hands of the person next to them, I knew I was gonna die. A huge red light and buzzer went on in the pilot's cabin, which was fully visible, thanks to the door popping open in all the turbulence, I think. Basically, everything to precipitate a crash, short of the plane nose diving into the ground, happened. My entire immediate family, including my brother and sister's respective spouses, was on the flight. I'm still a little afraid of flying, though I do it all the time. It didn't help that the pilot looked barely older than me. We thought he was just some nice kid who greeted us before the flight. He started to get on just like the rest of us, then hopped in the pilot's seat. So I'm on a trip to Vegas on Southwest. I'm on the right hand side of the plane, the window seat, and I'm passed out. Randomly I wake up and look out the window. Awesome scenery when all of a sudden I see a shiny dot in the sky really far away. As I'm staring at it, I notice that it is slowly getting bigger and bigger. As it gets bigger I notice that it is another plane, and strangely enough, it seems that it is flying towards us. Not a big deal. I fly a lot, and planes always cross in the sky, except as the plane keeps getting closer I start to realize that it looks like it is dangerously close to the same altitude we are. Eventually the guy in front of me notices the same thing, and says something out loud to the sound of "Ha, look at that, holy shit." Before we could even say anything, and this when you realize how fast you are going, the plane flies right under us. We were so close I could nearly make out the faces of the passengers in the other plane. I thought for sure the other plane was going to hit us, and my heart skipped a few beats. That is by far the most what the fuck thing I have experienced during a flight. Near mid-air collision rocked my world. O'Hare to Denver, I was sitting at the very back, in a window seat, and was the only passenger in the last 2 rows. The rest of the flight was pretty full, so I was enjoying the peace and quiet. About 10 minutes after boarding, I noticed this couple keep turning around and staring at all the empty spaces. They had 3 small, screaming children with them, and I prayed to the sky gods that they didn't move them back with me. 30 minutes into the flight, they have been glancing back at the seats the whole time, and the woman finally gets up, says something to one of the flight attendants, and she sits on the other window seat, across from me. The entire flight she kept complaining about how nauseous and sick she felt, asking out loud for doctors on the plane, and yet she wouldn't stop faking eating. She ate a sheet-load of Hostess pastries, a couple of bags of peanuts, 2 Rice Krispie treats, downed champagne like water, and kept a cup full of ice chips and a giant water bottle next to her at all times. Pretty tame compared to other stories, but I wanted to punch her for ruining my first flight in 10 years with her nasal whining. I don't know if it will help put your mind a little at ease. Personally, I almost never fly as it terrifies me even without something like that, but unless you had someone like the pilot or air traffic control confirm the distance to you, it's likely that the other plane was, in reality, much further away than it looked. Considering the size of planes and the lack of static objects for reference on the perspective, people almost always underestimate the distance to other objects in the air by a lot. This also commonly happens when trying to gauge the distance to a distant shore on the other side of a body of water. Unfortunately, it's not terribly uncommon for people to drown trying to swim to an island in the distance or the other shore of a lake, because they massively underestimate how far away it is. Of course, all that said, you are absolutely correct that, even being further away than you thought, that the plane was, probably, still within the range of an near miss. I have little doubt that someone, either one of the pilots or the air traffic controller, got their butt chewed out for that, and rightfully so. Southwest Airlines. I boarded and the male flight attendant suggested I move to the exit row because my legs are so long. He then stood behind my seat and directed other passengers to their seats. He commented on my shaved head and accidentally touched it. He engaged me in small talk, and he asked if I ever got out to California much. He mentioned he had a nice place in Cali, and seemed to want me to visit if I was ever in the neighborhood. He asked where I was headed, and I told him I was on my way to Orem, Utah. Later in the flight, when it was refreshment time, I asked for a Jack and Coke. He gave me too many bottles of Jack, and never charged me for it. After we landed, I was walking through the terminal when lo and behold there was this same flight attendant walking toward me. He said have a nice trip to Orem, and I hope to see you soon. That's the strangest thing ever to happen to me during a flight. I was on a flight with my aunt and uncle and 2 cousins. We were returning to Chicago from Colorado. My cousin is a notorious gurgitator. The kid loves to eat. The flight was at 3 p.m. and we left the hotel around 11. With our extra time we wanted to drive around a little and see some scenery. We stopped to get MC Donald's and my cousin got a double quarter pounder with cheese as well as 2 snack wraps and a chocolate shake. He inhaled his food as well as stealing an order of fries and 2 apple pies out of the bag. There was a cooler in the back of the car with half of a container of feta cheese, a small bag of cocktail wieners, and some MTNU. He quickly gobbled up all of those things as well as half a box of jalapeno Cheez-Its. Half an hour later we were at the airport. About 20 minutes into the flight, I see him kind of start jerking around with his eyes closed in his seat. His dad was grabbing him to see what was wrong and his mom was flipping her lid because it looked like he was becoming possessed. As soon as a flight attendant got to their row, he blew. All of the day's feasting had taken its toll and was now pouring out of his mouth all over him. He was semi-conscious, so he did not lean forward or look for a bag. He just let it drip with his head perfectly upright. He covered himself. Everyone in the area was freaking out. I was told it smelled unreal. I can't verify because I have no sense of smell, which puts me in the great position to laugh my ass off as everyone freaked out. There were gags, screams, people yelling, simply magnificent. 90 minutes later we arrived and everyone cleared out faster than I've ever seen a plane empty. TLDR. Watched my cousin let loose a puke, the most foul on a plane, and everyone freaked out. Took off from a flight in London to Montreal, Canada in January. When we reached cruising altitude the pilot informed us of the usual details. We'll be arriving at Montreal in 7 hours. We expect no turbulence. Montreal is -2°C with a few snowflakes falling. And indeed, I checked the weather and Montreal expected 1 to 3 centimeters of snow. Nothing major. Now we're half an hour away from Montreal and the pilot announces Trudeau Airport has put us into a holding pattern above Montreal so that the runways can be cleared. Well, most international flights land at around the same time, so I'm thinking that if you're landing planes every 2 to 5 minutes, while 1 to 3 centimeters of snow is supposed to fall, then you'd think the runways would be cleared just by the rear thrust of the airplane's jets. So something is wrong, and indeed, it was. The plane circled, lowered, finally passing the clouds, and now everyone sees what's going on. 1 to 3 centimeters? More like a blizzard. Once below the clouds, we were still circling, but now the flight was severely bumpy. As the plane finally starts aligning itself to the runway, you can hear 2 distinct conversations in the plane. The first one was the British, who have never seen a snowstorm before. They were all impressed, taking photos, whatever. The others were all the Montrealers who looked out their window seeing rush hour traffic snarled up and long traffic jams because of the storm, swearing in French quite loudly. As we started to approach the runway, the plane did not go down smoothly, but instead dropped altitude the same way you would walk down a flight of stairs after drinking too much Jägermeister. It was the roughest landing I've ever experienced. Once on the runway and taxiing to the gate, the pilot gets on the intercom and says, well, as you can see there is a bit more than just a few snowflakes. So welcome to Canada. Ha ha ha. The British were completely amazed by the snow, and it wasn't even that big of a blizzard. Yes, the snow was flying sideways, but still, it was just a great big annoyance, made even more annoying by the British tourists. This isn't really crazy, because we were still on the ground, but it was definitely not something you see every day. My wife and I were a couple rows from the back of a turboprop. People were still coming onto the plane and luggage was still being loaded. We look down, and water is coming down the aisle from the bathroom. Someone alerts a flight attendant, who finds water spewing out of the sink and/or toilet. This was a bit unclear. It turns out the noob who was filling the plane with water both overfilled it and forgot to turn some relief valve, which would have diverted the excess water elsewhere. We had to wait for them to find a mechanic. This wasn't a hub for this airline, so they had to use a contracted guy who had to remove the floorboards and see where the water went. After an hour and a half or so of this, we got off the plane and waited for them to dry everything out. Fun day. We did eventually take off and fly safely in that plane, though. I was on a Delta flight from Hartford to Lauderdale. About 10 minutes after takeoff I heard a huge explosion and saw a flash of light out the left windows. I was on the right side of the plane. Almost immediately after, the plane started vibrating violently. And it was scary point like a scene from a movie. Overhead bins started popping open and people started screaming. This vibration continued for a while and then died down to a not so violent vibration. People on the left side of the plane were yelling about fire and smoke on the wing, and knowing that fuel is stored in the wing, I spent the remainder of my flight waiting for the plane to explode. Anyway, we don't hear anything from the cockpit for like a full 5 minutes. And that's when he comes on and says ladies and gentlemen, and then cuts out for another few minutes. Finally he comes back on again and says that we have to make an emergency landing at Logan Airport because it has the longest runway and not to panic when we see emergency vehicles. Anyway, we did land okay, and after I got off I looked at the wing of the plane and what was left of the engine that had exploded. Probably a bird strike. It was the longest flight of my life point, and if you're interested, this video is a good representation of the explosion and subsequent shaking that was going on. I forgot to mention I was sitting where I was surrounded by a young girls soccer team at the time, and they were all freaking out pretty bad. Mine is more annoying than what the fuck point flying home from Finland and having 3 connections to make. The first flight is delayed 4 hours so I'm faked. I get to Helsinki and it's bedlam. The weather made everything go to shit, so I'm scrabbling around looking for something to fix the situation. I find a flight going to the same airport as I wanted to go to, direct, so I get myself booked on and use my extra 5 hours to find my case. No joy, it's too busy for someone to help me. Figuring it'll turn up I just decide to abandon it. Point we finally take off. Fly to Manchester. That's fine until we start circling. The captain apologizes and says that it's the snow. An hour later we're diverted to Newcastle, which is no faking good as my case is in Helsinki. My car is at Manchester and I want to be in Scotland. Point anyway we sit around for an hour and a half and let some people off. Turns out some people want to be in Newcastle. Lucky them. Eventually we are in the air to Manchester again, circle a bit more and land. Yes, captain comes over the intercom and apologizes since they can't get anyone to bring a bus and ladder to get us off this plane. 3 hours later we finally got off. 3 hours of looking out the window at the terminal of a closed airport where I could just walk into the terminal building and get away. It was shit. We get away and I can't find anyone to register my missing case, so I decide again fuck it and head home. Point heading home through the worst snow to hit the UK in years and I get kicked off the motorway, which is now a snowdrift 2-hour delay before we get going. Point drive home like a champ and get home nearly 15 hours late. Worst travel experience ever. I was on a flight from New York to Paris, and about 15 minutes into the flight, after we were over water, there were some electrical malfunctions. The lights in the cabin were flickering on and off, and the PA wasn't working. I had a window seat on the wing, and as I looked out the window I could see a huge stream of fuel spewing from the wing. This went on for a while and I tried to push the call button, but it wasn't working due to electrical failure. I finally flagged an attendant, and she told me that a generator on the plane had malfunctioned, and they were dumping fuel to land back at JFK. Just then the plane banked hard and turned completely around. We ended up landing in complete darkness and not being able to fly out that night. It was kinda scary because they didn't give any warning to the fuel dump or the turning around until after the fact. I thought we were going to crash into the Atlantic for sure. I was island hopping from Oahu to Maui on a little prop plane. It was myself and a Japanese tourist couple with an infant, and it was pretty cramped. The way the seats were arranged we were facing each other, and I recall several times when our knees touched. That's how close we were. They didn't speak any English, but seemed quite polite. I was so amazed with the aerial view that I spent most of the flight looking out the window behind me. A few funny noises and some whispering distracted me, and when I turned around I saw the lady breastfeeding her baby. Full on titty, no shame. Naturally I looked. I didn't stare, but I clearly looked. Nip was dark and the size of a dinner plate. Then after I realized that I just looked directly at it, I looked over at her husband, who was watching me. He flashed me an enormous smile and started bowing at me repeatedly. He kept smiling and bowing, like, comically. After a few more seconds of confusion I returned the smile then stared out the window again until we landed. Flight Frapika friend sits next to me. Somewhere over Russia we were both sleeping. Suddenly she wakes me up, wake up, we have landed. It'll pull me. She get up, we have to evacuate me. How would you fit a 747 in a pool? She know she'd get up before the plane explodes me, what the fuck? Go back to sleep. Somehow we both fall asleep again. When we arrive she doesn't remember waking up. The flight back was worse. Somehow Lufthansa sent the oldest faking 747 they had. The AC was leaking, it had old school TVs that were not working etc. And I had a super shitty place without a lot of legroom. Also the whole group was not sitting together. Also everyone on the faking plane was drinking. Over Mongolia the plane was out of beer. No more faking beer. How does that happen? Luckily me and the guy next to me made friends with the stewardesses, since we were standing in the galley talking the whole flight, since our seats were shit and the AC was leaking. So we were provided with a good supply of whiskey plus coke and business class meals. While approaching Hamburg airport my plane nearly crashed into a helicopter. This was the first time I had that Tachia 4 supplied to my body while landing. The pilot described the situation over the speakers afterwards and sounded noticeably nervous. Also when flying from Dubai to Osaka I was seated next to this ancient looking Japanese woman. Now I like to drink myself to sleep on those long flights, but I thought I can't start chugging gin and tonics next to this nice lady. Then she started ordering steak, and it was one of my best flights ever. To this day I regret not stealing those awesome blankets you get to keep you warm with Emirates flight from Quito to Madrid. People kept throwing their used toilet paper next to the toilet into the bin. After maybe 3 hours the bin was about full. After maybe 6 hours there was a mountain of sheety toilet paper in the toilet. Now in Ecuador you tend to do that because the plumbing is so bad you would otherwise clog the toilet, but on the plane it was very inconvenient, especially since I got a stomach bug that made jets of sheet come out of my body every 10 minutes. I was on a flight from Veradero to Calgary. A shifty Russian guy comes on board and seems quite disturbed. He starts by asking the flight attendants if he can sit in the empty back row of the plane instead of his assigned seat. They said he couldn't and showed him to his actual seat. After another 5 minutes waiting to leave, the Russian guy stands up from his seat, waves goodbye to the people sitting next to him and says, "Goodbye, I'm going to stay in Cuba." The flight attendants then helped him off the plane. Fast forward 10 minutes and this Russian guy was being helped back onto the plane and allowed to sit in the back row. I was in the second row from the back. He started talking to us and was telling us he just got out of jail in Cuba after being there for 2 weeks because of stupid banks. We finally take off, and after 15 minutes into the flight he takes off his shirt and starts wandering the aisles. The flight attendants ask him again to sit down. He returns to his seat, still shirtless, and passes out for a few hours. He continues to make his rounds down the aisles multiple times throughout the flight, often stopping to chat with people and telling him that he just got out of Cuban jail. In the same flight, likely unrelated, flight attendants were constantly bringing oxygen to someone in the front of the plane. They must have gone through 4 or 5 bottles of oxygen during that ride. This isn't exactly what the fuck, but anyway. My family were on a transatlantic flight into New York when my sister and I were kids, maybe 5 and 7 respectively. It was a long flight and the stewardesses were visibly tired and fed up because of a huge number of screaming babies and kids behaving bratishly. One, on her rounds up and down the aisles, was offering out chocolates or something, and when she offered my sister, she replied all cute and 5-year-old, "May I please take 2, if it isn't any trouble?" So, she's given 2 with a smile, and the stewardess comes back to my parents a little while later and gives them 2 free bottles of decent wine, saying, "You don't know how pleasant it is to hear a child on an airplane being polite." I think at the time I felt somewhat miffed by my parents getting a free sheet for my sister being sweet and saying something to them to that effect, but they were cracking into the free booze, so I doubt they cared. Not so much what the fuck, but 2 plain stories. 1. 3 seats on each side of the plane. I'm sitting at the window. A guy in a new white undershirt and jeans, 40s, is sitting on the aisle. No one is riding beach. While we are still at the gate, after the door closes, the guy is looking all around, all jumpy. Eventually he tells me that not only is this his first flight ever, and he was just released from the federal pound me in the Ras prison after 15 years. He's on his flight home. 2. Kid about 12-year-old behind us with his mom. Kid couldn't modulate the volume of his voice, so everything was on 11. He narrated the entire flight. We're going up in the sky MA, we're going up in the sky MA, but when we were descending, he would say we are going down MA, we're going down. X100. The lady across the aisle, and 1 row up was already a nervous flyer, and she was freaking out. Others were laughing. TLDR ex-con's first flight, and funny narration kid. I was in the last row. I was at the window, an empty seat in the middle and a Middle Eastern man in the aisle seat. He was sweating the entire flight and kept fidgeting. He also kept going to the bathroom. Honestly, he probably went about 5 to 6 times during the flight. As time went on, I was starting to get very nervous. I just couldn't get the thought out of my head that he was going to do something crazy. Well, obviously, nothing bad happened, but to top it off, when we landed he grabbed his bag and just started going down the aisle while everyone else was standing up and getting their bags. One big guy stopped and said he had to wait, but the guy said something back, like I'm in a big hurry, I must go. The guy let him go. We ended up seeing him waiting for his luggage. The big guy ended up going up to him and calling him an asshole and such. I wanted to punch him in the face so badly. I realize I was probably being prejudiced, but the way the guy was acting on the plane really freaked me out. Sorry if I offended anyone. I guess he just didn't like flying and was an asshole. I was in the window seat of a plane and had to go to the bathroom for some time. There was a girl sitting in the middle and her husband on the aisle. I saw the husband get up for a second to let the girl out, so I wanted to get out too. I avoided eye contact for a while, but the woman was taking forever to get out. I looked up at the husband and we both looked at the girl. She was motionless with her eyes and mouth open. When I looked back at the guy, I have never seen life sucked out of someone so quickly before. The fear was in his eyes. She had passed out, and they got a doctor over. She kept slipping in and out of consciousness. She ended up being okay, but had really low blood pressure or something. I was never able to get out to go to the bathroom. The woman, the doctor, the medical equipment were all blocking me. I couldn't even help with anything. I just sat there and watched soccer on the screen in front of me. First time anything ever went down, it was fairly simple. I had a woman have a stroke during a flight from JFK to SLC. She was unresponsive, so her husband dined for a flight attendant. It was my first year, and it was a crew of all new people. The first flight attendant who responded panicked and started fanning her. Fanning. Another flight attendant responded by calling me in the front, so I hustled back. The lady is glassy-eyed and breathing shallowly. I'm not a doctor. It was later I was told she had a stroke, so my first response is to page, if there's a doctor on board, please ring your flight attendant call button, etc., etc. We were 25 minutes from landing, so with the help of the doctor, we got her sorted out until the paramedics could come on board. 2 details of note. 1. The husband was a doctor, but he also panicked when it was his wife having trouble, and 2. She sheet the plane. It was everywhere. Since then, though, I've seen a lot. People trying to have sex in the lavatory. Seriously, do you realize how unsanitary that is? Passengers getting drunk on their own bottles of alcohol from duty free and barfing on other passengers. Passengers getting belligerent about putting away said alcohol and pushing a flight attendant. Federal offense, yo. Passengers not keeping pets in the kennel as requested, then yanking on the flight attendant's tie when he tells her to put it away for the 3rd time. He nearly flipped on her, which was hilarious. She showed us the kennel to prove that it wouldn't stay closed, but it had clearly been ripped for a while. So I took the security zip ties and zip tied that bastard shut. It was kinda fun. The Tel Aviv flights are awesome. The flight attendants who aren't used to it get a little unnerved when a whole bunch of old Jewish dudes get up and start tying blocks to their heads and bowing and praying in the galleys. I've seen a lap dance on the jump seat in the back galley. I know a friend of mine had at least 5 minutes of sex in the cockpit. Her boyfriend was one of the first officers, and I have no idea how they worked it out, but she was very excited to be part of the Mile High Club. Honestly, though, the most what the fuck thing I've seen on a flight is the parents that allow their children to walk barefoot into the lavatory. I cannot describe to you how many times I've seen the floors covered in pee, only to be barely wiped down between flights. That is really what the fuck to me. Flying from Detroit, Michigan to Flint, Michigan a few years ago. It was supposed to be a 22-minute flight from Turkey after landing, but 30 minutes into the flight we haven't started our descent yet. I figure something weird's going on, and finally the pilot comes on the radio with ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, but there's some kind of problem with the landing gear. We are going to try to fix it in mid-flight. I figured that planes are generally crazy over-engineered, so I wasn't too worried about it, but a bunch of people are starting to freak out. It doesn't help when the pilot comes on the intercom and says, well, we couldn't fix it in mid-air, but we are pretty sure that it's actually working okay, and that the sensors are just messed up. We are going to try landing and see what happens. At this point, pretty much everyone is freaking out. We go in for the landing and land absolutely fine. The gear was down, everything was working. The crazy thing is that the entire runway from end to end was lined with ambulances and fire trucks, all with their lights going. It was pretty surreal. They probably just used the "we are going to try to fix it in flight" delay to get all of the emergency services there, just in case. Last year I was flying from Philadelphia to Portland, Oregon, but there was some kind of mix-up at the airport and everyone got shuffled around to different flights. I end up getting put on a route with 2 layovers, zigzagging across the country. On the first leg I got on the plane and got a window seat in an empty aisle. The plane kept filling with passengers, and then they started loading on the standbys, but still the 2 seats next to me remained empty. Finally the last 3 people boarded the plane. A man and his 2 young boys. The only empty seats on the plane were the 2 next to me, near the front of the cabin, and one in the very back. I offered, of course, to give up my window seat and move to the back aisle seat so they could stay together. I sat down in my seat next to a Latino gentleman in his early 30s and his elderly mother. After the plane was airborne and we had leveled off, the mother took off her shoes and socks. It was a little gross, but it was going to be a long flight, and I could understand her desire to be comfortable. It was when she turned sideways, leaning her back against the window, and put her legs in her son's lap, that my compassion faded away. The mom's feet were literally in my lap. I can still see her toenails in my head, and it was nearly a year ago. They were thick, and cracked and yellow, and the smell was incredible. I uncomfortably squirmed in my chair and smiled meekly at the son, who repositioned his mom's legs so that they were more in his lap than mine. I put down the armrest in hopes of signifying my space versus their space. It didn't really work. Neither of them spoke English, as was evident when the stewardess had tried to speak to them earlier, and although I speak Spanish, I'm loath to be rude to strangers. I realize, looking back on it, that I should have said something, but I was thinking in my head, I can tough this out. She's an older woman and I don't want her to be uncomfortable. The worst part was when the food came and her feet literally rested on the edge of my little fold-down table. At that point I was not being polite anymore, and, saying excuse me, I readjusted her feet, putting my arm up to block the edge of my table. I wasn't able to eat the food anyway. The smell of her feet was too overpowering, and they were still only inches from my face. A lot of other crazy things happened during that elongated trip across the country, but that was the most memorable. TLDR, I had dirty, smelly, old feet in my face during a 3-hour flight. I was stuck on the ground at JFK after flying home from vacation in Doctor during that big Northeast blackout of 2003. I was in middle school at the time, but it was a hell of an experience, especially since I hadn't eaten anything the entire day, including the disgusting meal I had been offered hours ago. I, much like everyone else, First thought terrorism and pretty much everyone was sheeting themselves after landing. We were all trapped until they got the terminal up and running enough that we would be able to process everything, but until then we had to watch Agent Cody Banks and whatever else they showed, sitting on the ground breathing recycled air, freaking out about whatever was going on outside, save for the occasional contact from the pilot point. My brother was in between two large women, neither of whom had good personal hygiene. He would have an even bleaker vision of what was going on. I flew from Portland to Bangkok to study abroad for 6 months via Seattle and Tokyo about 6 years ago, traveling with my best friend who could likely sleep like a rock in the middle of WWII, whereas I can barely sleep in pitch black and unbroken silence. The flight from Portland to Seattle was uneventful, only about an hour long. We had a 2-hour layover in Seattle, then boarded a 10-hour flight to Tokyo. About 7 hours into the flight attendant got on the intercom and asked if there was a doctor on board. Fast forward 15 minutes and the little flight display on our screens showed us as pointed to Anchorage, Alaska. Turns out some guy had a medical emergency, passed out, then awoke to start violently projectile vomiting all over the back of the plane. He was an American citizen, so we turned back to American soil to deal with the problem. We landed in Anchorage, sat on the tarmac for an hour, then had to wait in line for 2.5 hours for hotel vouchers. At this point it's about 4:30 am local time, and the hotel is 20 minutes away. We were instructed to be back at the airport by 9 am. In the hotel room my buddy passes out while I stay up and call my parents, watch TV, etc. We get back to the airport and are told our flight will be boarding at 4:30 pm. 3 movies and two shoddy airport fast food meals later, and we still have an 8-hour flight to Tokyo. The guy that had the emergency tried to board with us and was told he couldn't leave as it was against the advice of the doctors who had discharged him 8 hours later. We arrived in Tokyo to find out we missed our connection to Bangkok and had to wait an additional 6 hours for the flight. Once boarded, I took my seat next to a boulder of man that was obviously doped out of his mind. I chewed tobacco at the time and was using rather heavily to calm my short nerves and lack of sleep. I cannot sleep on planes. Hadn't slept since Portland at this point. Mr. Boulder asks for a chew, puts half the can in his lip, throws a blanket over his head, and falls asleep for the duration of the 6-hour flight. I still don't remember getting through customs, nor getting to our hotel in BKK. Somehow we made it with our luggage, cash, and boy holes intact. Slept for a while after that point. Total sleep deprivation time, about 45 hours. I don't have anything nearly as awesome as fellow Redditors' stories, but basically I was on a flight from LA to Paris and the plane's right engine started spitting out flames for a few seconds during takeoff. The pilot got onto the intercom to calm down the passengers, saying it was normal, but I've never seen a cabin fill up with so much bright red yellow light nor scream so loud. On a more recent flight from DC to Seattle, I was sitting next to a very cute looking redhead, for which I have massive affinity towards. We start talking, and it turns out we had quite a bit in common, but then out of nowhere she starts talking about how she has 2 uteruses, is that even possible, and how terrible sex is with her boyfriend. Pretty much stopped talking after that. How do you even continue? Other than those 2 stories, I've had the classic kids being crazy and religious nut next to me stories happen to me, but that's nothing too unusual. I have seen one what the fuck thing, and seen one cool thing. What the fuck, I was on a Melbourne lax flight, or something similar, Sydney SFO, whatever, over the Pacific. While we're over the ocean, while we're all supposed to be sleeping, this guy snaps and goes nuts. Not sure if he's drunk, or what. He just starts yelling, waking up most of the economy section. He's yelling at his wife, then when the FARs come to try and move him to a private area, really just a few seats blocked off with a curtain, I think a makeshift rest area for the FARs, he starts yelling at them. Don't faking touch me, yeah faking poof, and the like. Just going nuts. They finally get him into the private area, and his wife comes and try and calm him down, but there's nothing she can do. He's going off at her, worse than before. We are faking it. Done, you cunt. And similar. The whole economy section can hear this. The poor lady. We diverted to Hawaii, then sat on the ground for a while sheriffs took him off and quickly questioned some of the FARs. The best part of this was that there was this group of older, 60s 70s, church people that were coming home after their church organized tour of Australia. While in the air, before Hawaii, a lot of them were walking up and down the aisle, holding/thumping, literally, their Bible and quietly saying prayers to themselves. Was pretty funny. Cool. I was on a Virgin flight from Melbourne to Sydney, or vice versa. We are still boarding, when all of a sudden all the FARs collect around the front, and are aflutter. Richard Branson walks in. He takes a seat somewhere in coach, pretty sure this flight only had coach, after saying hello to the FARs. He spends the flight, only 1 hour, signing autographs and talking to the passengers. Of course, they have his book for sale on the flight too. At the end of the flight, as they are getting close to landing, he gets on the PA, thanks us, and offers us a chance to play a game to see who gets off first. He had 2 rolls of toilet paper, and the idea is each side of the aisle had one. The first to roll the roll of toilet paper down the side of the aisle, over the heads, handing it back to the person behind you, gets to get off the plane first. Also, the roll must be unbroken, so there has to be a solid unrolled strand of TP from the front of the plane to the back. It was amazing how much people got into this. Kids, old people, guys in business suits, were all into it. Lucky for our side, one person wasn't. This Muslim woman on the other side refused to do anything. So while our side is rushing back, they get to her, and she doesn't move. I think the dude in front actually let the TP roll drop on her head, and the guy behind tried to pick it up, but it was too late. We won. The what the fuck part of this is that everyone followed the rules of the game. One entire side of the plane sat there, not moving, while the other side got up and left. Amazing to see. TLDR, guy goes nuts on Trans-Pacific flight. Richard Branson is awesome. I was sitting a row or 2 behind a bombshell babe, across the aisle from her. I did my best to ignore her, since I figured she wanted nothing to do with me like so many other women. So, I rock out to my usual DNB, and wait to get home. Suddenly, she pulls out her phone or iPad or something, and starts flipping through pictures. Every single picture is of her naked with other girls doing nasty things. I'm intrigued, so I lean as close as I can to get a really good look at them. She keeps flipping through them, flipping through them, flipping through them, and I'm leaning closer, closer, and closer. I see her smile a bit. I guess she's seen me from the corner of her eye. She calmly flips through a bunch more, then puts the phone in her pocket, and that's it. I saw her later near the baggage claim, and gave her what was no doubt a big goofy smile, but neglected to hit on her, since I'm terrible at those types of things. Edit. I also sat next to a couple that changed their kid on the seat next to them, and then left the diaper in the seat pocket in front of them. It stank for the entire flight. I also got into a bit of a fight once with a guy when I had to share a row with a couple of extremely overweight people, and he wanted to put his seat back, and I'm super tall, so that's already uncomfortable, but even worse when the person next to you is half in your seat too. I was tolerable of this until he put his seat up at some point. I went to get something out of my bag, and then boom. The seat crashes down on my head and back. I called him all kinds of colorful names, and the girl next to him was cracking him up. He feebly said that the seat was broken, which is an acceptable excuse, except for the fact that he obviously slammed it against my head and back several times for no other reason than that he was being a douche. So I was flying back to LA from surprising my mom in Boston for Mother's Day. It was a typical comfortable JetBlue flight. 4 or 5 years ago, when they were the best, it was a daytime flight, and we were about 2 hours away from LA. I was sitting on the right side of the plane right behind the wing. I was tired and bored, yet unable to sleep, so I found myself staring at the engine and daydreaming. Then, as my eyes really start to defocus, a loud boom and a large flame burst shoots from the engine I'm staring at. Obviously, I think I'm hearing and seeing things. I quickly turn and look around the plane. Guy next to me is asleep. Everyone else seems to be going about their business. This quickly sends me into Shatner/Lithgow mode. What just happened? Did I really see that? I must be imagining it. Nobody else seems to notice, I thought to myself. Shaking it off, I turned back and looked outside at the engine. Double boom. Now I'm scared as all hell. I knew it wasn't me. I look back around and see the in-flight attendants all whispering to one another and briskly walking with focus and determination. I knew some shit was going down. After about 3 minutes the captain came on the speaker, as cool as ever. "Hello everyone, this is your captain speaking. It appears we have actually lost one of our engines. Don't worry, we still have one left. It's actually not that uncommon. Murmurs around the plane begin. We will be rerouting our landing destination to Ontario, California due to Burbank not having a long enough runway to land." He continued. Needless to say, I spent the next hour staring at another engine across the aisle out the other side's windows. We landed fine, and on the walk off, I just had to tell the flight attendants what I saw. Ick now, I saw flames shoot out of that engine. When it blew I said to widening eyes. But once I saw you guys were on it, I decided not to say anything. I figured that would just cause panic. They were thankful and all surprisingly hot. So I was all fuck yeah in my head. Boring ending. They shuttled us the 2 hours back to Burbank on a shitty bus, and I called and got a free flight out to the deal. TLDR. Saw an engine shoot fire out of it as it died. We landed fine in the end. Last fall, I had to make an emergency trip home. As such, I took any seat I could get on the first leg of my US domestic flight, and I got the last row wedged against the window. Next to me was a 50-something German couple. Once we reached cruising altitude and the flight attendants had moved off with a drinks cart, they started in the back of the plane. The couple started necking noisily. The woman then put her hand in the man's pants. The man had the woman's shirt half off her shoulder and his hand was actively moving around in her bra. People were just gawking, standing in line for the bathroom. They couldn't help but see. I didn't say anything. Normally, God yes. This time, too brittle with the impending death of my mother, I would have ended up on the evening national news after going ballistic. I just kept saying to myself, unfucking believable. At least my mom thought it was funny when I told her about it. Dallas to Madrid on the Boeing 777 Dreamliner. Mid-Atlantic and middle of the night we hit serious turbulence. Seatbelt sign is on. Even the flight attendants buckle up. The woman seated directly in front of me has an alarm on her iPhone go off and proceeds to get up mid-aisle to do her prayers to Mecca. Many of us are surprised as she looks very Irish, red hair, green eyes, freckles, etc. Not in our usual paradigm for an Islamic woman. Unbuckling themselves, the flight attendants begin to ask her kindly to continue praying while buckled in her seat so she does not incur any injury from the turbulence. She ignores them entirely, not even giving any indication that she heard a single word they said, and continues praying. Frustrated and worried about liability, the attendants recruit the air marshal to intervene. He attempts to explain that she is putting her own safety at risk, as well as the other passengers on the flight, if she were to fall into someone from the bad turbulence. Nothing, no reaction. Finally he threatens to write her a citation for violating the security of the plane and defying a US air marshal. She snaps her fingers once at him and holds up her hand while continuing to read and recite her prayers. She is cited, cuffed, and taken to the back of the plane and greeted by a few men in suits upon arrival in Madrid. Never found out what came of it. I'm late to the party, but whatever. A few years ago I was flying from Albany, New York to Orlando, Florida with a layover in DC, I think. After a while the pilot comes over the intercom and tells us that we have to be rerouted to Cleveland. I fly a lot and this made absolutely no sense whatsoever to me. As we prepare for landing, I look down and see what must have been 30 emergency vehicles with lights flashing down on the tarmac. The flight attendants then scattered like roaches and disappeared. I'm not sure if anyone else noticed, but I was thinking to myself, this isn't normal. Next thing I know we are descending, and we are coming in really hot. I mean fast. It suddenly became apparent between the speed of our approach and the emergency vehicles ready and waiting that our plane was faked up. So, we come in really fast and slam onto the tarmac. I'm waiting for the usual rush of the engines and the abrupt decline in speed. It doesn't happen. We are zooming down the tarmac and I look out the window to see a faking army of emergency vehicles following us. At this point, other passengers start to notice something isn't right. We still weren't slowing down much, and the plane jerked to the left and onto a deserted area, where we eventually came to a stop point. Come to find out, the plane had lost much of its hydraulics and couldn't use the flaps to slow down. The runway at DC wasn't long enough to stop the plane, and Cleveland wasn't much better, so everyone was preparing for the worst point. TLDR, faking plane couldn't stop, they expected us to crash. No one will probably see this, and it isn't that interesting, but once when flying I saw another passenger plane flying in the distance, coming towards us. I knew it was mighty strange, because planes usually keep their distance in the air. It was traveling unbelievably fast. It was an intercontinental flight and both of us were probably doing 1000 km/h. It came closer and closer, and I thought, no way, it's going to turn. It didn't. It came straight towards us and passed right underneath us. It was incredible. Later I found out that such occurrences are flukes, but not that uncommon. Point for me, the most incredible part of it was the speed. The whole thing, from first sight to passing under, was over in a few seconds. We always see planes at sea level or from a distance, so we never really get a grasp of how fast they travel. In the stratosphere, where there is little drag, planes are incredibly fast. Not really a what the fuck moment, but I went to Italy with my high school choir over spring break a few years ago. We went around Tuscany and Rome, sightseeing and doing some performances, and it was probably one of the best times I've had in my life. On the plane back, the pilot gets on the loudspeaker about an hour and a half away from JFK Airport and says that there's a high school choir on the plane, and he hopes that we had a nice trip. Someone in the back yells for us to sing a song. I have no idea why, and it makes its way up the plane to the captain, who then asks us if we would sing something. Our choir director agrees and tells us to stand up, and this was probably against at least a few regulations. There were about 100 of us. It was a large school, on a large plane that had somewhere around 250 to 300 passengers in total. We are told to start signing Danny Boy, so we do. The passengers cheered and demanded an encore, so we sang some gothic church piece in Latin, and were given another ovation. Granted, not a standing one. It was probably the perfect way to end spring break. Jump story. I was jumping into Jones DZ in Florida to support one of the Ranger Battalion's fires training. Part of this was a heavy drop of HMMWVs and 105mm howitzers on the same platform. That is a bad idea. Two separate platforms are preferred, and you will understand why. Point. So the winds are 21 to 25 knots at ground level, which is pretty high. Too high to jump in, actually. But, apparently, it's not too high to drop heavy. So the heavies go out, and it's actually pretty cool to watch. The drogue chute opens, they release some clamps, and out the platform whizzes. And, if you're jumper #3 like me, you get to see it all. And hear the loadmaster talking to 1SG about the drop. Point. Well, the drop didn't go so well. It went horribly. As in, one platform's chutes did not disengage, and the platform flipped, and was dragged 40 feet across the DZ. The loadmaster told 1SG this by shouting, "It is really loud in a C-17 at 800 feet, with the door open." Hoda thunk. The platform flipped, and made a motion with his hand. I was like, dear God, they cannot make us jump. Next. Pass. Wind speed. 22 knots. Next pass. Wind speed. 22 knots. Next pass. Wind speed. 5 knots. That was bullshit, and everyone on the plane knew it. But, hey, it's time to jump. Point. I was what the fuck ground crew. But, really, beyond people walking out the side of an airplane voluntarily is also pretty faked up. Or the back of a helicopter. Still did it 20 times. 20 years old, on a flight to Vegas for the first time with a bunch of my college friends. I was an EMT at the time. Halfway there, some dude near the front of the plane who had just had heart surgery starts to get angina. In rough terms, heart pain. Flight attendant gets on the mic and asks for any doctors on board. Nothing. Asks for nurses on board. Nothing. Asks for EMTs on board. I wait. Nobody comes forward, so I gingerly push that button /dinging/light contraption. Point. Get to the front. Get his vitals, history, etc. and determine that he needs nitro, a medicine that helps in these situations. Well, I'm not allowed to administer this medicine to someone without a prescription without medical consultation. So I asked the flight attendant if they had a medkit. They did, and it had the magic pills to fix the guy. So I tell them that he needs to take the meds, but I'm not allowed to just give it to him. So they put me on a flight phone with a United doctor on call. Turns out, they have these. Paraphrased, "Doctor, so what's up?" Me, "Here's the scoop. Here's what I recommend. Doctor, so do you think we should land in Denver, or make it all the way to Vegas?" Me, "Honestly, I'm not in an objective position to make the call. I'm on a plane for the weekend with my buddies to Vegas for the first time in my life. I'd hate to be the cause of disrupting the trip. I'd also hate for this guy to die. Your call, doc. Doctor, give him the meds. If it fixes him, then have fun in Vegas, otherwise call me back. So we are back on track to Vegas. Well, the flight attendants were so grateful that they didn't have to land the plane. They would have had to if nobody had raised their hand to help. That they came over and asked if I'd drank. I said yes. They came back with one of those bath bags full of assorted liquor, mini plane-sized bottles. My younger brother and I were flying from Utah to Montana in a really shitty puddle jumper after a layover from California. Anyhow, this thing has maybe 30 people on it maximum, and we start flying toward Montana. After about 45 minutes, 1 hour, we end up flying through a rather large storm with this tiny plane, and the turbulence is ridiculous. We are getting thrown around in our seats before the FAR finally comes in to yell to the passengers to put on our safety belts. We all get ours on, and while the FAR is walking to go to her seat to get herself restrained and the engines cut out, and we drastically dive, this tiny flight attendant shoots straight up from inertia and smacks the top of the plane. She comes back down, and we continue to fall with the engines cut for maybe 4 more seconds. Everyone on the plane was screaming, except my brother and I. We are too young to give a fuck, and start giggling like little girls at the FAR who just bashed herself on the roof of the plane. If I learned one thing from that experience, it's to never have a faking layover in Utah. The airport is full of creepy white people, bruh. A friend of mine is very large, -6 ft 8 and 330 plus pounds. He told me this gem about his flight to Chicago. He was having trouble sleeping and went to his doctor before the flight and got a prescription for Ambien. Since he is so large and was used to doubling and tripling prescriptions for everything else, he took 3 or 4 for the flight, assuming Ambien's effectiveness was based on body weight. He promptly fell asleep after takeoff. The next thing he knew was that the plane was on the tarmac in Chicago, and the passenger next to him was glaring at him with supreme hate. When he asked what the problem was, the guy said that the entire flight, my friend had been dreaming and was flailing his arms about and repeatedly struck him in the head and shoulders. He was also leaning on him with full force during the tranquil portions of his slumber. Several people tried to shake him awake to no avail. Apparently Ambien's effectiveness is not based on weight. Sitting behind a man who died of cardiac arrest on a direct flight from Philly to Orange County. Flight diverted to Chicago, brief layover, and then right back to it. The crew didn't even really seem too shocked, but there were people who were crying on the flight as a result of a doctor doing compressions and then using the defib machine. The guy was old, and they dragged him toward the back of the plane where they worked on him. Half of the crew was trying to help, the other half was trying to convince people to stay in their seats and calm the fuck down. This was in 2002, not too terribly long after 9/11, so anytime something happened in a plane, people would freak out. I think in the end, I was only about 2 hours late getting to Orange, which is pretty good considering I saw a guy drop dead in front of me, and there was an unexpected landing and another takeoff involved. It seems like there are always doctors on flights. Didn't help this guy, but I imagine if the person was younger they could have saved him. I was on a flight that was going quite normally when we hit some mild turbulence. No big deal at all, but they turned the fasten seatbelt sign back on because that's what they do. The stewardesses are serving drinks from the cart, and they are almost to me. I was in the third seat from the back. I know because I always count seats to the nearest exit, front and rear, when the captain comes on the intercom and says something to the effect of "Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts." We are going to hit some turbulence. It shouldn't be bad, but just in case, we'd like everyone to be seated." He sounded fairly calm. About 5 seconds after he hung up, the plane started jostling, but nothing serious. Then the plane drops 5 feet. Instantly, I saw the stewardess and the drink cart, and every can of soda on top of it, go completely airborne and weightless for about a second or two. I'll never forget the look on her face. Thankfully, nobody got hurt, and the rest of the turbulence was just fun. Also, the first time I sat on a window in a jet where the cowlings popped up on the engines to act as air brakes, I semi-freaked my sheet. I was like 8 and had never seen that. When I realized nobody else was panicking, I calmed down. Years ago I was on a small plane, about a 35-seater, flying over the Amazon in Ecuador. My wife and I were sitting in the emergency exit row, and the stewardess explained to us, in English, what we would have to do in an emergency. All fine. Halfway into the flight, when I'd struggled through the Spanish newspaper and just got up to the comics page, we hit the worst turbulence I have ever experienced. I could barely hold the newspaper. If you didn't have a seatbelt on, you would have been flung from the seat. After about 15 minutes of this, you could smell burning plastic. Then the cabin began to fill with smoke. The stewardess is running up and down with a fire extinguisher, clearly panicked. Alarms started going off very loudly. You could barely see the front of the cabin at this point. The stewardess is yelling at us, now in Spanish, when she tells us to, not before, to release the emergency exit door and throw it out of the plane. Someone near the front thought he would calm everyone down by yelling in a slightly hysterical voice that everything would be okay and to remain calm and seated. Anyway, the problem, which I think was electrical in the walls of the plane, corrected itself after a while and the smoke slowly cleared. The alarms stopped and we landed safely. Then we had to get on a 7-seater plane to complete our journey. Flying into Sarajevo from Zagreb on a turboprop, like a bus, maybe 40 people. We were circling around Sarajevo in a holding area for good half an hour or so, because, as pilots said over PA, there were issues with navigational beacon or something down on the airfield, which made it impossible to land, since there was a thick cloud layer over Sarajevo, and Sarajevo is basically a city closely surrounded by 2-kilometer mountains. It sits down in the middle. After a while, the pilot over PA says something like, "We have 2 options guys, either we return to Zagreb, or I'll just try and land it myself." I flew a lot, but this made me a bit anxious, and I folded my newspapers to see what would happen. So, dude circles around one of the mountains visible above the cloud layer, and descends into that thick cloud layer. I knew there were mountains below, we all knew. Clouds were whizzing around us, and since it is a small airplane, cockpit doors were open, and you could see right through the windshield from the island pilot maneuvering. Suddenly, there was this loud beeping noise from the cockpit and the pilot pulled up nose sharply, and we were over the clouds again. Without any PA announcement, the pilot circled the mountain again, and nosedived again. Those few moments into the clouds again were the longest in my life. Suddenly, we could see clearance below the cloud layer and ground. After a few moments we landed, and there was this thunderous applause in the cabin. Quite a ride. Never again. I was on a plane in the same aisle as a deranged lunatic that only broke out of his shell at 30k feet. The dude was completely out of it, sweating like mad, babbling in tongues, hitting and throwing shit, yelling stuff that made no coherent sense, like really loud. This started 1 hour into a 5+ hour flight. He had a very glazed look in his eye. Any attempts from myself or by the frightened stewardesses at communication were ignored. Not on purpose. It was like he was battling demons in another dimension. He simply wasn't there. He scared the living shit out of everyone on the plane though. They moved everyone up to the front, giving him about 10 aisles to himself. I stayed with him, sorta acting like a bouncer, to prevent him from moving, along with some help from the co-pilot. This lasted over 4 hours and they gave me a bottle of free wine when I got off. Lol. TLDR. Deranged babbling lunatic scares plane for 4 hours. I get a bottle of wine. Probably too late for anyone to see this. Flying back from Amsterdam, layover, no trees, to Seattle about 2 weeks ago. Had a couple red wines, was feeling pleasantly buzzed, and watching The Social Network. Exit row. So I have my legs popped out in front of me, crossed at the ankles. About 8 hours in, I suddenly feel both queasy and like I need to take a sheet. Jump up and book down the aisle towards the lavs, stumbling. I didn't drink enough to be stumbling drunk. What the fuck? Lavs are occupied on my side of the plane, starboard, so I round the corner to walk to the port side of the plane. Next thing I know, there's a guy over me trying to shake me awake. A nurse was grabbing my arm, checking my pulse, asking me how I felt. It took me a minute to figure out what had happened, but other than my head hurting from banging it when I fainted, I felt fine. They put me in the last row of the plane to keep an eye on me for the remainder of the flight. Nurse comes by and talks to me. She's written down a lot of information about what happened and what she saw, my heart rate, etc. Tell me to go see my primary care physician as soon as possible and go to the ER immediately if I have any symptoms of a concussion. We land without further incident. International flight, so I was the last one off the plane. Passport control was jam-packed, thank God for global entry. Went and saw my physician that same day, checked me out. No signs of seizure, brain involvement, or heart issues. Ran an EKG. Says it was esophageal syncope, fancy word for fainting. Probably due both to having my legs locked for a long period of time and me trying to stop myself from vomiting, which I never did. Scariest part for me was when I first woke up. The first thought in my head, after I figured out I had fainted, was that I no longer felt like I needed to take a sheet. Holy fuck, did I just sheet my faking pants? Luckily I had not. I fly a lot, usually cloud skirting, trying to miss a thunderhead. It's noisy and we can see the flashing lightning out there and everything. Really a pretty show, and the turbulence is so far no worse than a wooden roller coaster. Then a flash that literally felt as if it was so bright the entire plane had gone transparent. Almost immediately afterwards the pilot clicked in, "Congratulations everyone, you've just been struck by lightning and lived." Obviously the planes are designed for these events, but the pilot knew his audience. Everyone applauded it. Waiting on the tarmac for fuck ever. Seriously, I've waited forever in the runway line before, but we were still chilling out at the terminal. We can see non-flight crew people milling around the front, mechanics and whatnot trying to figure something in the cockpit out. The pilot finally clues us in, after what was probably an hour of this. "We are sorry for the wait, but someone spilled a drink in the cockpit and some of the electronics aren't working now. We are getting everything fixed up before we leave." Not during my flight, but I lived by an airport and went to college for ATC and was having breakfast at a little restaurant that was parked on the edge of a small airport's runway. It was a busy place, so any meal, any time the restaurant was open would get to see at least a couple Cessnas and Pipers zooming in and out of the place. On luckier days you'd catch old military craft that private collectors told around with being run in and out too. A few Mustangs, beautiful beasts. Well, one of these casual mornings I was having breakfast when a plane was banking hard to come around the back end of the runway, the side facing a small foothill that made the entry/exit a bit tight for direct approach. I recall distinctly that it was a perfectly white Piper, looked incredibly beautiful as it tilted into the hard turn, and then sharply turned straight down and into the small ravine between the foothill and the runway. I did not finish breakfast. I live in Australia and was on a flight from Sydney to the Gold Coast, which is about a 50-minute flight. There must have been some sort of weight training supplement or weightlifting competition on, because there were heaps of really buff brown/orange dudes and their leathery brown/orange groupies with them. Two of them were next to me, and specifically one of the orange females right next to me. She used her mobile internet the entire flight. I'm not kidding. I failed SMS over and over, so she just took to writing on Facebook. I was watching. She failed to send an SMS like 20 times before loading up her mobile Facebook and started trying to send messages on that. Just browsing mobile Facebook while we were landing without a care in the world. I was sitting there trying to decide whether or not to say something to her. I know personally that using a cell phone in a plane probably isn't going to hurt anything from Mythbusters and things, but goddamn, mobile internet while landing, really? I also was thinking that I didn't want to say anything because these Australian tan/orange people are not the most stable people in the world, and I did not want to start something with the dude next to her. You talking to my woman can't? You want to faking GOCAHNT? I'll FAHKIN smash ya mate. Flight from Madrid to Boston. My GF and I were seated amongst an entire class of suburban Bostonite high school girls coming back from a week or two abroad. I can tolerate the high-pitched sounds they make, and the endless obvious observations, and hyper-obsession with their GPAs, just barely. They serve the in-flight meal, and everyone eats. As soon as eating is over, the girls all start chatting about how many calories the meal had. Rumors fly that plane food is loaded with fat and carved to keep people feeling happy. Immediately, lines start forming for the bathroom, and the girls coming back are chewing gum and wiping their lips with napkins. You could smell the vomit. I've never witnessed such pointless mass hysteria and emergent self-destructive behavior. TLDR, moving out to the suburbs sounds like a good idea, but instead of seeing real problems and being thankful for not having them, your kids will just invent shit to feel something. Less what the fuck and more awesome. Longest flight to Rome from Wash DC. Shitty food is passed out for lunch. Bunch of guys a few rows up laugh at the food and refuse it, then proceed to bring out amazing foods in Tupperware. Turns out they were all chefs on a truffle hunt in Italy. Ate well that flight. Point another time, less in plane more in airport. My friends and I are headed to PAX East 2011. There's 4 of us. We get to the airport at 6 AM after not going to bed. Crappy sleep schedule, and upon getting there our flight is delayed indefinitely. So we sit down and start talking. Next thing we know, a guy about 21 walks over and joins our conversation of video games. Fast forward 30 minutes later, and we have more than half the plane sitting there talking and dicing around, since we were all headed to PAX. Hell, the next plane was delayed due to weather in Boston, so we got the people headed to PAX from that flight to join us also. Made up for the 7-hour delay, but not the fact that we missed the keynote speech. I'm flying to Israel years ago for work, and it's a long flight, so I take something to sleep and awaken many hours later to a dark cabin lit by those teeny lights above, and hear rustling behind me, and peek between the seats. I see a Jewish man with something strange around his head. Looks like he has a box strapped to his head, and then I see him wrapping another around his arm. At that moment I'm thinking this faker's gonna bring down the fucking plane. Down with a bomb. I decide to use the washroom to assess the situation, and as I get up I see others doing the same. I'm at a loss for words, and when I arrive in IL the first thing I ask is what the fuck was that all about on the plane. As I explained what I'd seen, of course they laughed at me and mentioned something about tefillin and told me to Google it. It was something I had never seen in my life. So it was a bit odd to say the least, especially waking up in a dark plane. Of course, when you land in Tel Aviv sometimes people cheer and shout and clap, perhaps because the plane wasn't bombed, who knows. I guess maybe they are happy to be home, but you don't see much cheer and clap when landing in North American cities. About a year ago I'm flying back from spring break from Orlando to New York City. It's about 9:30 at night and everyone is buckled up waiting for takeoff. This is on a JetBlue flight, so every seat is equipped with a TV to pass the time. We ascend down the runway and begin liftoff. I'm watching Real Housewives of New York and everything is fine for the first 30 seconds off the ground. We are still ascending when all of a sudden there is a horrible sounding bang. It sounded like we hit a small car. We are roughly 15,000 to 20,000 feet in the air, still over land. Passengers are screaming intensely, and I put my knees up to my face and pray that I don't die watching this horrible show. All the while the plane is descending at a roughly 45-degree angle. I'm on the aisle seat, but I manage to glimpse out the window and there is fire coming out from the left engine. The pilots have said nothing. After about 45 seconds of sheer terror, or what felt like 45 minutes, the pilots got on the intercom. "Maybe you didn't notice, but we are a little busy up here," they said. Apparently something in the engine flat out died. We had to circle around the coast for 2 hours releasing enough fuel before landing back at OIA. It was quite possibly the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me. On a flight from DTW to DSM, I had a guy sitting next to me that I could just tell was a huge asshole. He just exuded assholeness without saying a word. Before we took off, he got up to put something in his bag overhead. Noticing that someone had put their hat on top of his fine Italian suit coat that was neatly spread across the entire bin, he decided to make a scene about it. I can't remember exactly what he led in with, but he basically was harassing the guy in the seat ahead of him for smashing his coat. I do remember his closeness very clearly. I know it's an important part of the costume, referring to the captain's hat, that the off-duty pilot put in the overhead bin. The off-duty pilot was a kind-looking, grey-haired man and easily had more dignity in his little finger than this douche had in his whole body. The pilot didn't even look at the guy and just pretended to ignore him. In the meantime the whole plane heard, small 50-seater, and it was just awkward silence. I'll never forget having to sit next to that bastard, wanting to say something, but not wanting to make it terribly uncomfortable for the next 1.5 hours. Pick your battles, people. Saskatoon to Chicago for business. Flight was practically empty. Just before they close the door, a black man in full African garb boards the plane and sits one row in front of me. I'm talking about Eddie Murphy Coming to America meets Sinbad. Before boarding I enjoyed 3 or 4 beers at the bar, so an hour into the flight nature called. As luck would have it, my African friend beat me to the punch and arose to use the restroom before me. I didn't think much of it, the flight was empty, so I would just wait for him to return and take my turn. Well, a good 15 minutes go by, and he hasn't returned. I'm thinking great, just what I wanted, a gassed up bathroom. Another 5 or 10 minutes pass, and now I really have to go. What the fuck is this guy doing? Finally he returns, flowing robes and all. I make my dash, and get right in. I get in, close the door and the light flicks on. What I saw still haunts me. Apparently my fellow passenger had the bladder of an elephant, and didn't understand the intricate workings of an airplane lavatory. The toilet and sink were overflowing with bright neon urine. The floor and walls were dripping. It took all of my hygiene courage to stand there, push the toilet button, and open the sink drain. I did my business, left the room in shock, and never spoke of that again until today. Later that same day I put my shoes in the garbage. Now I must go and bathe in Peel. On a one-way flight from Raleigh to Orlando I was seated in the aisle and an Indian man was seated at the window with no one between us. I say he is Indian because of his coppery skin, black hair, and, oh yeah, the fact that as the plane is about to take off he dons this position with his hands and begins praying/meditating, loud enough for me to hear, in a nation-sounding language that I don't understand. I hear this and look over at this guy and immediately dismiss the idea that he is Muslim because he is not wearing a turban and his skin is too dark to be Arabic. Not that these are actual signs of not being Muslim. This is just what went through my head at the time. He continues to pray/chant/whatever loudly as the plane is speeding up and taking off, and so I, understandably, start to freak out a little. No one else nearby seems to notice or care about what's going on. I think about calling a flight attendant over, but then I start to think that we are taking off, she can't come over right now, and b, calling for help might just set this guy off and he could attack me point. But thankfully, before I can make a decision on what to do, the guy stops praying, slowly puts on a pair of leather gloves that were in his lap and sits normally in his seat. I calm down and think that this guy's probably just afraid of flying and was trying to meditate to calm his nerves, and I shouldn't blame him for wanting to pray. But the weirdness doesn't stop there. In my mind, the more I think about the situation, the more pissed off I get at this guy. Doesn't he realize the fact that his efforts to calm himself down might unnerve some other people? Shouldn't he have a slight bit of concern for the mental stability of the other people on his flight? Couldn't he have just warned me before he started praying and told me not to be alarmed? This guy is an asshole. I look over at him again to give him the evil eye and notice that he is very slowly and meticulously peeling off his leather gloves, one finger at a time, as much as he can. As soon as he finishes taking them off, he slowly puts them back on again and pulls them taut across his hands. And then he begins slowly taking them off again. So I go wide-eyed and snap my head in a different direction. I start to freak out again. I don't know why this action worries me, but it's a strange and unusual action and it seriously damages my calm. I again think about calling over a flight attendant and asking to be reseated. It's nowhere near a full flight, but am again stopped by the idea that I would have to say this aloud in front of the guy and that asking to be moved would piss him off. And I just know that I don't want to piss him off. So effectively trapped in my own mind next to creepy meditating glove removing Indian guy, I begin to come up with strategies of how I'm going to take this guy down should he try to make a move. I unbuckle my seatbelt and think about the arm movements I'm going to make if he tries to strike me or stands up in his seat or produces a weapon. I think about objects nearby that I can use as a weapon. I look at the people around me and try to guess which ones I can rely on for help. I'm a little distraught by the idea that none of my plans are reasonable and think again about asking to be moved, but then the thought occurs to me that if I move, no one will be near enough to stop this guy if he takes action, especially since, still, no one else seems to notice this guy's weird behavior. It's all up to me point. I keep thinking in circles like this. I have to stop this guy if he attacks, and yet I don't have any way to stop him, so I should probably move, but I can't ask to move because it will set him off and no one will be able to stop him. I probably look like a nervous wreck by this point. It occurs to me eventually that no terrorist is going to target some dinky little sparsely populated flight from nowhere, Raleigh, and that it's been a long time, and if this guy was going to pull something, he probably would have done it by now. But those are rational thoughts, and I was in an irrational state of mind. Thankfully, it's not a very long flight and all of this adrenaline-filled mind action has made the time pass, and pretty soon the pilot comes on to tell the flight attendants to prepare for landing. I look back over at the dude, and he has stopped messing with his gloves, but is back in his meditating pose with closed eyes, but at least he is not saying anything this time. We land on the tarmac and taxi to the gate, and I leave without looking back at him or saying a word to him. I do think that this guy was just a nervous flyer and understand now that I was never in danger, but that really doesn't excuse his behavior. He was an asshole who made people near him uncomfortable and should have known better. I noticed his behavior and it made me paranoid, but he had to know that his actions would have that kind of effect on someone, and just a mere glance in my direction probably would have given my mind state away. I was probably wearing my fear plainly on my face. All he had to do was say one thing to me, "Don't worry, I'm just nervous," and all would have been okay. But he didn't do that. I sorta wonder now if he was doing it on purpose and just trying to troll me. If so, fuck you, dude. It wasn't funny. Edit. Not sure why this is being downvoted. If it's because a dude in my story is not Caucasian, does it help to say that I would have been equally freaked out if some random white guy started chanting during takeoff? I think anyone would have been a little unnerved by that as well. I thought this post said fight not flight, and I was going to tell this crazy story where all these kids were throwing bottles and skateboards, and I swear one kid threw a bong at these traveling gutter punks before an all-out battle took place in the street. I saw, literally 10 feet away from me, a kid take a huge chain and smash it against some guy's head. There was a lot of blood and a lot of crying and screaming. I was just sitting on a couch in front of a friend's house watching the entire thing unfold. The cops came by and tried to question us, but knew no one would talk. These kids were traveling gutter punks and apparently they had stabbed a kid at this house a few days earlier. I didn't know anyone personally, but I wasn't going to rat out some kids that lived down the street. The cops didn't seem to care either. They actually said maybe this would get the gutter kids to stop hanging out in Richmond. Oh, and this was all white people by the way, about 2 blocks from Carver. Yay. Well, I was gonna tell that story, but this is the wrong thread. The next night one of the gutter kids lit a car on fire halfway down the block. I was sitting on the couch for that too. My father-in-law was an air traffic controller who used to entertain us with all sorts of harrowing tales of airline what the fuckery. Probably the best one was this. One Christmas Eve back in the 90s he was working as a departures controller for his airport. It's a large international airport and handles about 30 meter passengers per year, so there's a fair amount of traffic. A Lufthansa 737 had just taken off when their captain came on the air to report an near miss. Frantically everyone started scanning their screens to try and figure out what it was that he had missed. They couldn't find anything though, and the nearest other aircraft from him was a couple of miles behind and far lower. They asked the pilot for confirmation and he repeated that they had just experienced and wanted to report a near miss. My father-in-law's boss came over at this point and took a look at his screen just to try and figure out what was going on. They still couldn't see another plane that they could have nearly missed, so they asked the pilot again for confirmation and details. Yes, he said, I'd like to report a near miss. It was a fat bearded old guy in a red suit flying a damn sled pulled by reindeer, TLDR. Lufthansa pilot reports a near miss with Santa on Christmas Eve. I was on this flight in a storm, and on the wing I saw some sort of animal. It was pulling off bits and pieces of the wing and flinging them away. I tried to alert the crew, but no one believed me. I shut the window blind and tried to forget about it, but couldn't. I opened the blind again, and the creature had its face pressed up against the window, making faces at me. I let out a scream and told the passengers and crew that we were in danger because something was out there messing with the airplane. They forced some Valium down my throat and I became drowsy and fell asleep. I took one last look out the window, and the thing was still out there. This time, it was messing with the engine, but I was too weak and drowsy to say anything. I woke up at the end of the flight strapped to a gurney. As they wheeled me into an ambulance, I saw the wing, where the creature was messing around. It was all torn to shreds and the engine looked like it had been hit by lightning. I tried telling the EMTs, but no one would listen. The only one who responded was the ambulance driver, who looked a lot like Dan Aykroyd. He smiled and said, "Do you want to see something really scary? Fade to black."